Gentlemen, looking fly today. Lacoste with the bow tie, Trent pulling out the jacket. You guys went in big for El Clasico, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's in matches. Missed the first one. You know, I was making myself a meal, but still watched the games. Caught a bit of a Sumail interview. Man, I love that stuff. You know, they don't speak English. They start speaking English after 15 minutes. It's you're about. And he knows da, which means yes. You know, pretty simple stuff. You don't necessarily need to speak the same language if you're on the same skill level.
I put them in pretty good spirits, I assume, after first couple series not going so well for them. Now we get the victory, and it's a clean 2-0, and it's Liquid, who've obviously been on a bit of a high point. Now, that's, Viking and Na'Vi have taken them down. So Liquid going to be looking for the big return there, but I don't know. Their Twitter feed seem to be in pretty good spirits. So we look forward to Alliance and Na'Vi then.
Yeah, and of course, a reminder, we'll have that Nigma versus OG series coming up after this. That'll be Nigma's second series here in this group stage. But enough of that. Underway, Faceless Void and the Wisp taken out by Na'Vi. Alliance, they remove Doom. Still thinking about the next one. Based on what we've seen, though, who do you think is the favorite coming into this one? What's the gut read? Is this pretty close to a 50-50?
I'd say 70-30 for Na'Vi, but I looked at their previous series in 2020. Alliance beat them 5 times, so that's pretty impressive. Na'Vi didn't manage to take a single series off of them, and you know, Na'Vi just doing the same stuff all over again. If it's not fixed, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Chen Storm Spirit, seen it so many times where Chen just stacks multiple camps, one with the hero, one with the summon, and you know, Storm Spirit gets out of the jungle and has that like 10, 12-minute Orchid. All right, they're going to, you know, see how things are going, but still picking up Rubik. If you check their last matches, like you can see Chen and Rubik.
Yeah, we got to talk to Always Want to Fly a little bit about this whole like RodjER playing the Chen, and so he gets a little bit more room on the 4. So I take it that Rubik is probably just one of these supports that he's like more comfortable with, since he's kind of stepping into this role and just like dipping his toes. I actually thought they might go for the Life Stealer with like the Doom and the Void banned out, and the way V-Tune plays it. But certainly, I mean, now we have Life Stealer and Storm Spirit, huge considerations heading the next ban phase. And the question is for Alliance, what do they think they can handle? Or is the plan for this Chen lineup?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to go back and look and see if anybody had really tried this Earth Spirit against the Chen Storm, because he seems like a pretty good 4 that could get in and do it. And yeah, Liquid did that both games actually in that first series on day 1 of the group stage, where Na'Vi won games 2 and 3 with Storm Spirit Chen. Liquid had Earth Spirit in both of those games. So maybe not the solution I was thinking it could be.
Okay, so they're going to go with Lifestealer. If it's a ban, you don't have to spend a ban on it. That's pretty smart.
Big brain. Big brain.
He's got to ban all those other heroes like Slardar. He's still hanging out in this one. But with the Void and the Doom being on, that is still pretty nice, to be honest.
Yeah, very open-ended still.
I think historically, as Lacoste pointed out, like the fact that Alliance have beat them 5 times in a row probably isn't that surprising, just because we've all been watching the games over the past year and been struggling. But like right now, in terms of like now how hot each team is, Na'Vi just these guys are flying high, man. I'm very excited to watch them again.
Yeah,
I mean, how many players did Na'Vi change in 2020? Like, how many times did they change the roster? So no surprise that Alliance won. I already said yesterday or the day before that I feel like this Na'Vi lineup is one of the strongest ones they had in years, because seems like everything's working out. They seem pretty chill. We had an interview where he says, Iceberg just a bit tempered. I think he toned it down a bit. Just love the guy overall. I still remember one of the interviews during I think it was a Star Ladder. Not sure if it was 2018 or 19, where like I saw a spark in Iceberg where he just wants, to be the best. He wants to win. At that time, he was just, was this mid laner that has a couple of special heroes that he loves to play that no one kind of else played at that time. But, I could see him, with the attitude, I want to win, I want to beat these guys, and I'm actually glad that he's here right now.
All right. You still want to ban out this Storm Spirit, though, if you're Alliance, though, right? So we got the Slardar, as we talked about. There's a Morphling ban, which, yeah, sure, Morphling's
More,
pretty,
I think.
Yeah. But I still don't want to play against this Chen Storm. And it's not just the stacking, right? It's also the sendbacks. We brought that up a number of times. Storm, one of those heroes that benefits from that, like at an S tier level compared to most heroes, I'd say.
I mean, what would be more worth banning at this point? I guess like PA and
Spectre,
Troll.
apparently,
Spectre,
and
okay.
Witch Doctor. Whoa, where'd this guy come from? Good against Chen, I guess, right? Long duration stun on the creeps.
No one tried to pick this hero against the Chen. The Witch Doctor is pretty strong laner, depending like which build you want to go for. And he's really good against some of the heroes that are kind of rising in popularity, like Spectre. I mean, she's been there for a while, but Tide Hunter, where you can just dispel Maledict, standard stuff. Yeah. Once again, Beastmaster General, he tends to get a lot more these early items, like a set on Beastmaster, instead of going for a book, then getting a Solar Crest. He completely focuses on the laning stage. Like, I want to get the most out of it.
Yeah. Also, BKB piercing for the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
And a lot of kill power on this side of Alliance with these supports. Earth Spirit, Witch Doctor, that's some damage output for you.
10, 12-minute smoke rotation between those two heroes, right? Any sort of like aggressive mid or off lane to try and help out with that would be great. Man, Na'Vi are just saying, we're doing it. I mean, they know what they're picking. They're taking no time here in between. Yep. Shocking Storm Spirit pick here as Alliance come out with the Bloodseekers. So
a second silence
that can be a bit aggressive, but this is together, right?
Yeah, is this enough control for Storm? I mean, Witch Doctor has options. That Coconut can be pretty pesky in fights. You throw it, Storm dodges one, it still has another chance to hit him again, and it just takes one, right? And then some follow-up to lock him down. Abyssal Blade on Lifestealer, probably going to be a key item this game per usual.
I think Alliance had a pretty good read what Navi's going to pick if they leave all of these heroes in the pool, and it could be a well-set trap from Alliance. We want you to pick this hero because we know you will. You that this is a good ban. Last track, what Navi's missing is a carry hero. So they banned out Slark, kind of a V-Tune specialty. There's still, yeah.
I mean, the other V-Tune special would be the PL, but you know.
It's a good PL game. It really is.
Is it good enough for how good PL is, though, is the question. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it has to be like a really good PL game in its current state compared to like Team Age is still in too.
And Alliance still has last pick, so that's another factor. Actually,
kind of down for PL. The Manta's really good this game. Now you got me liking PL. Although they pick PL, then there's Puck. But would Puck be enough? Because that'd be a really good tether game at that point.
I think I would say yes.
Yeah.
That's some value
they
coil
might
right
actually
there.
just consider getting Puck right pick because it's a good vehicle for a lifestealer. They already have Earth Spirit, and against the Storm, it's just that good of a hero.
And a third silence on top of that. So be nice against Chen too. That's enough stuff that it feels like one Manta isn't enough, right? You need like a Lotus and some other items to help deal with all that.
I think banning something that can like facilitate the early push kind of. I mean, it was actually Na'Vi, I guess, who are banning faster heroes, but like, can we get away with like a jug this game? If they just wanted to play a jug game, Na'Vi could, right?
I think so.
Yeah, for sure. Because there's RodjER, the only spell pretty much that he needs to care about, and with the healing is enough sustain against the RodjER, especially like level 1 where you don't care too much about it. So possibly, like, I think PL is a good pick still. They just want to have a hero that comes online a bit faster than PL, because like having a Jug who can fight, having a Sven who comes online, I think they're looking for.
Yeah. And Line's just gonna hopefully they know what they're thinking of right now. It kind of sucks when you're spending all your reserve time on that base, but they really don't want to spend. And now Na'Vi with those fast drafts in the middle of the draft can actually take their time here, an extra minute of reserve to ensure that they're getting the exact hero they want.
Yeah. I'd be curious to hear the thought process, but we've seen some of these matchups of the Lifestealer versus Sven where it can be hard for the Lifestealer to maintain tempo if your early game doesn't go the way you want it to. The cleave is hard to keep up.
As fast as Sven, especially if there's no stacks being made. And, you know, when you have Sven with 2 items and you have Lifestealer with 2 items, Sven just wins.
That's a good point, though, about the stacks, actually, because we know that's what they want, right? With this Chen, the Storm Spirit. How good are they at invading for stacks right now? The Bloodseeker's pretty sick, right?
Bloodseeker's sick. Other heroes, not real.
Though, right?
Earth Spirit can contest it in terms of, you know, being there trying to get a kill on the guy, but he doesn't contest the stack. Neither does stacked camp. Like, what is Witch Doctor going to do? Use level 2 coconut 7 minutes in?
Well, PA now.
Right.
But Puck, do we still like Puck at all? That is somebody that can invade and clear some stacks.
I feel like they just run out of damage.
They don't have that hero that scales, so you might end with like a single core lineup, just having a Lifestealer against the Storm, Phantom Assassin, and all these buffs. It might not be enough.
No Lina.
They could Viper,
Phantom Assassin, and the Navi's snowbally lineup. Like if they get out of the laning stage with like 2-3k gold lead 10 minutes in, it might easily just snowball. Good Roche taking lineup, and like Lifestealer into Phantom Assassin. Yeah, Lifestealer, he wants to buy that MKB because it's a really good item on him. He lags damage, but Phantom Assassin with Deso, or if she goes like Battle Fury Deso, still does so much more than the Lifestealer early on.
Na'Vi can make way more mistakes in this game, I think. Alliance have to be like very fast, and they have to contest those stacks. We saw Liquid do that with the Earth Spirit, where he actually got a couple of kills on the Chen, but it didn't even matter because while he's killing Chen's creep was stacking other camps at the same time. So it didn't end up like being that big of a benefit for them. So yeah, Alliance, I can see how they win it, but I think it's more likely that Na'Vi get the W.
Okay, I like it, boys. Let's see what happens now. Game starting. We've got two casters once again, Killer Pigeon, Pycat. How we doing over there, boys? Are we ready for game one?
I'm super excited. I mean, this is one of the classics, isn't it, Pycat? You know, Na'Vi versus Alliance, different members, but when you think of those matchups in the history of Dota, it's got to at least be in your top 10, if not your top 5.
I mean, how can you not give El Clasico more credit than that? You know,
I know. I want to see where you're gonna slide it, because I was thinking, Pycat, he was at TI3. What was the most memorable moment for you? Because I think of most people, it was that grand final, was that matchup, those two teams. Was that your kind of special memory from there, or did you have someone else?
I mean, it's just, I guess, just all the games that you played as well. But of course, the grand finals was it was a very special grand finals. It was just, you know, very back and forth up until the very end, and it was very fun to watch.
I mean, hopefully we'll see something similar here. What Alliance would have done back in those days, right? You can see how they could start to rat early. They can kind of push down these towers quickly. Surprisingly, something we're seeing between these two teams. I'm surprised Alliance let the Phantom Assassin through. As I believe it was Nikobaby just the other day that set an all-time high on damage done for a PA.
Yeah, at the same time, you know, it was a last big PA, and you know, if they don't want it themselves, then without the Magnus, you don't always have to be concerned about the hero. Still, we'll see kind of what V2 can do with it. I think this game really could go either way, honestly. I think obviously Na'Vi, they're gonna outscale Alliance, I think, but I think Alliance, they have some really strong kind of, like, if the puck gets off to a good start and Earthspirit gets some levels, I think Alliance have some very good ways of controlling this mid game, like early mid game. They're going to be very strong there, and the Lifestealer could have a really good game.
Yeah, the mid game does look pretty potent. I guess the concern I am going to have a little bit, because we highlighted it with different teams yesterday when we saw the Lifestealer as this one core right clicker lineup. It does feel like the weak way when it gets drafted right now, right? When you've got this Lifestealer, but you haven't got this kind of bulky, hard right clicker to back him up from the mid lane. It's not something that Puck usually is these days.
No, and also kind of, I mean, already looking kind of at how S4 appears to be itemizing, he's going for this earned boots. It means he's not going to go for some, you know, very hard scaling build. But we'll see, you know, there's some chances for him to transition.
Cheap.
Very early first blood there.
Yeah, they just ran him down with the vision from the Hawk. Able to get a kill on Witch God. Kind of an unexpected one at level 1 as well when you've leveled the cask.
Yeah, and also when you only have the Fable. Rubik.
Maybe FNG. He's like, oh, CIS, usually they're my teammates. Well, he's trying to pummel in, always want to fly and get some vengeance. Not able to finish him off though, so Rubik does get away with it. I'm still trying to route my brain around how that kind of kill happens. I mean, FNG must have been heavily out of position for that takeoff to occur.
Yeah, I don't really think that kill should be occurring. I mean, Witchfighter has some very garbage armor against the boar and the multiple right clicks. You know, it can be dicey, but it shouldn't really occur.
Maybe it's one of those, well, if we get the first blood out of the way, we won't have to worry about it any longer.
Yeah, and I mean...
No, they're not able to get him this time. Or are they? They're lifting him back. They're going to fade bottom down. He does die again. At least this time they'll take always want to fly in return. It looks like he actually might live. Yep. Level 1 Maledict is a mild tickling. All right, preview into how that happens. I mean, the difference here is that's level 2 of a lift compared to the first one. I'm not liking FNG's odds at this rate because it's looking like a death level.
Yeah, no, the lane is... I'm not entirely sure. You know, the Witch Doctor pick, there's a Chen, but... Okay, so he just suicides to the tower there.
Yeah, he didn't want to wait too long. Just to wait so long to not actually give over any gold. And of course, denying leaves you on the sideline for 30 seconds still.
Yeah, and also kind of off of the fact that I think that Always Wanna Fly was very low HP for a very long time. S4 has sort of gotten to a pretty decent position in this game. RodjER here potentially might get gone on.
A little trouble here. Bloodright does a lot of damage. They can't really finish him off, and of course he can just keep healing up. The thing is, even with those kills happening in the top lane, CS-wise, it's looking good for Na'Vi, especially in that mid lane where LIMMP's already starting to build a lead.
Alliance, you mean?
Oh yeah, Alliance.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, LIMMP is doing. It's they're not very far apart, right? Storm is up a few denies, and now with the creeps dying, he's just down a creep.
But the difference here is when if you get 6 around the same time, the pot can potentially kill you, right? With the Dream Coil.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the safe lane, right, Nikobaby is kind of just completely free farming. In general, has gone for this once again. I'm not a huge fan of this build, to be honest, especially against Lifestealer. This double bracer build. It makes you very tanky, and you can kind of man-fight some heroes in the lane. It's just Lifestealer might not be one of those, as, you know, Nikobaby's gone for this chainmail, so he gets the additional armor. He has the Feast, which does even more damage. Or, well, not more damage, but gives you more lifesteal.
I tell you, if there's any person who's going to build at least 2 braces on every hero, it is General of the offlaners. I can't think of anyone that I think is as obsessed with that item in terms of like early pickups. A little bit of pressure coming out around the mid lane. LIMMP, he's going to be lifted back here. Does get the illusory orb out though. And Vortex
and
wasn't
also
cooldowns.
Iceberg getting that rune, the 4-minute rune is going to be very. It's going to be quite big, I think, for this lane. LIMMP has to probably ferry out south, and he has to wait for this 5-minute rune now. He has to play a little bit, a bit careful here.
Yeah, and Iceberg, he'll be able to reach that 6 we talked about first. It's not like you can quickly try and turn this. The illusion, of course, makes it very hard to manipulate with the silence on pop. I keep checking in on top where General continues to pummel Nikobaby. It's just like you said though, you know, the double bracer against a hero that wants you have more health, not really the most effective of items.
No, and once Nico gets to his face boots, this lane is just. I mean, there's not really gonna be any way of pressuring him, at least with these 2 heroes until
It's
Beatnuts
okay.
gets 6.
They don't
FNG,
kill
though,
him. Yeah, they kill
not
FNG
really having-
instead.
Not the best of times.
I mean, I'm not going to say it's part of the plan, but I guess the argument for it is he's at least drawing all the attention away from Nikobaby, who's CSing pretty well. Like, you look at the difference, right? General only has 16 last hits, and Nikobaby already on 30.
Yeah, at the same time, they are giving away quite a bit of gold to both the Beastmaster and the Rubik. And also, you kind of look at the net worth difference right now. Like, the fact that the Chen is like, I mean, he's some 800 gold away, 800 gold ahead of the Switch Doctor. I think the Switch Doctor is in a very awkward position right now. He also went for the Voodoo Restoration here.
Oh, they almost get RodjER, but they bait themselves in. Handsken's going to be brought down as a result. They tried to even it up. I mean, getting a point in Voodoo Restoration isn't the end of the world, right? Like, usually you do it on lanes where you need that sustain, and Nikobaby wishes he had that. As they actually do bring him down, Vengeance will be had, though. LIMMP rotation, nets him a double kill.
Yeah, it's very good for this puck to kind of be a bit active early on. I mean, especially when you find a DD, right? You go top, he gets some additional level, some gold. He's pretty much a full level ahead of the Storm. If he wants to go for this early blink, you know, he can do so, or whichever way he wants to go, he can.
He can kind of dictate the pace. Like, this is the type of game, I'm not saying he's going to rush Nags, but like 2nd or 3rd item, you know, if you see the BKBs being rushed by Na'Vi, that can completely screw over both the Storm and the PA in this game. So, LIMMP getting off to a good start bodes well for Alliance.
Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, it's a very good X game for Puck here. A lot of these heroes, I mean, both Storm and the PA, they value their mobility in fights so much. It becomes very useful to be able to kind of lock them down, and you also have this Blood Rite on top of this. Just the Witch Doctor, you know, he can channel his ult.
Found General. FNG definitely contributed so far. This is kind of the difference. Once you have 2 points in Maledict, I think that's why you were highlighting that you've done for the 1-1-1 build, right? It's like level 1-2 difference for Maledict is day and night.
Yeah, it's also just, you know, going for this 1-1-1 build that feels like you're just, you know, you're a jack of all trades, master of none.
Iceberg. Oh, this is not a trade that's favoring him. He's going to be ticked down. He does at least get the kill on FNG, but they force the rotation, always want to fly, and they get LIMMP away. And while that's happening, Spirit is brought down in the bottom.
Yeah, V-Tune did go for this early Mask of Madness. Soon got the power treads. And he's sitting quite comfortably up. at the top of the first.
Yeah, we just see these type of items, right? Like possibly he goes for Battle Fury afterwards. I don't know if he. Do you feel like you need something a bit more aggressive like the Deso instead, though? If you go Battle Fury, you playing maybe for a late timer that could cripple you against Alliance's lineup?
I do think he could go for the Battle Fury if he wanted to. It does look like he's going to queue up the Deso here, which is going to make him, very, very strong in this kind of early mid game. However, there is a Battle Fury being queued up. Can you guess by who?
Oh, as the Lifestealer, of course. Again.
It is.
I mean, we saw this, I believe it was just yesterday, and a lot of people kind of confused on why Lifestealers would do that. I mean, it's a POS one. First rule is, you want to hit creeps. In that game, he was against the tree, and so I theorized there was a second reason. He just wanted to cut down all the trees and plant the tree. In this game, it doesn't have that added benefit. General, that's a lot of pain. He's gone. This is kind of the potency of the drop. It is always focused around LIMMP. So they're starting to adjust that. Because I feel like while LIMMP's got a good start to this game, there have been situations where you can almost feel, especially when he TP'd bot, he's reacting to something Na'Vi is doing and can't really capitalize on it.
Yeah, once he gets the blink, it's going to be a little bit easier for him to be, active rather than active rather than just reactive. And yeah, I mean, he's still a bit away from the blink dagger here. But I'm quite surprised though by this Battle Fury build on the Lifestealer. I mean, generally, this item takes you to the later stage of the game, where I would kind of favor Na'Vi.
Yeah, unless he's kind of expecting, I'm gonna get great time in Nikobaby, he's not gonna be able to like keep up in terms of farm, but they will in terms of kills. FNG gets found out. LWAYSWANNAFLY is being pressured, but he's got the one, so the Maledict shouldn't be enough, and the Blood Riot is off the mark. Well, I'm just being pressured onto, but LIMMP doesn't have the Dream Call, so he just has to back away. And that's kind of the concern, is you're going to be inactive on this Lifestealer. As activity occurs in the mid lane, LIMMP does get the Dream Call out. Damage done by the Earth Spirit, and the Loser through will kill off the Rubik. And now Rupture being thrown out onto Iceberg. He's out of mana, and he's out of luck here. Needs some assistance. RodjER does back him up long enough that they have to back away on the side of Alliance, and it does allow him to TP out.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing that kind of surprises me is just I just feel like Alliance might be lacking in firepower for quite a while in this game if you don't get to have this active Lifestealer here. The Bloodseeker doesn't have the most amazing start. It's not awful by any means, but Iceberg though.
Oh, whoops! If you can time it to the Maledict ticks, he just needs to, because it's going to hurt a lot otherwise. They do get the kill to Chen though, but for what they committed to not get the Storm Spirit in the end is going to be a pain in the ass. I think you're right as well about this Lifestealer, right? Because what we see so far is Alliance, they just constantly throw bodies. And you look and you go, man, imagine if they had the fifth member here. Like, they just run them over here, be a tower afterwards. They're committing a lot and arguably not getting the big kills that you expect them to, as they'll look for Rubik now. But once again, it's not one of those big kills.
They should get LWAYSWANNAFLY here.
Yeah,
no, but yeah, the thing about this Lifestealer Battle Fury is, right, these heroes, they have some decent damage, but against this Chen, when you get the mech on Chen, if the Lifestealer is not active by then, it's going to be very difficult. You're going to be fighting against these summons, potential Roche. It's very easy for Na'Vi to take Roche and give this Aegis Storm pretty much at any point.
Well, Alliance are once again going aggressive because General was found in their jungle. He used the Primal Roar, but he's not able to punish S4 for it. They did bring him down. I think you're right. That's another thing, right? Like when you look at Alliance's draft, they don't have any good Roche takers. While on the side of Na'Vi, they've got a Beastmaster and a PA. It'll be very easy. One mistake. I think the panel hit on it, right? Like Alliance can make very few mistakes. Na'Vi have a more forgiving draft in this game.
Yeah, I mean, their scalability is just better. I think the big thing in this game might become like the puck axe. Like the way I do see Alliance scale in this game is, I mean, if their supports are actually able to scale, which by the looks of things right now, they're not in the best shape, but if you could at some point start like thinking about which stock you're getting towards axe and things like this, like in conjunction with the puck axe and Earth Spirit getting pretty beefy, I think then they could. Then we could be looking at some dangerous later stages of the game, even for Na'Vi.
I think the kind of weird thing with Witch Doctor, as what we've seen has been a problem here for a while, is like, in theory, you give him a lot of gold, you know, get ads, you feel very powerful, but like in terms of relevance in fights, it's more XP dependent, and he's going to get a little bit more XP in his pocket with this kill on the General. They are trying to turn around. LIMMP able to dodge out the incoming damage, but FNG not so lucky. Nikobaby trying to run for the high heels, now in trouble. Nice silence comes out. Iceberg though, he'll just TP away every time. This is the solution. When in doubt, TP. There's nothing Alliance can do about it.
Yeah, it's a good thing to have an infest target like that. I mean, one of the cool things here in this game is that they are going to have infest targets.
Again? Well, the infest did go off. Here we get a 10 kill, but the damage is too high. Life Stealer and Earth Spirit down, hunting for more. They'll find the puck, and LIMMP is silenced up, so he's gone. The Alliance, it looked like they were safe. They were on the high ground. There's no way Na'Vi would push into him, right? Wrong. And
yeah,
Nikobaby has not changed. Oh wait, there we go. Wait, no, he's got the next item in mind, but he's committed to this Battle Fury now. There's no change in his mind.
No, I mean he's already got the two swords. It's too late to go back now. You gotta stick with it.
You have to brunt it because it's gonna get a bit more rough. The Deso is now coming out to V2, and the next time you lose a fight like that, if there's anywhere near the Roche pit, you can already see where this is going. And they have the Storm Spear on their team. Kind of an effective hero with an Aegis, I'd say.
No, the Roche is gonna die incredibly quickly. General has the medallion. He's got the maxed out Inner Beast. You have the Chen creeps.
Dream Call. They whiff the Dream Call. They roll in. They do actually silence him. They chain silence him, so Iceberg will go down. But will Vengeance be had? Yep, V2 jumps in on FNG. RodjER thrown out and always want to fly. Roll out by Handsken is successful. So they get the big kill. Need to be careful not to hemorrhage any other kills as Na'Vi are in the neighborhood. But quick. And that's kind of surprising. I guess one of the kind of awkward things I was going to say with Alliance is outside of LIMMP, their lockdown is really limited against these very mobile cores of Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, they rely on kind of on the Earth Spirit. I mean, it's not very easy for Witch Doctor and Earth Spirit to actually catch out a storm, you know, unless he's just sitting on a creep wave, you know, not moving. Sure, you can do it, but they're going for this Yules on the Bloodseeker. It's gonna help a bit. Storm is definitely quite an elusive target.
Yeah, he hasn't queued up the next time. I'm kind of hoping he's gonna go. BKB is probably the way, especially seeing his puck stopping off for a Yules before thinking about an Ags.
Yeah, I think if they manage to get the Roche, I think he might go towards the Bloodstone. Otherwise, you know, BKB seems like a fairly reasonable choice. I don't think a lot of people go Yules anymore. You can, of course, do it once in a while, but...
Oh, no, I was talking about LIMMP stopped off for Yules, so
LIMMP.
He's not going to be as quick to his Ags, right? So, like, you go, oh, okay, BKB, I could probably get it in time that is useful.
No, sure.
We see have one right now. He's going to snap the Dream Call. Blood right thrown down. Try and protect him. Left to interrupt. Handsken is in too deep now and in trouble. Crit gets him. And the Dragon on the LIMMP means he's going to fall as well as they get rid of the Fairy Dragon. And with that, that's the move we were looking for. Straight into the pit for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Alliance their timing was just kind of off there. I'm not sure exactly how the communication went there, but I mean, that should be a fairly easy kill. It's just a coil into a Blood Rite. It's, you know, it shouldn't really be... It should be difficult to miss that one. And I think Storm should just die, and you know the engagement looks different. But now, two dead heroes from Alliance into an instant Roche with Storm Spirit with Aegis. Now it's go time for Na'Vi. They should be able to just control this top lane and mid lane, and you know potentially take 1 or 2 towers here.
A bit odd from Alliance. Hopefully they can fix the next fight. Maybe they just need to simplify their comms to what 404 are doing right now. Just da and divide. Like I said, these should be simple combos to execute. Whenever you use Dream Call, the follow-up should be pretty straightforward. It's just the Dream Call that needs to be hit right. It's S4, he's been hit in the face by multiple heroes, left to die, and he still hasn't even got his Yules.
Yeah, but the thing is, you know, it's not a Dream Carl anymore, right?
So, that's true. We need the ability to swap heroes mid-game. I don't know if they're boot camping together. Maybe just looks and goes, S4, you want to play puck?
Maybe just reminiscing of days of, you know, gloried past.
Do you find yourself doing that often?
No, I have no glory to speak of.
I mean, does this feel good to you, going from player to commentator?
I mean, what do you think?
Hey man, I want to hear it straight from the source's mouth.
It's okay, to be honest. It's
I mean, look at it like this. You could be FNG and LIMMP. Whoops.
Playing can be quite stressful,
Exactly.
Here, I'm just.
You enjoy it. You just.
Yeah,
you're always
I do.
a winner, right?
I get to. Yeah, I'm always a winner. It's a good feeling. So, I get to enjoy just watching the games.
Like, there's no one going, well, there's no one in the chat going, well, why did PyCat build that item? No, you get to sit here and talk about why those people build that item. No matter who wins, you can be excited about the dotes you get to watch. It's the stresses of being a player, Like, imagine FNG right now. He's just sighing every time he looks at how many times he's dying in this game.
Yeah, he's having a pretty rough one so far.
It's got a lot of kills, but I think that's kind of the upside downside of the Witch Doctor pick, right? It usually seals the deal with these Maledict kills, but you don't really feel like you can find a great item off the back of that gold influx to buy.
No, it's a little bit difficult. I think right now Alliance, the thing is, it feels like they need so many things, right? Like Nikobaby, he needs to get, he wants to get the AC so he can survive, but he also needs to get the MKB so he can actually fight the PA. He kind of needs a Basher so he can, lock down the Storm. They need the Axe on Puck, and well, the Witch Doctor, he needs a lot of things.
I mean, if he got an Axe, that'd be great, as long as he doesn't get one hit crit by the PA. But it's like, he's gone for this Veil, and I'm sitting there going, okay, now you kind of want, I'd say you want a Glimmer Cape if you're even thinking about an Axe later on, because otherwise you will be crit one hit. Uh-oh. Puck's been found. Should be able to get away, but he has to use the Dream Core to retreat. He'll still get dragged in, a lot of damage being dealt.
And I think the coil just got stolen by the...
It did. Connects onto two. There is race to get one out, but S4 is going to stun himself. Yours used by the Storm Spirit. Rollins on point on Iceberg. Blood right down as well. Able to ball lightning away, but not far enough. He is going to give over the Aegis, but reinforcements on the way. You see V2 coming in from the enemy jungle means that Alliance have to retreat away from this.
Yeah, I think you should be pretty happy with this if you're Alliance. Puck kind of got caught off guard for a minute there, and he also gives away the coil, and still you just managed to walk away with taking out the Aegis.
Now V2, he's looking for blood. The Bloodseeker finds him first, down to half HP already after tandem fight because the Rupture is on him. Cast zones away reinforcements, they get him with the Infest. They'll chase forward, always want to fly, trying to bring him down quick enough here. He's got the Maledict on him. They need a few more hits, but he gets the Infest. They're able to escape for the moment, but jumps out immediately into his death. I'm kind of surprised he didn't stay inside. S4 runs in like a madman, gets the Yules out. There's a lot of mana on Iceberg, which means he's going to run down and kill off the Bloodseeker. Look to make his escape, but not much mana left. Mistakes have been made, and he used the illusion. No! He catches himself on the high ground. They'll just run him down and finish him off. It's a triple kill for Nikobaby. And you can already see that LIMMP's hunting for more.
I mean, Iceberg got very, very greedy there. He just went for this kill on S4. I mean, it's a level 12 Bloodseeker with the Yules, This kill means pretty much nothing. And yeah, he gives a triple kill to Nico, who's now very close all of a sudden to this AC.
It is definitely peculiar. It's almost like he saw the Bloodseeker run at him still. He's like, no, I can't let him get away with that. He's yours me. I will deal with him now. I mean, it's kind of that type of hero, right? Storm Spirit, where you start to get a good start. You feel good about yourself. You feel like you play a little bit too cocky, and then you slip and fall, and you break your ankle. And hopefully he learns from that death and readjusts in future engagements, because the Alliance have proven they can still bite back here.
I mean, I think that Na'Vi kind of just gave them the pretty much only way that they can really win fights. It's by killing this PA before the fight starts. And that's precisely what happened. The Litun just got, he was way too deep. And he just gets caught. And there's no fighting for Na'Vi without the PA. We might see him, he might potentially go back for a BTB after now. He finished the Satanic, so still some good timings here with both the Deso and Satanic. But the Lifestealer now is going to be quite durable towards this. I mean, he's got the Dragon Slit Scale, he's got the Face Boots, he does have the AC, so PA is not going to deal all that much damage to him right now.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't this mean with the status resistance, you just take the Maledict ticks even quicker? So if you get kind of insta-burst, which Alliance has a lot of burst damage, you may end up killing yourself before you can respond.
Wait, what? Oh, you
Because
mean like that?
the Maledict instances, they
Yeah.
take quicker, right?
I'm actually curious. It might actually work like that. Yeah.
Rolling. Handsken gets caught here. Sounds going to come out. He has to run away, but this is the thing about the blade mail. So please don't touch me. I am FNG. He gets touched pretty hard by V2, though. They'll chase forward for more. Spirit Low will be ran through. Primal Roar thrown out by General. He's still alive for the moment. Throws out the axis as well. The Dragon Nikobaby brought him down. Life still a dead for 65. S4 trying to run away, but is being slowed down. The Blood Right being dodged out. Yules buys him 2 more seconds before his inevitable death. Once again, Na'Vi taking a favorable fight. And I mean, Alliance, they're the ones who went hunting for that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the Lifestealer, if you get solo crested and the PA is just hitting you with Mask of Madness activated and you are stunned, then you are going to die. Or if you're fighting multiple heroes, you're still going to die. But I think Alliance, they needed to kind of understand that the way that they were winning this fight was by killing this PA. She still doesn't have a BKB and not even going for a BKB. I mean, if you want to win these fights, this PA has to be dealt with.
Yeah, it's not even like you're going after their kind of save or their resets, right? You're going for the Storm Spirit, the other elusive hero. So you're not getting rid of all the heals the Chen brings. You're not getting rid of this BKB piercing stun from the Primal Roar. You're going after the Storm Spirit, who really isn't the king of this game.
No, and he also does have a BKB, so I mean, going for the Storm is very difficult at this point. I think the way you win a fight is by managing somehow to kill this PA.
Cool.
And once again,
big PA. Nice little meal. Tasty. Tastes like FNG. Whoops. Look at that. Second meal. The second course is a freshly sliced serving of Handsken. V2 will not be served dessert on this meal, but we might have an all-you-can-eat dessert buffet later if any other Alliance heroes are found in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, they might get a little bit of a little afternoon snack here in the roach pit over there. There's some big rock, maybe a cheese if you're fortunate enough.
Is this the type of game where you're willing to share? I think you still give the Aegis to Iceberg, because I don't think V2 needs it at this stage.
No. You probably still give the Aegis to the Storm. It's fine. The cheese would do just as well, I think, on the PA.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's not got me thinking about which one of these heroes, like what kind of food would they be? I mean, Iceberg's obvious. He's Iceberg less. What would V-Tune be?
Oi. V-Tune. I mean,
maybe like a veal. That's all I've got.
I don't know.
Well, let's see if they can eat this there. Oh, no. Even being this bulky, Handsken doesn't want to make that mistake, but mistakes have already been made. The Rupture's thrown out, they jump out on the V2. It was Titanic heal up, though. They're in trouble inside of Alliance. They need to get through V2, but they can't. Lifestealer gone again. Handsken's going to fall. Hunt forth for more, and they'll find it as they bring down LIMMP. And that is a desperate plea for mercy from FNG as he activates his ultimate and they chase him in his base. The buyback comes out from LIMMP. But for what? I mean, right now, Alliance looks just dismantled by Na'Vi.
I think the way things are looking, I don't think V-Tune is the meal. I think he's the one eating, I think Alliance are
I think he's like a giant butt, though. He's just kind of antlers down, beating the crap out of everyone. Oh, good God. He's found the dessert. S4. Creme de la creme. We would like to point out that we are not responsible for any feelings of hunger that viewers may experience while listening to this commentary.
Burgers.
Is that how V-Tune visualizes Alliance members? Just a nice cheap Mackie D's hamburger over there. I'll go get that one too.
You just wanted some more snacks,
I think he got enough snacks, okay? Like 14-1-6. I mean, if you're not approaching obesity at that point, I don't know when you do reach it. That was kind of crazy coming out from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, it all happened very quickly. I think once the PA kind of got the ball rolling, I think just a few of these kills, everything just started to escalate so quickly. The PA got really fat. I mean, Alliance had that one chance when they got the PA. They sort of made this brief comeback, but then they kind of just initiated onto Na'Vi once again and not killing the PA and just it was all over from there. And I think, I don't know, to me, looking at this Alliance draft, I feel like it's a very similar sort to a lot of these other games we've seen where there's this position 1 lifestealer. You just rely on this guy to do all the lifting. I also think the build from the lifestealer, I'm not very fond of this. I feel like the timing of for Alliance as heroes to be strong, I think it's way earlier than that. And I think for you to survive this game, you need to have this lifestealer fighting for you to fight for your other heroes so that they also can become strong. With that said, I think it's difficult.
I was gonna say, do you think that's like the obsession that a lot of teams have now, right? Is like we always talk about this backup plan, this late game scenario, right?
Mhm.
Do you think Alliance were too fixated on that when really their goal should have been, look, our draft is all about kind of winning the mid game. So we need to build in a way that lets us up on the high ground that like 25 or 30 minutes in max.
Yeah, I think they definitely need to invest into, much earlier fighting. At the same time, I really don't like the support duo of Alliance, which Dr. Earth Spirit against the Storm Spirit. It's incredibly difficult to play this matchup. Just the Bloodseeker also seems like another support, and same kind of goes for the Puck. So you're stuck with this 1 core lifesteal. I think it's doable, but it's just very difficult. I feel like Navi just have a way easier kind of task at hand.
Most definitely. And Storm Spirit and PA prove themselves the kings and queens of these games. As we continue in, we're going to go to a short break. And when we return, we'll have game number 2, where we hope Alliance can maybe give us a bit more bite. Let's see if they can even this up, because Navi are leading.
game where you want to, keep the pace with the Phantom Assassin who comes online quickly with that Mask of Madness Deso, and then she gets Satanic, which I think is a kind of a game-winning move here where you don't need a BKB, but you also want to have like the status resistance. You want to have an item that allows you to lifesteal off and kind of have a second life. All these heal, great against Maledict. I think it's hard for Alliance when Lifestealer goes for this kind of a build to keep fighting 4 versus 5 while he's just farming with the Battle Fury. In certain games, I'm fine with Lifestealer Battle Fury. I just don't think this was a game for it.
The other thing, too, for the PA is going that early Mask of Madness, that doubles as a farming item a little bit. So it's not like she was 100% all in on kills. You still have a way to clear out that jungle pretty quickly and have some sustain. So I think it was really a smart build from VTune and pretty darn cool.
When you look at these lineups, you see like a lot of auras, you have a lot of heals, you have minus armor, you have some minus armor coming out from Beastmaster getting that medallion. And you take one good fight. Maybe if you need to use a buyback or 2, you secure the Roche. It's kind of an easy Dota that Navi played in the last game.
That was nice. It was just really good timing there with the Mask and the Death. So I can kind of see how the Battle Fury maybe could work if the PA obviously went for 1-2, right? And then you're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have a small a window maybe before her where I'm relevant and stuff. But once PA went that build, the game just felt way too hard for Alliance. And we saw that coming in the draft, and the Puck pick. Puck's still a pretty cool hero and everything, but it just came down to that problem of like Puck is not a one that can like carry the game. It can't become a 1 right out of that mid roll,
Yeah.
Puck did his job. Like he did what he could, where he was super active. He was involved in 9 out of 10 kills early on. So many calls, going for the right targets, but still, like, you need someone to dish out the damage. They were kind of limited on the damage output, and I like this approach. They're swapping things around. They banned out Chen, so no more Chen Storm combo.
Finally.
Tusk as an opener, plus Dead Prophet. I just love these 2 heroes. You have a lot of sustain. Tusk, one of my favorite position 4s. Kind of sad that he's not picked more. I think this could be one of the picks that, change things around. Good snowballs, good shards. You have BKB piercing ability, tag team that works on Roche.
Why over Rubik, though? I feel like Rubik's just kind of like better Tusk in a lot of ways. Or not like, sure, there's gonna be scenarios
Alliance
where Tusk
doesn't play
is better.
for Rubik, Trent.
Well, they can, can't they?
They can do anything, but do they? No, not really.
Handsken is a really good Rubik.
Like I said, he can do anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree. Like, I want Tusk to be good because I like the hero, but then oftentimes that's what I end up asking myself is just like, if I don't know anything about the enemy team, it just feels like Rubik's going to be better. So, we'll have to see what. Usually, when Tusk gets good, it's because of some sort of a combo, like the way that Alliance used to run it with like the Tusk and the Wind Ranger.
The other big thing that you can't forget about is the save. That's one thing Rubik doesn't bring to the table. More dynamic in other ways, but the snowball save is pretty uniquely Tusk in that way.
Yeah, for sure.
Doom Phoenix, though. Pretty cool. Seeing some Doom action here. I'm still thinking Grimstroke could be an option anytime a Doom gets picked up like this early on in a draft.
Possibly, yeah. It's just this type of lineup, Doom Phoenix opener, a lot of percentage-based damage, which is always going to be strong. I just think, like, Doom can be played as 4. We've seen that yesterday. Can be run as a mid laner, off laner, pretty much any role besides, position 5 and position 1. And Phoenix also very flexible, so they're not showing anything yet. If you want to have a Grimstroke, that's fine. You might be a bit limited on how you're going to execute this type of lineups where you don't have that guy that, just runs in until Doom picks up a Blink Dagger and then you follow it after the Grimstroke ulti. But I still prefer lineups with, straight up, I'm going to blink in.
There it is.
We're going to do this, or we're going to pick Snapfire, get Aghanims fast, and just spit one guy out. And that's how we start a team fight.
Could also be a 5 Snapfire. Just a great tool against the Phoenix Egg with that little shredder. It's the pick that
Yeah,
I was
this
thinking
is,
of. And makes perfect sense.
They already have low armor, right? On the Doom and the Phoenix. And now you have the minus armor potential from the little Shredder, although that's not usually very relevant versus heroes. But you have Exorcism, you have Tusk roaming against low armor heroes is awesome when you're like level 7. Like 4 points in tag team, and you go up for a Walrus Punch on somebody, it's like 700 or 800 damage if they're low armor.
So is this the counter to Snapfire Ag? She spits them in and you glimpse them back?
A little
Is
bit
that
of
the-
I'm
ping
saved.
Is that the play?
pong. Or you see a guy, he's flying, you know who the target is, you just drop a static storm on top of
Yeah,
your
and,
guy.
they're spinning in a circle. There's these ghosts swirling around them, maybe. Seems like a good person to drop a big blue nuke on.
Okay.
A
Okay.
little bit of a punish there.
Sure.
No, I think it's a good response to Tusk, where like in the mid games where he will have a blink dagger, it does not allow him to save people with the snowball because of the static storm.
Okay. Good call. Weakness of Disruptor, though, if he's on the 5, tends to be one of the more punishable 5s. Does put out some damage with that Thunder Strike, but not the best at sustaining a position 1 that needs a lot of help.
Yeah,
And that might
if
limit
he's
their
caught
choices.
outside of position, like he can be very punishable, but Disruptor still find him as a strong position 5. A lot of harassment, like you need to bring a ton of regen when you're playing against this hero.
Yeah.
I love this alliance draft, though. I mean, right from the beginning, like Doom, Phoenix, the 2 heroes instantly come to mind are Snapfire, Jug, and they just still get them in the next phase. They tried to target down some of those offlane heroes instead, but I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good about alliance right now.
All right. A lot of flexibility for Na'Vi. This pick should bring things into focus a little bit. 30 seconds of reserve time left.
They probably want their 1 versus the Jug, right? Like the Sven's still in. That's the one that stands out the most. Would really help some of these low armor allies.
It's Slardar instead. Someone else that can really pressure Jug, especially in that laning phase.
So mid
Okay.
Doom then?
Yeah, most likely. So they wanted to have someone that, can deal with the Juggernaut, apply some more burst damage, and amplify carry to carry matchup. That's what Slardar is. Like, this is one of the strongest offlaners right now because pretty much all of the strongest carries are melee ones.
And there's
Except
still
Range.
Jug. There's still Sven. So what's our third option if they ban those 2? Or sorry, there's still Sven and there's still PA is what I meant to say versus the Jug. So what are your options? They banned the Viper. All right, good versus both of those heroes. They banned the PA. Will they ban the Sven right after?
Sven is really good because of the Warcry against Death Prophet, against Jug's Omnislash with the
And
extra
the
armor.
Dispel versus the Yules, right?
True.
Yeah, I think they'll probably just ban the Sven though. So what's left after PA and Sven though? Wait, is Void? No, Void's first phase. Okay. V2 and Heroes.
Terrorblade?
Well, there's Life Stealer. It's actually still in.
No, I think it could be a possibly better like Troll or Terrorblade game for
Yeah.
V-Tune. Here against the Jug, something that he doesn't like to play into.
Does V-Tune play Morph? Because
Pretty sure he does. Like,
Yep.
I don't like remember one of his Morphling performances, but he's been a very stable carry, so pretty sure he plays it.
Could be an option. We've seen him banned out pretty commonly also.
Yeah,
I think
what,
I
what
like
do we
Troll the
call him?
best.
V-Tune. Like he plays for Na'Vi. We can just call him Tune, right?
Wow, that makes a lot of sense. All
So
right,
you're
so
already
Tune.
stunned.
Look.
Like, what is this guy talking about?
Sorry.
Genius.
I'm looking at the hero list. Just,
I think Troll's the best for the lane with the Disruptor. It actually makes
Is it?
Disruptor kind of annoying because you can harass a bunch with the lightning, and then if they ever try and go on you, you get slowed by the Troll, and suddenly you're being like turned on.
We just haven't seen Troll perform well. Maybe that's why I'm skeptical. I don't know how to make the Troll work. I guess with Slardar, that
Well,
helps
what
a
if
lot.
you empowered him? Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
Now you're getting there.
Okay. Alliance, they're stumped as well. 15 seconds of reserve remaining.
Lifestealer, Sven, or Troll. Who do you ban?
They can swap things around. I'm just looking at the Alliance's draft. They could put Snapfire mid if they want to get the faster Aghanims and put the Death Prophet on the off lane.
Oh, Zyori with the snipe. They
More
banned the
flame.
water boy.
Oh, it's Slark.
Okay.
All right.
Double fish strat.
Yeah.
Pretty
I
good
guess-
with the disruptor, right? Because the big vision that you get during nighttime can lead to really good glimpse plays, and you're also working with the vision of the
Good.
amplify as well. So
Yeah.
very good
What-
glimpses.
What I like against Slark is Leshrac. Like, this is one of the heroes that just dumpsters Slark because of the AoE damage that he provides. Not sure if they have enough to actually fit it in, but okay, this is AoE. This is something that Slark should be afraid of. It's also Enigma into Doom, so you're going to always have something to cancel the black hole, which is really nice.
Although it is
See-
only Doom, right? There's nothing else reliable. So even that's not too bad for S4 to deal with.
So yeah, it's an S4 Enigma, and that means it'll be FNG Snapfire, so a support snap. Yeah, not the easiest Enigma game, but it does kind of tie their draft together. Alliance have some pretty nasty team fight options.
I like their safe lane of the Snapfire Jug. Like Snap 5 has fallen off a little bit, but Cookieing Jug and with the spin and with the minus armor too
It's
can
good.
be kind of nice.
Are we going game 3, gentlemen? Lacoste, is this a 2-0 for Na'Vi? What are you thinking here?
I just expected they're going to pick something else than Slark. With the Nigma pick, I feel like this is a very even matchup. I'd go like 50-50. I want to see how much Doom can get out of the laning stage. His priority into early fights is not going to be Enigma. He's going to go for different targets. But, at one point, he needs to start considering Enigma as a threat. And also, I want to see how that bottom lane is going to go. It's a strong lane. Tusk, Enigma, you will have Tusk roaming around. Enigma allows him to, just pull the lane back. And we might see some more aggressive rotations from Handsken. I'm all eyes on Tusk this game.
Yeah, my concern is the Tusk like trying to catch like the Phoenix. If he doesn't get him before the dive, obviously Phoenix is out. If he doesn't get the Slark, he can pounce out of the shards too. So a couple issues for the Tusk. I think the timing of the ultimates is gonna be the hardest thing to me for Alliance, which is why I would say it's more likely Na'Vi wins simply because I think they need really good exorcism timings in the early game as well as solid black holes. So yeah, I agree though. Look, mostly an even match.
All right, maybe a slight ease of execution advantage for Na'Vi, but we'll see. Shaping up for a good-looking game number 2. Let's head into the action. 2 casters again. KP Pycat, carry us through the game, please. We need you.
I don't know if you need us as much as Na'Vi are going to need V2 in this one. Because, Pycat, we're doing our typing in the background, scurrying around our keyboards. And you predicted this Slark pick, right? You predicted this double fish combo. And was it because this is just Na'Vi, it's their flavor? Or, do you see this as more of a Gyarados draft compared to a Magikarp?
I mean, it's the V2 and Slark, right? We saw it the other day. He just, he had a really good time. And sometimes when that happens, you feel like you want to go with it. It's also just, the matchup against Juggernaut, it's not bad, I would say. The old matchup when like Juggernaut used to go Manta Diffusal was kind of not very favorable for Slark because Slark hates dealing with mana burn, but people don't really go for the build that much anymore. So it becomes kind of nice for Slark. You can't really Omni Slash him. You can't really spin on him. It's just, it feels kind of good to play Slark. And then on top of that, you have the Slardar with you. With that said, I think that if Alliance go for this kind of tri-lane-esque kind of thing with the Tusk helping out the Jug and the Snapfire, and they can give him both Schmackaroo in the top lane, I think then Alliance are going to be a really good position. But otherwise, I feel like it might get spooky.
Yeah, I like that idea as well, right? Because we've seen that from Liquid a lot, is they draft this Enigma and they always just stick it on the offlane on its own, run a tri-lane top, which is, I want to say, a bit more unusual. A lot of teams seem to have kind of defaulted into this 2-1-2 meta for quite a long time now.
Yeah, it does look like Na'Vi are going to dodge this, though. Put the Slaughter bottom, let him play against the Enigma, which is kind of surprising. I guess the Crush is decent. Crush coupled with a Bash could kill some Eidolon and could do okay.
I guess for Na'Vi, is it kind of a case of, Enigma's always going to get something out of this. We'll just get levels of general. Our draft, I want to say Na'Vi's draft, it kind of looks simpler, right? You just go in and you kind of just press your buttons. Whereas Alliance, I want to say on paper it looks stronger in a big team fight scenario, but it does require very finite execution.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just like the Phoenix and Slark. The Phoenix and Slark, they both have like there's pounce and dives, so you can get away from the spin. You can be up here and just hit him with Essence Shift. And also, I think Slark does not really enjoy playing against Enigma. You can't really kill the Adlons, even with multiple points in Dark Pact. It's still very difficult.
Feels awkward as well. You're just running in and kind of killing yourself quicker at that point. They'll usually dish out 2 or 3 hits before you kill them.
Yeah, so kind of see how these lanes pan out. Some tri-lane action. It's been a while. I would definitely favor the Alliance lane though here. Both Scatter Blast, coupled with Tusk, the spin. I feel like they're gonna be very strong up here. I think Na'Vi need to play this on kind of a war of attrition. Just keep hitting whoever is up, hitting the creeps. Just hit them with the spells and hope that they're low before these engagements, because if it's a straight up fight, Alliance should be winning that.
Yeah, I think the most critical thing is going to be always want to fly's positioning from a Na'Vi defensive point, right? Because these other 2 heroes by level 2, they could easily opt for a point in their mobility, whereas the Disruptor is always going to be susceptible to this snowball and shards.
Yeah, I mean, level 2 is most likely when the action happens. We could see some stuff happen before that, but likeliness,
Yeah, you don't really have the follow-up lockdown, right? Because when you're on the Snapfire, you Scatter Blast plus Cookie is kind of where you kill. And with that level 2, you will have Tag Team. And I want to say they're likely to go for Snowball here, just because 2 out of 3 of those heroes will be able to get out of Ice Shards.
Yeah. And the other lanes, I mean, there's not that much to speak of. I think they're not going to be, full, very action-packed. Maybe something could happen in the mid lane, but it's rather unlikely, I would say. You have to kind of misplay quite heavily or find a rune or a rotation. And in this bottom lane, it looks like S4 did get off to a good start, but S4 is sort of catching up now with these denies.
Yeah, you mean general, right? Like 9-1 already. Yeah, the deniers are always a factor, but it's the case of you can't really stop the Slardar from getting his XP and gold in this lane.
Yeah. So, sorry, Slardar got off to a good start. But yeah, I mean, S4 is going to have these denies, so it kind of lessens the happiness of the Slark a little bit.
I guess the difference here is that the Slardar, after the laner phase, like he can just kind of sliver around, try and make kills happen, whereas the worry is you do have to be very careful with the Enigma, right? Like this Black Hole, it is quite a lethal tool, but the issue we've been seeing time and time again in the last few months is once you use it, if it's not the most god tier Black Hole, there's usually ramifications immediately afterwards for the next few minutes.
Yeah, now you can see General is really starting to take hold of this lane. Like what's happening now is he got his boots. So every time S4 makes these Eidolons, he just tries to run up. If he lands one stun, chances are he's going to kill at least 1, if not 2 Eidolons.
Oh, while that's happening, top lane, they do finally get the Disruptor. They bring him low and kill him off. FNG low as well, will die in return. But Nikobaby, he's the one who got the first blood, so a nice influx of gold into the pockets of the Juggernaut.
Yeah, he should be pretty happy up here. I mean, both carries for now are just kind of farming quite well.
Yeah, Lion's still a little bit confident about that, considering the amount of items FNG is now bringing out. Like the amount of items that dropped on the ground. Like, okay, better than Ikoria, lads. Now Nikobaby has those boots, so you will have the ability to just get on top of LWAYSWANNAFLY very quickly.
And Iceberg he's getting a bit pressured here in this mid lane.
A bit is an understatement here. I mean, LIMMP is the one who has to run away now, but they both very far and are drawn on next to 0 HP. Meanwhile, RodjER, he's diving deep here. I don't know what the plan here is, because FNG turns around with the Cookie and he's under tower. V2's chasing in. He has got the pounce. He's holding on to it. They'll get him with the Disruptor. The Disruptor will die in return for it. Maybe not very far, not good enough. They at least got the XP first. RodjER, however, if he dies as well, it's not looking good, but he's able to move away quickly enough with his boots.
Dire's top tower is in danger.
He should just be able to walk it off. Handsken has some mango here, but
What do you do?
To kill this Phoenix. He can always just pour it out if he wants to.
Well, you say that. Handsken is holding on to a point, but I don't know how you'd actually kill him even with a mango. So he's just going to poke and prod and make sure that RodjER doesn't run back the lane immediately. And that mid lane is getting pretty good for LIMMP. Because all that action at the top, that meant there wasn't any mischievous supports around the runes at the 4-minute mark. And LIMMP did find that DD, which has pressured Iceberg away from the lane for the time being. And RodjER, oh no, that is mistakes being made, my friend. Clarity up, Handsken can just run him down and kill him off. The bird has made mistakes here.
Yeah, the DD rune for LIMMP also helped a little bit. Just hitting the Doom a couple times casually.
Yeah, it looks like Iceberg. These wards, they actually just started warding up his jungle to try and prevent him from getting the glorious creeps he's looking for.
And it looks like Esports actually doing very well in this bottom lane on the Nigma. He's got quite a few denies here. Of course, the Eidolon's conversions making it easier, but still CSing quite well. Just keeping the Slaughter slightly behind in terms of experience, almost a full level. Yeah, lane's looking quite good for Alliance so far.
Yep, as they get another kill. Disrupting the top lane goes down. V2 is being pressured. He's already behind an XP compared to Nikobaby. Now, the interesting thing is General on that bot lane. He did go for an Uve, so his plan is to try and kill
Iceberg in the mid.
quick. Jason, they'll find him. Handsken's rotation on point and with a catapult wave, so a lot of damage going to be done to this tier 1 tower. RodjER. You might want to leave quickly here, bud. They offset some of the aggression on the tower at least, but this should be half the health of the tier 1 going anyway.
Yeah, this should be also a region rune for LIMMP. It's gonna get off to a very good start in this game.
Ooh, they can't catch him. RodjER's gone for the 2 points for Thunder Strike, so no cheeky glimpse plays. And so far, I mean, LIMMP, he's just dragging so much attention to this mid lane, and he's still just getting everything.
Yeah, both him and Nico are having great games so far.
Meanwhile, on the bot, General has sort of make his move on S4. He doesn't have any mana for a black hole, but Handsken's there to defend him at least, and it will cost him his life. He'll buy some time. He's got the crush. He will get it out and kill him off. But now General not able to get away himself as S4 picks up the kill.
S4 just got his mangoes delivered. Hurricane's up. I mean, he had the black hole if he needed it, but...
The kind of worrying thing is the Alliance are the ones rotate down here first. Like with the type of build that General has, the way that's going, you'd expect maybe one of Na'Vi's supports to be going down there first. Now, Na'Vi's support's trying to defend top, but V2 still feeling the pressure.
It's also the thing for Na'Vi right now is that their lineup feels really, really awkward right now, because if you look at the way the game is, the state of the game, they're getting pressured in pretty much 3 lanes. And how are you going to change the status quo? You know, you need to rotate, but who is going to make these rotations happen? It's, you know, you need to basically rely on this Doom to make a rotation.
Or the Slaughter,
or
maybe.
Slaughter to somehow kill S4.
Yeah, when he's done murdering the bot lane. It looked like S4, he didn't want to commit the black hole. I can kind of understand as well. General's way too tanky to kill at that point with it, seeing as he doesn't have a single point midnight pulse. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, Iceberg's trapped in the river. However, that Ice Shards has helped him escape from LIMMP. There is going to be a snowball up to the high ground to chase onto him. He has still got the Scorched Earth with a phase boost, trying to move away quick enough. He might just about survive this, but he needs assistance right now. Connect field, not good enough. Cryptswarm will get him in the end, just about. Like you said, the pressure continues. I think another part of this is the supports, right? Like we've seen this already multiple times from Handsken. He's now had a big impact in every lane. What's your comparative on Na'Vi? You've got a Phoenix and a Disruptor. Neither of these heroes are necessarily good rotators, and both feel greedy in terms of like XP requirements for supports.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? That's why it feels really awkward for them to go for this tri-lane up top. I'm not sure if they had different ideas of how the matchups would go in different lanes, but this tri-lane up top is...
Iceberg.
Nikobaby, though.
Yep. Catches him looking the wrong way. Kuroky to get him out, but it's going to be a glimpse back. A bit to finish him off. They could catch FNG if he's not careful as well. But nah, they didn't have the mana for the connect field, so they'll back away happy with that. I mean, that was probably the best kill you could get right now. LIMMP is not really feasible as a pick-off.
No, that's definitely kind of the best thing you can get. You also get the additional agility for start.
Mid. General. Party in the mid lane. He realizes that there are more uninvited guests that have arrived. It will cost him his life. LIMMP get max value out of that exorcism.
Yeah, V2 is once again going for this early diffusal blade on the Slark. It's going to be quite useful against a lot of these heroes.
They're hunting deep. Iceberg. A little bit close for comfort. If he lands on the other side of that shard, he's definitely dead there. I mean, Alliance, they're just making the rotation, securing this tier 1 tower very early. Before the 10-minute mark, in fact.
And S4 has queued up the Midas on a Nigma here.
All right, now rate this for me. Compared to the Battle Fury lifesteal last game, is this more reasonable?
Yeah, I definitely think it is. I mean, I would have expected him to go something like a Greaves, you know, into Blink, maybe BKB, but I think this is totally fine. I mean, it's just not what I would say kind of the usual type of build you see from S4, but I quite like it, to be honest. You can think it's a little bit greedy, but this Enigma is going to scale. You know, at some point, this Enigma is going to be a very, very big threat in this game, and I feel like that's pretty much what you want him to be. You know, you want him to you want him to get to this later stage of the game, and this Midas is definitely going to help you with that.
Yeah, right now the Jug, the DP, and also the supports are setting the pace. So I guess in his eyes, okay, I'll be guarding in the late game. And that maybe frees up Nikobaby to go different with his build because he hasn't committed to anything other than Mask of Madness so far. Now they're committing all to him. Bashes are going to come out. Static Storm goes down. He has to stand his ground and fight. It's not good enough. The kisses are used by FNG. Now they'll look for vengeance on the general. The Sobel roll in. The Walrus Punch is enough. And always want to fly. Now needs to retreat. We'll go for the TP out, but the cookie is there, and he will die alongside his fish.
I mean, Snapfire, what a hero.
Reasonable.
That damage onto the Slaughter, I mean, what is that? That's some 1500 damage by a level 6 hero.
It seems reasonable to me. Let's not forget all the cookie utility, the ease with which it can also farm with Scatterblast. It's almost like this hero ticks almost every box you'd want.
Yeah, the one thing right now for Alliance is now kind of these back-to-back deaths on Nico are going to hurt him a bit. He's got the Mask of Madness, so he can still farm with the broom handle.
He's queued it up. But this one, I think this one's a bit more sane of a pick compared to the last game. Battle Fury, Juggernaut build.
No, totally. It's completely fine. I think, you know, the pressure is on Na'Vi to make things happen this game, and their draft is just not amazing at doing so before they hit their items. They need the Blink on Slaughter, potentially the Diffusal on Slark. And yeah, Alliance, they're just going to keep farming.
And that's the thing, right? That counterplay on the general bot happens because in a lot of games we might see drums or we'll see like a Hood of Defiance on the Slardar. But right now, the weakness of Na'Vi is their initiation is a little bit poo-poo. They don't have anyone that can really go in and lock someone down for the follow-up. So you have to rush this Blink on the Slardar.
Yeah, I mean, calling a Doom running in with Scorched Earth or a Disruptor running in with Glimpse doo-doo is, you know, that's putting it mildly, I would say.
Disruptor's more kind of like you have to catch someone in an awkward position with a glimpse, though, right? Like they have to be running away. So there's time to react, I guess, for Alliance, is what I'd say on that one.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, I mean, having this Blink now is going to be very useful.
As FNG
is going to be the first casualty here.
And, kind of got ahead of himself there, forgot about the attack slow. They still cleaned him up. And this should start happening quite frequently because, you know, you look at Alliance's heroes, a lot of them are vulnerable to this kind of jump. You know, you think about S4, his build choice especially means he's incredibly squishy. DP is kind of the only one that can maybe survive it considering she's got the Yules now.
And I'm curious where Alliance are going with the smoke. The DP and the Tusk, they're smoked up. I thought they would just go to this top lane and get the tier 1, but apparently they choose not to do so.
It's a little bit hesitant. I mean, they can't really see anyone. Everyone on the side of Na'Vi is playing off map right now. General's the only one maybe about to show on the creep wave bot. So he'll move away quickly before they can punish him for it.
Yeah, it looks like General's going for this same thing he did yesterday with Slaughter, this Mask of Madness.
Against a lot of physical damage, mind you.
Yeah, it is. It's just, you know, for the bash.
If they're perma-stunned, they can't hurt me. It's a good logic. Jumps in. Goes for the stun. Glimpse back on a Nikobaby. Moving in. Doom thrown out. Static Storm will catch the Tusk as well. The kisses are being thrown out by FNG. Beatzoom needs to move away quickly, General. Stands his ground. Snowball is out and across onto the Phoenix. He's silenced, so he can't use the egg yet. And LIMMP's turned to the fight. 2 for 2 so far, but Na'Vi the ones hemorrhaging the bigger kills here. And always want to fly, be chased onto by S4. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, RodjER is able to TP out alongside V2, and always want to fly with the glimpse. He's able to escape. So they minimize the casualties and catch LIMMP using his ult, narrow the map where he can't turn it into a tower or an objective.
Yeah, he can deal a little bit of damage to this bottom tower, but they do get the jug once again. It feels kind of nice. At the same time, you look at S4, the Midas is starting to kick in. Still 12 and a half. He's well on his way to his BKB, you know, and from there, the game becomes difficult for Navi.
Yeah, we saw how crippling the silence is at this point in the game in that last fight, and that's why RodjER is already queued up a Lotus. So none of these Yules type items, or maybe like a Meteor Hammer that we see a lot of times, or Spirit Vessel, is just immediately identifying they need a Dispel.
Yeah, it's also useful against the Juggernauts, the Omni Slash. The
Snowball as well.
Yeah.
Snowball probably, I want to say it's the easiest spell to predict and reflect from Lotus, actually. I can't think of any spell that's easier to reflect.
I mean, the homing missile from Gyro is
true.
It's probably up there.
But what if he builds a 4-star? Ah, we all forgot about that mechanic.
Yes.
I remember them introducing that, and then for like a week, people being, Gyro support is a good thing. Just rushing 4-star. And then going, not really as impactful as I was hoping, bud.
Seems like a pretty hefty investment, you know, to land that homing missile every now and then.
Pretty much. General, stun on S4, snowball across. He has got the black hole. No chance to throw it out, though. Static Storm goes down again. Glimpse gets rid of LIMMP because he's the one they're scared of, which means they can clean up the rest of Alliance, and it looks like General gets away alive.
Yeah, and it seemed like sort of a good idea there from Alliance, baiting with the Enigma, you know, having the Tusk back him up. You're ready with the black hole. And it probably would have worked if it wasn't for that pesky disruptor.
I mean, right now it is like a Scooby-Doo episode where the villains have been unmasked and they just all say, if it wasn't for Always Wanna Fly, I would have got away with it too.
You got the reference.
It's a good reference, you know? Kids nowadays, they don't know what they're missing out. God, now I'm feeling old. Kids nowadays, they don't know. Those whippersnappers don't know what it was like back in our days.
Yeah, and Nikobaby's done a good job here at catching up. He's already, I mean, he's quite close to the top.
They have foiled the Disruptor, although I don't know if they can find more. They ping out V2. He has got pounce in a few seconds. The kisses are coming through. I mean, he could just pounce the TP away. Too late, though. Didn't use the Shadow Dance quick enough. They're going to keep on hunting for the Scatter Blast. Put that puppy down.
And you're a dead one. Go figure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sad moment when you know you want to use your Shadow Dance, but you have the Snowball roll force you. You can't go anywhere. You know, you're silent. Yeah, it's all is lost for Slark.
Yeah, this magical AoE damage was mentioned before. Stun comes out, and LIMMP Doom as
Iceberg
well.
with the BKB.
Chased it in. There's that BKB. The shot's not helping out, working against him here. LIMMP is going to be brought down. Handsken gets glimpsed back. Snowball will dodge it out, but you're actually heading back to where they wanted you anyway. And this time, Always Wanna Fly will not die to that punch. Handsken will die to this club.
Yeah, that's the critical strike there, the Pack Leader's Aura. I wouldn't be surprised if Navi actually just decided to go into the pit here. They've got the Slaughter with the Mask of Madness. They got the Pack Leader's Aura. But yeah, okay, they're just gonna keep farming here.
V2 didn't. He TP'd bot already, so they didn't have a way of getting the Slark to the pit. I just hate that when your carries are more focused on creeps than Aegis.
Yeah, I know, right?
How often have you done that to your team where they're like, all right, we can Roche now, and you're like,
But this
I
creep
TP'd.
So Nikobaby is gonna have now his Battle Fury. There is going to be the Echo Saber on V2. And these both these carriers are. I mean, the Slark is definitely ready to fight. He really wants to find any sort of engagements. The Juggernaut, he still needs some more time here. He's going for S and Y here. A little bit curious.
I think it's that typical, you know, you just dismount them later and make Manta, then maybe Halberd.
Yeah.
Especially if you're worried about General just mashing the right clicks into your face. Could save a life.
Yeah, the Manta would seem like the sort of more obvious choice. the status resistance can be useful too, of course, against the Doom.
Iceberg. Yeah, he's got his BKB, so not really an easy kill here. Maybe they can force it out of him though. Cookie in. And he refuses to press BKB. That is a big mistake. He's dead.
I don't know if he was just AFK there or if he was looking somewhere else. I mean, it looked like he was not. I mean, they just got to walk up to him and use their spells. It looked like he was looking elsewhere on the map.
It looked like more than that. It looked like he got out of his seat and just gone for a quick stretch. Didn't even move. Now, credit to Alliance. Like, after they threw out the initial stun, they made sure that it was chain stun, so there was no BKB chance. But an odd moment for Na'Vi leads to not only a big kill, but also a tower take for Alliance.
Yeah, now, I mean, both teams can pretty much, whenever they can do Roche very quickly. You've got the Alliance with the Exorcism.
Mid. Handsken, he did get the snowball out, and they forced out the Exorcism. They're going to try and move away with General. LIMMP does get air spore away from the fight, so no chance for him to actually throw out a black hole. He has to use the BKB in the end, but it's just retreating so far. V2 goes in with the Shadow Dance, does get the kill into Tusk. Now he needs out, but the Cookie's on point from FNG. The follow-up damage is good. They do trade, though, because they find the Juggernaut on the other side of the fight.
Yeah, they did use the Doom. But yeah, I mean, they managed to kill Nikobaby, so all is well.
Yep. And now, I mean, Elias, yes, you've still got this black hole, but you had to use the BKB there, so you might end up having to give over something here. Na'Vi could look to reinitiate. They ping General. Not an easy one, though. Looks like they're willing to just go back and farm. I mean, the difference here, right, is that you've kind of opted in a way that your Jug, he's meant to be farming at this point. This is a critical point after you get the Battle Fury. And yes, it is trading the Slark, but he's kind of already got what he wants this game. He just wants to keep on fighting, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, the Slark just wants to continue to keep fighting, get more stacks, just keep being a nuisance to Alliance, and Juggernaut, he still wants to keep farming for quite a while here.
Smoke movement now from Alliance. The other heroes want to fight. They have got the kisses in the black hole. It's a level 2 kisses. Always want to fly. Uh-oh. Glimpses one away. No, sorry. Lotus will reflect the snowball. But he is going far away from his team here. He has got the static storm. We'll throw it down onto 2 heroes. But it's just buying time for the rest of his team to back away. That does mean you're likely to give over RodjER, though, because Alliance, they could just set up some wards and look to go.
The extra is CD, it's cooldown though, and the snowball was actually the Lotus was quite useful for Alliance there. They saw it gets Disruptor goes into the snowball. It's max duration, always gonna be just sitting and waiting there, so they get to just wait for the Disruptor to get closer to them.
He does not regret this item, okay? This Lotus is a great pickup. Don't make him feel bad about it.
Oh, the Lotus, it's still a good pickup, Snowball, just one of those spells that you don't always want to reflect.
It's great when you're looking to win the fight, not so much otherwise. And he finds out the hard way. As you said, they didn't go in the pit because Exo wasn't cooldown. I'm surprised they didn't try and get some vision on the high ground. They have got this deep ward near the tier 2 of Na'Vi in the mid, though. Very unlikely to get warded and should spot any smoke attempts by Na'Vi.
Yeah, Na'Vi they're just waiting for this Disruptor ult. I think they're just about ready to go. The BKB on Star is just a bit too far away for them to actually wait for, I think.
Say, too bad, General. You want the gold? Go club some heroes. And they are a bit split, so there we go. There's going to be TP. This should be where they make the move. They got a smoke. But V2 go on to hit more creeps. Probably dangle him is the optimal scenario here. But
and S4 now does have the blink.
First.
It's going to be Alliance smoking up Pierce 5.
Mm-hmm. Nikobaby has got that ferocious sand. He's ready to go. Eidolon spot them out, jump in with the Warrior's Punch. The Kiss fall, Static Storm's used defensively, but it's not good enough. They cut across and find more black hole. Goes down with the BKB on Iceberg. Doom is controlled up. 2 dead already on the side of Na'Vi, and they need to get out with more casualties here. Iceberg's going to move away. They look to re-engage. Buybacks come out. Egg on the high ground. They have no way of hitting it right now. General goes in. Stun does connect. Nikobaby throws out the Omni Slash, though. They're trying to get rid of the egg quicker. No! It's not good enough. The Doom is down on LIMMP as well, so he can't stand his ground for much longer. FNG is burning up on this. It's going to be brought low. Snowball cannot save him. They need to move away. They've lost the Slardar again. They might lose more. Always want to fly. No way away from this. Even the kinetic field will not protect him as Nikobaby gets the triple kill on Alliance. They take a win in this fight, and a big one at that. That was some big buybacks out from Na'Vi.
Yeah, not just that. There was a dieback on both the Disruptor and the Slaughter there. And Alliance could very easily just go into the pit right now if they wanted to.
Oh,
they don't have exo, so it's going to take a while.
Lois doing this work. For better or worse, Iceberg able to move away quickly. Does get stunned up though. He's holding that BKB again. That's twice now.
I don't know, Iceberg, why he's holding on to this BKB twice now. This has cost him.
Maybe wrong keybind or maybe keyboard not work. I'm not sure because, you know, we had that awkward one top near the creep camp and now this one. I mean, it doesn't feel good to cast your long BKBs like that, but if it saves your life, just take it.
Yeah, it sort of seems better than the alternative here. Now it's going to be a pretty free Roach here for Alliance.
Yeah. Free kill for V2 on the other side of the map while we're at it, though, as he did find a snap fire and he had a haste. But yeah, bigger objective definitely in Alliance's hands here.
Will always be to rise again.
Kulian moves out of Na'Vi, and now with Nagus in the hands of Alliance, 6,000 gold net worth lead and building. And especially the bigger things, General's kind of growth, right? Look at his net worth now. He's completely just curbed off.
Yeah, whereas S4, he's just going to continue getting bigger and bigger. Now with the cooldown reduction, you know, improving the cooldown of the Midas and the Black Hole.
Most importantly, that Midas.
Oh yes, of course.
Sound of sweet gold. And, you know, Iceberg is still getting loads of gold. Maybe if he gets a new item and then starts using that golden item he already has correctly, we could see them still take a fight because there are very good Doom targets. It's just in that one, that last engagement, it felt awkward because he's doomed LIMMP after he's used the Exorcism.
Yeah, they need to be able to use Doom onto either the Enigma pre-Black Hole or to the Death Prophet pre-Exo. The Juggernaut with the Aegis, it's a difficult Doom target, so...
Just a quick fire round then. Just cast your ultimate before your opponent. The problem they have now is, you know, with that Aegis in hand, as you mentioned, it means they can just flaunt this jug ahead, and you can already see that Na'Vi, they're just interested in shoving other objectives and forcing responses, which they will. Iceberg, does he find the button this time? There it is! My man! He figured it out. He's running up the river and away from issues.
He's got it. He's got it.
Third time's the charm, all right? Nothing big was used by Alliance, though, in that situation, so we're not going to give him a standing ovation, but he does survive.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing for Na'Vi is they're losing some of these objectives, but they're buying some time. You know, they don't want to fight against this Aegis. Ideally, they can take a fight right after the Aegis gets reclaimed, and hopefully bring down Nikobaby. At that point, that's a target you can find, right? That you can get the Doom onto him.
Oh,
when he doesn't have Aegis.
Okay, they're a little bit too late to find a free. That means they know S4's back here, though, which means he's not with his team. So if they move away quickly, they could try and find a fight here. Nikobaby is on the high ground, forcing them out. They know where S4 is, though. They're pinging him. Time to sliver on in. They find the DD. And straight up the river into S4's face. They'll just pick off the Black Hole Man before he can even get into the equation. And they're rapid right now. Alliance need to be
now
careful.
This fight could get quite difficult.
Oh, he's the only slash. BKB from Iceberg to try and run this one off. He's able to move away. Nikobaby can't finish him off in time. The Suns is out of Phoenix trying to get rid of him before he can throw out the egg. But he can if he wants to. He's free to do what he wants now. Connect Field's going to go down. Handsken does get trapped inside. And LIMMP with his BKB trying to fight up against this. General is going to be brought low. Will be killed off. And the Suns once again stopping RodjER from doing any sort of counter-attack with the egg. So one dead on each side right now. But considering how that started, Na'Vi, they probably feel like they should have got more out of that.
Yeah, I think Alliance should be very happy. That's all they lost. The Juggernaut, it looked like he was in an incredibly terrible position there. He had just used Omnislash. Doom survives on some, 100 HP. And there's some easy turnaround there, but Nikobaby manages to spin away to kind of safety. And yeah, they still killed General, so.
And as a result, going to have S4 up again in 2 seconds.
Big of a mana pool.
So
Such a sad change.
this is really similar to what OG did against Alliance in game 1 of their series on the second day of this group stage. That was the epic Divine Rapier PA game. And OG, until the DR came out, remember, they looked really good. They had like a 99% chance to win that. They had Snapfire, Spectre, Coddle, and then instead of Clockwork, they had Tusk, but those two heroes have a lot of similarities. And then they last picked a Timbersaw, if I'm not mistaken. So very, very comparable draft here.
Yeah. And we saw how well it was executed. I think in all those games yesterday from OG, they were extremely dominant in like that that first 30-minute window. It was kind of the what to do after that where they eventually crumbled to the scaling of their opponents. So no, it's very enjoyable seeing this lineup. And another thing to think about is the Kotal Spectre lane. If you're under pressure, all you need to do is constantly spam out that wave. You throw out the daggers, you have that chakra to reduce that cooldown. So it is going to be quite easy to deal with this potentially aggressive dueling coming out from Nigma.
It's possibly a good Pagana game for OG. I think they lack a hero that, just goes in and gets some pressure going, kind of a standard Topson hero. And they could also pull off Snapfire mid, but I feel just that it's going to be position 3 in this game.
Yeah. What do Nigma want for mid or for their off lane though? I think Timbersaw is a great ban from OG.
Mm-hmm.
What fits here? Because you want something that can kind of work with the chrono, right?
I think anyone who wants to actively walk in front of the fight, I guess, is kind of the hero you're looking for. Like Timbersaw would be, for example, like
Mars, maybe.
Yeah, like any of these kind of frontlining heroes.
Okay.
Even Beastmaster. Is Beastmaster still available? We saw that really well earlier today. Yep.
Well, they banned Ench instead. Almost surprised that she's made it this far.
What I'm thinking is why do teams ban out like Timbersaw and then they ban Enchantress? Like these heroes don't do the same role in the game unless like you want to play Ench as position 3, which I haven't seen in ages.
I mean, maybe they're considering a position 3 Tusk. It's
nice.
Like the only thing I can think of.
So that's
OG
why.
Picked it. Yeah.
Okay.
OG picked it. All right, cool.
That solves it.
When you don't have enough bans, take it.
Yeah. So great vision game though from OG. You've got Rocket Flare, you've got the Hawk. Obviously, if Snapfire ever gets an Aghanims, even Coddle, Spectres, they've all got vision game here. This is fantastic.
Especially when you're running into all these heroes as well. Like, not only is vision good, but they also have pretty much a disconnect spell on all of their heroes. So if they're out of position, they're going to have to prolong their own life just a little bit long enough that suddenly this big initiation from Clockwork or the Haunt can come into play. So that might be a factor into also the kind of the synergies of their heroes. Think about the Tusk as well that they had in this lineup the previous day against Alliance. It's the exact same thing, that prolonging of a fight, that disconnect. And this is the theme I'm looking at in this draft rather than that kind of non-stop nuke and scalability.
Looking at the heroes, I just feel they need someone tanky, possibly Dragonite, maybe Underlord. I never have a good feeling about the Underlord. It's one of those heroes for me that's very hard to get a good read on. Like, yeah, this is a good Underlord game. But for some reason, it's just popped into my mind.
I still don't hate Mars either. He's usually banned out by now also.
They could also go for like a classic like Mind Control Sand King or something. I think anything that can just prolong a fight and be annoying in lane is like the key identifier right now. And also defend towers to some degree.
Slardar is still in. That doesn't work so well.
Not the greatest against Keeper of the Light. Like, he can mess things up for you.
Yeah, definitely.
Darkseer.
Okay,
all right.
Enigma Classic. This is
Nice.
This is cool. This really enables Tusk a lot. It really enables Void a lot. Extra damage in the chrono. I like MC Darkseer. I mean, how can you dislike it?
Because of the Kotal, I think is maybe the one answer I have there. Is like the whole idea of this Darkseer plus melee is always being on top of your opponent. And when you have the dagger to have that disconnect and you have that blinding light, it might be enough. Of course, Darkseers now go for vacuum, so they can maybe mitigate that problem, but it'll be an interesting lane, this top lane.
There's
Very
no
enjoyable.
Dispel, though. So that's generally the hallmark of a good Darkseer game.
Yeah, that is very
If
true.
someone can make it work, it's probably Mind Control. It's probably his best hero as well. You know, I can't say that I miss the hero because I find him very boring, but there's some really good combos, at least in this game.
All right.
All right.
You can't
Predictions,
just say it's boring, though. You got to reason, though. Why is it boring? in like 3 words, go quickly. Why is it boring?
What do? You just pop the Ion Shell and surge. That's all you do.
That sounds
I don't-
amazing.
I don't really find that entertaining.
But 33 likes Viper, right? Mind control can like Darkseer, you know? Simple
Well,
as
I
that.
still prefer Viper over
Wait, what?
Darkseer.
No! All right, no.
I
all right, enough of
really
that.
do.
Sorry. You were saying something about predictions or something?
Yeah, so what are we thinking? Do you actually think the Darkseer is going to win it? That's the question.
For the later stages of the game, I don't think they have a good save for the Chronosphere. Like we're talking about some BKBs, and that always kind of is the issues. Like I want to have at least like one save for the Chrono, just to break it apart, have a disruption. I think this is the hero to look out for every single time I see him. But also like laning stage for Nigma should be good, so I'm gonna go with them.
Yeah, I feel like Nigma always do a really good job at giving Miracle these like amazing Void games. They always kind of prop him up as like a 4 protect 1-esque vibe. And I feel like there's not enough control to really shut down this Void, especially when you have the Surge and all these smaller things coming into play from Nigma. So I think it might be a rough start, but I think they're eventually just going to have this like unkillable Void dominating the game.
Yeah, well, we've seen that more than once in this group stage, so maybe we'll see it again here. Game 1, OG Nigma. It starts now, and we've got Trent and Lyrical ready to rock and roll and take the helm. Let's do it, boys.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Yeah, Trent, we're here. It's all happening. The big game today. It's Nigma versus OG. How you feeling?
Pretty excited about the old Grape Crusader making his return here, right? How often do we get Darkseer anymore? Feels like OG, I feel, bringing out the most when they do these like Sven plays or something where you just have this like wild surge hero going over the map. Maybe we'll get that from Miracle, but it seems more like a vacuum game when it's an Invoker and a Faceless Void on your team.
True enough. And, you know, I love Darkseer. This is one of my favorite heroes. Screw Lacoste, basically. That's what I'm saying at this point. But it does feel like a dead hero. It feels like a super dead hero. It's not boring, but it always feels really bad. I'm just curious if he's going to be able to make a lot happen with this Tusk up top, get some good pressure onto the Spectre, and sort of where they go from there. Also, he has a really cool set. I don't know which one this one is.
This was the new one, I believe.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
That's nice. But we needed more of these cool things on the, like to put on his back slot.
Yeah. I like that one a lot. All right, I gotta go find that later. But regardless, we do have 9 other heroes that are in the game, which we're gonna have to talk about at some point. Kuro and GH starting up top, trying to pressure the Spectre as per normal. Spectre versus Void, like as far as core matchups, it sort of feels like, I don't know. This is one that we've seen more and more often nowadays.
Yeah, it's originally was one where you would often counterpick the Void with the Spectre under the idea of just like, well, if you're going to be stunned anyway as a position 1, you might as well be doing a crazy amount of damage.
Right.
So that factor still plays into it. But at the same time, Void also isn't just like all about the chrono. These like Void's kind of crazy. And when you have Ion Shell and like maybe he goes for an Ags or something like that, it just feels like Void is way more powerful without chrono than he used to be.
Yeah, he does so much more. And like time dilation is always super underrated, I feel like. We did see Kuro make that rotation mid. Wasn't able to make anything happen, but now is going to make the move down bottom. Miracle was hoping for a bash there on Saksa, but couldn't quite get it. So looks like they're going to be fine. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to watch, I think. That whole matchup. And then, you know, of course, we talked about yesterday a lot of the struggles that Weeha had. They're putting him on the Invoker this time. Granted, he's playing against the same hero that completely trashed him when it was the Storm Spirit game in the Snapfire. So we'll see if he's sort of going to be able to make up for that one.
Yeah, I'm also curious how the sustain will be for OG, because we talk about how they have a lot of ways to like stop and stall out fights, but I don't really see a way that they sustain throughout that, because I don't think Topson wants to go Greaves.
Right.
I mean, I think it would actually be pretty good this game, but of course you always want to rush that Aghanim Scepter. Maybe he'll go back for it after, but it seems like a really strong game to have that kind of sustain element on your lineup, right? Because of how long you can drag out these fights with your team.
True enough. Definitely.
Like maybe they'll have a Vessel and that's it.
Right, and who else gets it, right? It's not like Beastmaster's going to want to get it necessarily. I would imagine.
I don't know. It's a good game for it. Like I would like to see someone get an aura like that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. As we see a little bit of a battling up there top side, No Tail and GH just trying to contest for the rune. So far, Mind Control's been able to get a nice little bit of CS for himself. all the way up to level 2 already. And does look like he's going to miss that second wave, though, as Mid1's just farming underneath the tower. Yeah, a bit of a battle that continues on here. It's not easy just to play the lane straight up as the Darkseer anymore.
Yeah, he's getting a great farm, though. Like, already has 11 CS and has this wave coming. This is what you need is bottom lane Kuro. It's like the first to go.
And a world of hurt. It happens so quickly. Double bore and the battery assault. And it just is going to be a quick and easy drop there. As said, he's just going to jump forward and get bashed. Miracle's in some trouble, actually.
That was really greedy. He wanted that bash.
What's going on? I think he's just dead.
Oh, he's very fired, too.
What was that? That was insane.
I guess he just did not think he'd get caught. He had a lot of creeps around him, so maybe he thought he could punish without really being hurt by the battery assault, but that is not how it worked out, obviously. And Seb, double bracer, much like our friend General there, going for the extremely tanky Beastmaster to start things off.
And queuing up an Orb of Venom afterwards. So, a nice little time here.
Void.
Yeah. Very nice little time for them so far. Across the board right now, OG leading in CS, but you can see Tusk and Lena sort of picking up a little bit of that slack on these supports, sort of able to get some pulls off to the side. And it's still to the tune of an OG slight lead right now of about 1,000 gold, which is something to be a little bit concerned about.
A lot of that tied up in the mid and the off lane. 26 CS for the Snapfire, 18 for the Invoker, and then 16 for the Void, and 22 for the Beastmaster. Plus, obviously, the death and the kill, really tilting that their way. But the early aggression you would expect to be coming out from Nigma when it comes to this Tusk and the Iron Shell.
Right. And they're going to need to be the ones that are kind of making that move later on here, since they're going to be the main ones that are having a pretty decent game, as you mentioned.
You know, I really like this Tusk, or sorry, this Keeper of the Light and the Spectre, though. This is something that we've seen a couple times, and I think it was from OG before, but the idea of utilizing, like I talked before about how like the dagger isn't actually like a great combo aggressive-wise compared to how we always see this like, you know, Coddle +1 fighting people like PL used to. But it's cool to see them blast the wave and then nuke it with Spectre for the CS.
Totally.
Fortunately, yeah, that's Coddle right there.
Yeah, totally. Meanwhile, Weehawk down bottom here, battling it out with Topson. Who's going to blink first? Ghost walks to walk away.
Oh!
The other side, they take him down. Are you kidding me? Dude, what a freaking play. And Kuro's going to fall also.
Trying to mix them up, and Topson's like, no, that is not going to happen.
Oh my God, that was insane. So across the board there, the other thing that ended up happening, I mean, up top was they got the bounty rune and got the kill, obviously, on the no-tail, but Topson making up for it.
And now your Invoker coming back. He actually doesn't have Ghostwalk right now, but I don't think Topson's going to be able to punish. No one's rotating through. You might see this classic walk, right? You go top or bottom as the Snapfire. I mean, being Dire Side, he should be walking bottom. Unfortunately, he's versus the Faceless Void, but he could opt to just go down and get a free Mortimer Kisses kill onto the Lena.
It is a little bit easier to make it happen with, you know, the Darkseer Tusk combo. Normally, it's like a Clockwork or something that sets up for Topson, but no, that might not be the way that they want to go with it, as they just blow up Kuro. Yet again. Unreal.
It's what, 3 deaths for him already?
Jeez. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, Miracle's trying to battle over the center. Not going to win that one. But Topson not going to make any rotations when he's this low on mana. The rotations currently is GH stealing the stack in the jungle with the Iron Shell.
Oh, man.
Good snag here. They come and ward this up, so that's going to take away some of the farm. They might spot this other one, too.
They scan it. They know that this is going on. And this is what I was talking about. Like, I feel like you need to make moves with Topson to try and shut down this
is amazing.
Darkseer. Like, they're crazy.
This is really cool because we haven't seen a lot of Darkseer, but we've been looking for heroes that can do this.
Yeah.
That can go in and punish stacks. And we talk about the Iron Shell combos. It's great at killing heroes just like that, but we haven't seen anyone do this where they're getting stacks stolen.
And this is the move they needed to make. Really well played. Mid1 takes the kill on both of them.
Uh-oh. Okay,
that was sick.
All right. That was like some Hansel and Gretel. You know, stuff them up and come in and just gobble those guys as they steal your stacks.
And now, movement in. Topson overextends slightly. They bring in No-Tail to try and keep him alive. And so Saksa making the rotation. They can't get the Blinding Light pushback onto Weehaw, so he will escape. Kuro also, with no more mana, they can't do anything else here.
Saksa went a little too deep. Didn't factor in the potential GH rotation. He got surged and ion shelled and then TP'd in, so that one was kind of free.
What a brawling early game that we've got here. Like, just absolutely back and forth.
Spotted.
Good juke back, but GH has him in his sights. And with that tag team, the snowball, the chase down, find themselves another kill.
And look where No Tail pings. He thinks the ward's up there on that classic pillar, but it's actually hidden further behind where it probably won't get dewarded. And that comes back to when they stole those stacks.
And again, makes a ton of space up on the top side and down bottom. Seb able to take that tower. So, well, catch here onto Weehaw. Lots of damage, but they can't quite seal the deal.
So unfortunately, all three of the Dark Cores are still ahead of all three of the Radiant Cores, despite these little plays. Because number one, Miracle's been ditched. He has like no game. I mean, the Beastmaster took over his lane. The tower is gone. He has no supports. He's just like, can I just please hit camps and the wave? Like, I'm happy my tower's dead because now I feel safer farming pretty much. That's how alone he is this game.
Well,
Revenge kill though.
Wow. Nicely played. Oh, and the tag team inside the chrono. Given the bonus damage, is it going to be enough? They will take down Seb. Miracle gets the final touch. So, like you said, need to give a little bit of help back after leaving him alone for a while.
Solid first chrono target. And they start to rotate in once again. Any more wards here? We got one on the Tusk. So GH going to be looking for a little bit more vision. Oh, hey, look! It's more stacks!
This is unreal. Oh, Weehaw's going to try and take them all with the tornado, aren't you?
Support
Unbelievable.
Lina. This is support Lina right here. This is amazing how much time they've done.
Wow. That's huge then.
Yeah, there's an ancient stack too, but they can't really handle it. No Tail's like, oh no, my stacks.
No.
Team.
Oh my god, they've taken so many from him. That's frustrating as heck.
He's still stacking these ancients though. Block it. Weehaw. Nice.
What a guy. He's like, this idiot.
Now he's going to be like, oh, they warded.
No, they saw him take the rune. That was good.
Oh, that's actually really good that he did that too, or else he like definitely would have put the sentry right in the middle of the camp and then just denied it after, and then they would have lost their ops.
Roar. In onto him right at the start. They're going to blow up Lina. No chance at all. Meanwhile, the reality over to the side. Weehaw trying to buy a little bit of extra space.
Oh, the cookie.
Oh, nicely done. Right over the ice wall. All right, OG are done with it. They're tired of it. They're like, you guys keep taking our stacks. You're coming in, taking our bounty runes. We're going to take a tower.
Think about how much further behind they could be, though, if they hadn't stolen. Like, how many camps total now? It's going to be like 7 or 8 neutral camps.
Yeah. No, it's insane. It's absolutely nuts. Miracle still being chased down here. Should mention, GH has been able to work himself into a drums already on the Tusk. So these supports are getting like some of these pretty important items.
Yeah, and that's a lot of DPS.
Weehaw, he's caught in trouble. Another tornado to try and get him out. They need to break down those pods. He's so low, but they're able to back away. Blade Mail on the Spectre. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive and separate out that damage? Alive on 30
You gotta
HP.
go, GH. You gotta go.
Oh, Sunstrike? Sunstrike possibly? They're going to catch Seb. That's at least something here. Alacrity onto him, looking for a beatdown. Can they control? Dagger goes out. A cookie afterwards. Going to land Scatterblast. So much damage out. We are about to die. He falls.
What? Did a cookie board just help get a double kill? Did that just happen?
Unbelievable. 7-11. So they take down the tier 1 tower. And Flare shows up. Miracle just has nowhere to go. They're all over him.
Mid one just casually farms up some stacks. Unfortunately, Invoker dead. Plus only level 1 in the X-Ray, let's be honest. So not going to be able to make those snipes. But man, mid one is staying greedy. You got Salve coming out or something? Yeah, he's got Salve and Clarity. He's staying on that map. Excellent stuff there. They should get this haste rune stolen away from this smoked up Nigma, hopefully.
Yeah. No Han available, so they gotta go. Make things happen. Good chrono there, catches onto both. Are they gonna be able to deal enough damage? Light Strike Array going to land, vacuum back afterwards. Topson down very low HP. They're already buying back onto 1. Kuro brought down low by Saksa, able to get that kill. Will Whisk down. Mind Control trying to back out of there. GH still got the Ion Shell on him, but no more Snowball means he's gonna get beaten down to death. And with the buyback used, is it gonna be enough to make up the difference? I'm not sure. They only got the Lina and the Tusk.
That was a nice hook shot, though, from Saksa. That would have gone way worse if he didn't help interrupt Kuro's combo there.
Totally.
I think that's fine. Helps guarantee that they're not going to get any tower pressure afterwards. And now Chrono's out, so they didn't really get a whole lot with the Chrono in this instance.
Well, it does also sort of set us up for another timing for OG to play aggressively with Haunt back up again soon and Chrono being down. There's a pretty big opportunity there.
Yeah, and it's a really nice Radiance game. And despite all the stacks stolen, there's just more of them here. He is just piling through these camps with this Blade Mail. How many is this one? Another triple? Quad?
Yeah,
we got double trolls.
That's just No Tail's life right now. That's like all he's doing. Which, it works.
Giggling away while he gets free gold.
He's very happy about it. So should mention, I like the idea that you're talking about of like it being a good Radiance game, but simultaneously it's a Darkseer on Nigma. So being able to get that as the wall is dropped on down and turns it back in, Vacuum pulls him in closer. GH hook shot on the other side. They're able to find him. Weeha's in a little bit of trouble there. Can they do anything else afterwards? These illusions going to work as Weeha tries to back away. The dust is already there. Oh, the slow down with the time dilation, and that's going to be enough to keep Weeha alive. Well played.
Yeah, he knew there was no getting out of there, so he might as well try to go for the kill. Got surprisingly close, considering it was the middle of 3 and 4, and then eventually 4 heroes. So now Seb caught with the snowball.
Keeps going. Laguna Blade roar, turn around mid one, trying to take down GH, but it's a little bit too scary. They're bringing in No Tail, trying to buy some space for their carry to get out of there. Nigma are not backing down. Tornado barely off the mark. And it looks like... Wait, is Kuro dead? They turn around. Okay, Mortimer's Kisses. The battle does not stop. It never stops. Do they have anything else? They have Hookshot in 15. It's not going to be soon enough. But it looks like they won't be able to get anybody off of all of that. What a brawling game.
Yeah, we just keep on going at each other as 15 minutes is approaching. So the Bounty Runes positioning looks pretty good for the Radiant as Weeha's on a race to steal that. Yeah, he's just going for the river. Okay, he's not going to work himself in. I mean, he has the ob, so he sees Topson there.
Right.
So still a 3-for-1. And I love the build from Seb as well to head in towards that pipe. Because, I mean, talking about how good the Greaves will be, but you look at the Radiant team, and it is all magic damage. Like, I like the Greaves for that, like, oh, we broke up the fight when we're low HP and you get the regen bonus, but in terms of value versus the damage types on Nigma, it is no doubt a pipe game.
Right. Well, GH passes by No Tail. They spot each other. And the movement in from Weeha trying to find him. Snowball in super deep and might have overplayed his hand a little bit. No? Okay, they back away. Hook shot in afterwards. Now they caught Weeha. Shards? Oh, wasn't able to get him out of it. Instead, keeps him trapped further in. So,
there.
Definitely. But yeah, I kind of want to get back because I think with the Radiance on the Spectre, I haven't seen that many people besides mid one going for it. He did it the other day in the Alliance game as well. But it does feel like it's a little bit of a departure. Do you think it's mainly just like against the Faceless Void or?
Yeah, I think it's mostly the Void. Also, it's just the way that their team fights. We're talking about these like long duration fights and everything. The Radiance is going to be extremely strong.
Okay.
But I mean, you're right. The whole idea of the wall is kind of frustrating in that regard.
Right. Well,
maybe we'll get some sweet Radiance toggles.
Oh, that would be cool. I like that idea a lot. That would be gnarly.
They should have a pretty good Eggs game for Topson here, right? He's just about to finish it up, and he's going to have Hawk and Flare and Haunt to work with. So when they're going for the kill, like let's say they smoke up and their smoke pops, they can instantly acquire that target in the fog and then just fire someone right in. And then you think about like, what if you just gobble in Saksa like this?
Right.
Now, this is in training before the Eggs.
Chrono down as well as the vacuum wall combo. It's all out there, but they have no damage to throw into this. So Mind Control. Wait, are they still chasing into this? They ran back into the wall. And now mid one in trouble. He's going to get caught. He's going to get beaten down and dead. And they stun up Snapfire. Kuro saving the day right there. Could have been tragic. Even as it is, this still looks dangerous for Nigma. Going to try and chase down No Tail here. Jumps away for the moment. Another Light Strike Ray able to hit, but Kuro's going to be left behind.
I like how he got that ward down there. In the middle of that before he died. He's like, yeah, that's a good spot.
Yeah, right. Well, and that sets up for bounty runes going 2 apiece, most likely.
I was just wondering, where the hell did Seb just find a bounty? But I was like, oh, yeah, he's got a shovel. Okay, yeah.
Saksa. He is also going to be able to find that kill. GH, very low, but Seb, now he's in a bit too deep, as they'll be able to chase down OG offlaner, and he will be bashed to death as well. So this like constant flurry of action that we've been seeing, it's everybody dying. It's not even like it's like 4 protect 1 and somebody's off somewhere else farming. It just feels like they're constantly running at each other.
That's going to start pushing into more and more of an Aegis game where everyone's like ready for these team fights, but we're getting to the point where both teams are going to have the damage where they can actually take that Roche down at a quick enough pace that a good team fight wipe can just like send you right to the Aegis and good control this game, because Nigma just keep lowering the advantage they've got on OG. It's the first eggs.
Oh my god. Oh no, Cookie out. They did it the wrong way. Mind Control's got to run. Or is he going back in? What the hell's happening? Oh my
He's
god.
getting pushed all.
What happened?
Wow.
I can't believe he got out of there.
Yeah, me too.
That was insane.
All right, well, eggs revealed.
Yeah. And you mentioned the pipe coming out for the Beastmaster. Has enough gold for it now. But simultaneously, Darkseer is going to have his done a little bit behind, since he's about 1,000 gold behind the Beast.
Don't worry, Mom.
Yeah.
I don't know if No Tail buys this game. Maybe
Yeah.
Glimmer. Oh, he's already got the cloak. Yeah, okay, he's going Glimmer.
Makes sense. So I know that this game has been pretty chaotic, Trent, but thoughts on like where you go now for each team? Like, is there sort of one that's more comfortable staying calm until the late game, or do you need to try and like sort of push towards the Roche objective?
I think Nigma has the harder time right now just because of how much they're going to rely on this chrono versus the crazy range of initiation and lower cooldowns that they have on OG. I mean, I guess you can almost say the same about Haunt too, though. So perhaps we should just be considering both those two big ultimates, and like whoever wins that fight is likely to come out on top for the next like 10 minutes or so, right? Like this Roche is just very important. This Miracle, look at this good positioning.
Jumps in.
He wants
Chrono
it.
there. On to 2. Haunt afterwards on the backside, trying to bring him down. That's Radiance completed as well. Kuro just gets eviscerated here. Mind Control diving in really deep. Drops down the wall. The snowball's going to go through the other side. GH still alive as Seb will fall. They throw in No Tail. Doesn't hit, but a big cookie afterwards. Going to land onto all of them. Miracle tries to jump away. Seeing if they can get Mid one into that wall, but Mind Control just going to have to surge out of there, try and escape, bottling up the whole time through with the Radiance Burn, ticking him down, and I think Mind Control might finally end up falling here as Mid one is within range, has another dagger, and
he's going to bottle up though.
Oh my god, no! I can't do it. Power of Radiance.
And he wasted the Arcane Rune.
Yeah.
The worst part of it all.
Poor
Fired in there.
Tries to shard himself out, but will not work. And so that fight definitely won by OG.
It's too damn late.
Yeah, nothing too pivotal in terms of the Roche, though, because now no one can really just run into the pit, right? Because you don't have Haunt, they don't have Chrono. Now they might just get a grab onto Seb here. So is the pipe, and it doesn't look like there's enough allies here to actually finish him, so never mind.
Yeah. We'll burn all the mana.
But wait.
Oh, no. Okay.
Miracle?
Has mana again. And Miracle diving in really deep. Got to be careful. It will throw out those axes. Roar is on cooldown. Hook shot in. Going to land onto one here. Oh, good dodge away afterwards. But can they make it work? Weehan, a lot of trouble. Good disarm. Seeing if he can make himself out, but there's going to be the goblet. Spit out. Weehan trying to walk away, but all that damage over time is just too devastating. Vacuum wall onto all of them? They don't have it. They didn't have the vacuum back up again.
He used it to try and save the Invoker.
Oh, and a double kill for Mid one as everybody else is getting ran down. GH just trying to back out of here.
It starts out so innocently at Dota, right? Oh, it's just Beastmaster just standing here by this tower. Let's like throw a couple spells on him. It's like, oh wait, oh no, I'm gonna jump in now. Oh, okay, now I'm being pushed back. Oh, Invoker, come help! And then suddenly it's a team fight. All started by just a little bit of harass. It was not the fight that Nigma wanted here, though.
No, not really at all. And I think it's also just, this is that timing that you want to hit on OG. This is when they have their pipe and they have the Radiance and Nigma don't have their pipe up yet. Like, well, No Tail. Gonna drop the ulti there. GH, lots of damage done, trying to back away here. A DD on mid one. Disarm. Liha trying to back out of here, but he's in a ton of trouble as all the Mormor's kisses are landed. He's able to back away, so still nobody dead yet. GH is gonna get ran down to the side though by mid one. So trade 1-for-1. Miracle has eyes on him. The Chrono's available and gonna try and bring him down now with the alacrity. It's still so much damage being dealt back. Vacuum wall onto him, they get the kill. Seb now also being beat down. They're able to hit Weeha on the backside with the gobble up. And meanwhile, the jump through, Kuro trying to back away. Battery Assault still hitting him. The ice wall is down. Can they bring down any more of these heroes? It looks like they're gonna be able to chase down Saksa, but I think that's gonna be about the extent of it. Everybody else manages to escape. So a good turnaround there for Nigma.
That is such a needed Chrono fight for them to actually be able to bring down that Spectre. The Haunt is back, though, so, you know, obviously on the return, still an edge for OG when it comes to, like, contesting those big objectives, but this is all just, like, delaying and pushing us all further away from this Roshan, which I think is kind of good for Nigma right now, because I don't think that pit looks too friendly to them at the moment. They need a few more items on this Faceless Void, so the Miracle's, like, a bigger threat during these Chronos, because right now you can see how he relies on so many allies to be there as well. He can't really go for that big, like, solo target kill, and that is a late drums there from Seb. He is ready for this Roche fight.
Wow. Yeah, it's really interesting. But a cool adaptation. I guess as we're going to see another round of catch here onto Topson. Gets up to the high ground. Hook shot in. Hogs push back in the Haunt afterwards. That's kind of separated, but they jump with Zap. The combo vacuum wall. Do they have enough to interrupt it? Oh, good deafening basket comes back. That was so close to disaster, and Mind Control saved their asses.
Did he ever, man? Like a 4-man gobble up spit out. Seb didn't even get a roar off there. I'm not sure if it was up or not, but I think it was up. It was just that instant counterplay, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that was very close to tragic.
I think if OG are able to complete the Manta, and then with his fresh drums on Seb, the team fights are going to be pretty brutal, along with the Roche, right? You think about, like, Desolate with those illusions, and they're going to fire with the kisses.
Another round. Do they have him caught in a lot of trouble? He needs to get it off. Vacuum again with a deafening blasted snowball, but they meanwhile drop down the Will-O-Wisp. Already dead as the Faceless Void. It was too much damage. GH is going to fall and looking for more again. Man, been catching him constantly on this clock. Is Weeha going to be revealed here, trying to jump his way through the cookie? The chase down, they got him. Weeha in trouble, and Weeha going to fall. Oh, buyback from Tusk is not going to save him, and this opens up Roche for OG.
Not even, effective enough to try and delay that one out, so easy Roche for them. No concerns whatsoever. GH is nearby. He can get the vision. He can go for a crazy snowball play if he wants. It seems a little unnecessary, though. I don't think they're in that dire straits at the moment.
Well, they're thinking about it. They ball it back now on Weeha.
They want to fight. They want to try and catch them before the
dangerous. Mind Control, meanwhile, has the wall afterwards. Drops it down mid one in the pit. Can he get in there and steal it away from the stun? But he didn't get inside. Aegis is going to be picked up by mid one. Able to sneak that one away. Mid one is so low right now. Meanwhile, they try and bring him down and will kill that clock. He's just made so much stuff happen. That bought enough time for mid one to get out.
The detection wasn't ready. The Glimmer TP out. So who did they lose in the end? They had the buyback from Invoker. Then they had the Lina buyback, or the Lina death as well, and they traded both supports and got it with the Aegis.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, this is even a gem purchase from No Tail. Yeah, these walls are so scary, man. Like the Beastmaster reflection being up and the Spectre reflection. I'm a little worried for them if this keeps on happening.
It's true. That feels like it's sort of the main thing that's kind of, but like they sort of have to lean on Nigma, because I will say that like OG is separating from them. This net worth lead is growing. It feels like the items that you've got and like the way the team fights are going, it's just favoring OG pretty consistently. I
mean, look at Weeha, man. Look where he is on the net worth chart. Like, they've lost their core, right? With the 6 deaths there. That's pretty painful.
Oh, and GH does have Snowball here. Ooh, double push back and then the hook shot. He's just getting pushed and pulled everywhere.
Frontline GH having a hard time.
So Mind Control was able to finish off his Greaves now. So 2 big sustain items done for Nigma. See if it can make a difference. But Spectre just now finished the Manta.
Yeah, and Seb only has 2 charges left. Man, this is a crazy drums. I definitely appreciate what he did with it. To buy it like that when he knew, like, it's that classic thing where, like, the team fights at this part of the game are so pivotal for how it's going to go, right? Because it's all about that Roche. And to just give yourself that little bit of an edge, it reminds me of, like, when you're going high ground and you don't have buyback or whatever, or you're, like, defending and you don't have buyback, and you just, like, buy that one little item to try and improve something by a tiny minimal amount. But it's so much more impactful at, like, 20 minutes compared to 60.
Or, like, if you're trying to end the game and you buy a Deso, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that type of idea as well. It's all the same, and recognizing that this was the moment that was kind of going to decide the game, and now they're in really good position to just close this one out if they can play their cards correctly. So 10,000 gold lead is OG dominating the map right now. It looks like Weeha is going to be
Here I go again.
Oh, he might be fine.
Oh, man. Saksa went for that
Dude.
YOLO.
If he hit that one, like, GG, that's it. You guys are just done. But wasn't quite able to connect with it. Wait a minute, though.
Press Midland's not actually just hitting that tower, but I guess he's a little worried about getting chronoed.
Mid1 kind of alone. Kuro, they spot him right at the start. GH, it's a dangerous person to go on at the start of this one, as the snowball's going to come through with Will West, and they say, we're done. We don't want to take this fight. Oh, Roar. They found him on the back line. Mind Control in trouble, trying to surge away. Looks like he... Oh, my God. 100 HP.
The dagger?
Oh,
He's good.
Glimmer. He's good. Damn.
Seb forced to just TP out of there as the Beastmaster reflection will also fall.
Oh, he dropped the wall. That's unfortunate. They really need that.
GH has a very hard game plan now because he basically is just like the create a moment for a vacuum and tornado. That's why he's just feeding all the time. You know, he's conditioning the opponent.
I like it. Miracle just going in as well. Won't get hit by that goblet. Also has that Ion Shell giving the bonus HP, which is a pretty nice little thing for him.
True.
This Mid1 chasing Kuro down. Fight going on the other side. Snowball making a little bit of mayhem as Mid1's trying to make his move over there. Saksa able to catch.
Double hook
looking
shot
for the chrono only onto 1, but is it going to be enough? They'll take him down definitely in that chrono. Try and chase down No Tail. In the meantime, Weeha buying some time for the rest of his team. They take down GH.
Saksa double cogs him with the overclock. He just got pinned in there for so long.
Poor guy. Oh, Roar. Again used. Mortimer's coming through. Vacuum on the other side. Needs to surge him out. Weeha trying to escape. He's so
He
low.
just fought
the
back.
Radiant's burn. Needs to stay alive. He is. Went down to 30 HP there on that one.
Oh, Topson was also dying. I was saying, because he also, like, buyback cooldown, I guess, was still there for Invoker too, but Topson nearly fell.
Oh, man. Well, and that would have been not good either, but the Aegis going to be reclaimed at this point. So OG not able to actually close out as much as the map as you would assume. There's still tier 2 towers mid and top and a tier 1 up here as well, which is about to go down. But
Saksa almost has the overclock back up.
what? They got both of them. Oh,
That was unexpected.
my God. They need to do something here, but they've already lost Weeha and another
There
catch
goes
there.
Kuro.
Mind Control in trouble. The jump in. Dude, Sox is having the freaking game of his life on this clockwork. This
Yeah,
dude
he's
is
playing
absolutely
amazingly.
owning.
Oh wow, that is it just over? That was a really big loss.
I can't believe that he caught both of them in that with the cookie and cogs. That was insane. And now they see GH over to the side here, and game is incredibly hard. No Chronosphere, as you said. Still a long time before everybody is back up again, and none of these fights have gone their way. Snowball pulls them in. Okay, a save is there. Can
Come
they
with
get
me.
out with the rest of them? Oh, Cogs push back. Miracle gonna pop his BKB. Needs to run away. GH still living for the moment. I mean, again, this is only one lane.
That's true, but it is a big gold loss. Just like
Yeah.
catching them like that when they knew they didn't have Chrono too. Just like finding this fight up in the off lane. Very big win for OG considering Topson just had that buyback as well, right? Kind of like knocked him down a few pegs. So to get that even after the Aegis expired is very helpful for them moving into the next Roche. If you're Nigma right now, you've got to be thinking about some sort of like a big smoke vacuum play, and that's exactly what they're off to right now. Chrono back in 3 seconds. Can they kill mid one?
Well, it's a possibility. They also have Scotty done on mid one, though. He's got 3,100 HP. Like, this is so difficult to do.
Topson's the best target, right? You got 5 minutes of no buyback.
They scanned. They hit it. They knew. Oh, my God. They just start laughing. Are you kidding me, guys? Come on now.
Yeah, I can't believe OG would do that. Like, chat wheel at their opponents.
The one from Beastmaster's so good.
You got to grind those games, you know? Got to get those Dota Plus levels up.
That's true. Absolutely. All right, 21 to 33. 54 kills so far in this game. Been high octane action. Exactly what we were hoping for.
Saksa wants some more. I mean, he's the most bloodthirsty one in this match, that's for sure.
Like, it should also be said, he is hitting these hook shots with Beastmaster in the game, with like all the freaking Forge Spirits, like
some illusions from Darkseer, you know?
What the hell? This guy's insane. Oh, gobble up, break TP. No! He gets away.
Wow, Saksa's terrible. Like, I can't believe he didn't hit that blind hook shot.
A nice one.
I guess this guy isn't completely incredible and omnipotent all the time.
Yeah.
That was just one he's throwing away, so they don't know about the aimbot. That's
I like
what I'm
that.
pretty sure of, yeah.
That makes sense.
You don't want to get the vax on yourself here. As they will shard Roche for the scout. There's also a quelling blade in there. Bonus item.
Yo, big play, big play, big play. Oh, Clockwork sees it, though. Dangerous. He used his hook shot earlier, though. Meanwhile, Haunt, mid one just jumps into everybody.
Crazy.
Mid one doesn't care. Mid one's
Did
like,
he
guys.
just dodge that? Did he
want
that
to party?
work?
He might have.
I think he did.
Oh, Chrono on the backside. Finds Seb. The hook shot in afterwards. The Sunstrike isn't going to be enough damage. They're trying to bring him down. That's 2 already going to fall. Darkseer on the other angle. Wall has already been dropped. Miracle now turning on to mid one. If they can bring him down now, this would be huge. But the cookie, the turnaround with the save. Vacuum back. It is not enough. Triple kill for mid one.
Someone kill him.
Absolutely no HP. Ultra kill. Oh, what a freaking play.
It hurts. It really hurts.
As Weehawd just gets sniped. Oh. Trent.
I love what mid one did. He instantly TP'd home. He walked in the pit and TP'd home, and he's like running back here because he knows that it's not worth like fighting into these buybacks right now. And Seb's pulling him out of the pit like that, right? So they're delaying this potential rush for Nigma now, and now they're not going to get their little window. 100 seconds till the next chrono. That was an excellent haunt from mid one too. Great scout from Saksa to see it, and then they just say, like, okay, I'm just going to haunt in. Like, they're going to tornado or something. I'll have time for you guys. Don't worry about it.
Right.
Oh, the gem.
Great plays like that also require great opponents, right? It's Nigma recognizing this is our one shot. We got to go for this Roche. And OG saying, okay, there's only one way to get back into it. It's stealing that Roche. And then recognizing, like, hey, we got to get in there. Got to make it happen. Sick stuff from both teams, but OG definitely coming out the lead right now in this one as they are looking absolutely fabulous. And laughing about it.
Well, you know, he just, Chief actually passed off to Seb now and then handed over to Topson, so doesn't have his buyback still, so just trying to help Topson out a little bit. What about your win lace, though, Topson?
Weehawd's just going for courier snipes right now. As you can see, that worth there for him. It's a struggle. Oh, my God, that drop down. Yeah, that's a buyback.
Womp, 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 womp.
Well, Courier will not be sniped, unfortunately, by that Forge Spirit, as OG looking for another, and they find him. Just like that. Brilliant play yet again. And, well, GH is going to fall. I think he was glimmered while he was running through like that.
I'm actually just trying to tell. I don't even know what just happened. I had to make sure he didn't have Rocket Flare has True Sight yet or something.
That's what I did, too. I did the exact same thing.
He might have gotten dusted or something. I didn't see. Yeah, no, I don't know. All I see is that he just got hookshot, so I'm not sure.
That's insane. All right, Daedalus now down on the Snapfire. and feeling like almost an inevitability at this point. Like getting Aegis against Void is so hard to deal with.
Look at these campers up here. This is like some Call of Duty Claymore stuff or something. They're just chilling on the staircase. Like, all right, someone's going to show up here, guys.
Surely.
This is generally what happens to your team as well. They just keep dying to everyone else while you wait. Got to keep that KDA good, though.
That's right. You know, in mind control, speaking of which, it's going to get the double cog action. How many times did you get hit by it there? At least 3.
It's got strats.
What a player. Yeah. Mind control going down. Nobody is coming into their little death zone. And so because of that, OG are just going to try and assault high ground. Mid1 heads up there. Has the illusionist cape as well because life is not fair sometimes. And it looks like with backdoor coming back up, they should be good in a second now. Hook shot in, finds Kuro, Cogs push back, Omega dead.
Oh man, they need MC for these fights. They actually can't win them without the reflections. It's like the only thing that can try and turn this a little bit in their favor.
Right. Yeah. Dropping the Havoc Hammer behind, but Mid1, eyes on the prize, gonna take down the melee racks. First of the game to go down, actually. Weren't able to get that one up top. But now a free path to the rest of the base, and I mean, Nigma's just not here. They just realized they can't do anything. They're gonna go farm. This is their life right now.
Tactics.
TPing back now. Mind control back up in 20 seconds. There's
he's only got 2 more minutes of Aegis, guys.
Yeah, if there is one good thing, at least that Spectre doesn't push that fast. But it's slow and steady, and it just keeps on going. Tornado EMP backs away. Catapult goes down. One last set of racks available here. And they need the defense. How do you do it? Mind control has the dagger on him.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, trying to bring him down, see if they can get everybody in the position for a little bit of chaos to come out.
You know what would be better? Would be that blink dagger in this situation, unfortunately. Not the big purple slowing you down dagger.
That's true. That would have been a lot better. Okay, they have the wall down. Disarm, walks away from it. Game is really hard. Game is really, really hard. They have a Spectre illusion, at least for the moment, but like they just can't do it. It's
they can't
all
chrono the Aegis either, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to find a way to kill without. So they're actually just going to back out on OG. They're going to play it safe.
All right, they're throwing down sentries. They're checking for wards. Are they going to smoke out? And they might not even have any. Oh, yeah, Kuro's bringing one out. All right. Time to go on a hunt.
That's the only possibility.
Although it's only 20 seconds till Aegis, so it depends on the positioning of OG, but if OG is not in vision and the Aegis is close to expiring, they might smoke out to try and find mid-1.
He's right here. It's 10 seconds. If they have the timing on this, then you can chrono. They don't really have a great save for it. That's still the problem that exists here. 2 seconds, Aegis is down.
Now's your chance.
Can they go in and find it? The timing. All right, Mid1, realizing it now, is going to play a little bit safer. I mean, it's still, like, impossibly hard to kill Spectre. Like, if we're going to be real about it.
Oh.
Okay. Jump in. Alacrity. Trying to bring him down. Chrono's available in just a moment if they want to use it. He has cheese still. And, well, Miracle's just going to hold the line.
Yeah, he just gets roared if he tries it, right?
Oh, good hook shot in. Cogs push back. Mid1 focusing on one. No, he pushed him out of it. Oh, my God. Mid1 is out of the chrono, and the jump through. Miracle trying to take down No Tail. It is not going to work, I do not believe, as they pull back in mind control. And now the cookie catch onto both. Havoc Hammer afterwards. Everybody falling. Do they have enough left in the tank? The answer is definitively no. And with everybody dying, OG completely dismantling over the past couple of minutes, GG is going to be called.
Well played by OG. Just a pretty solid game the whole way through. I mean, they took an early lead on all 3 cores. Felt like the lanes were just going very well for them. And the pressure of those chronos. Like, I love what Nigma did, infiltrating and taking down these stacks. But even then, it didn't seem to slow down OG quite enough. And just Saksa, I mean, geez, again, you can go over how well he played that game. And I think Seb, again, the pipe right into the drums, such a critical time in the game to really focus on the fact that you have to win those team fights to fully cement it, because that's when the game was getting a little bit close again. And then once they won that whole segment of the game, it seemed like OG just had victory in their hands.
True. Yeah, really impressive showing. OG, as you mentioned, like the item choices, knowing exactly what they need to do to win. And I do kind of wonder again, like the draft from Nigma at the end there, the Dark Seer. I really like that idea that Lacoste was talking about of the Underlord, of just having more damage, because I felt like that's what they needed. But the game looks entirely different if you have that pick anyways. Like maybe the lanes don't work regardless, but tough stuff. Man, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, game number 2, OG versus Nigma, right after this.
Series starts now. The draft has already begun. OG leading 1-0 over Nigma. Gentlemen, welcome back to the panel. Lacoste, how you feeling after watching that game?
I feel good. This is the type of Dota that I want to see, because we've seen some pretty boring starts. Everyone's stacking. No one wants to take a fight. Then you see Phantom Assassin coming out of the jungle after 25 minutes of hitting the creeps. This is the type of Dota that I enjoy. I've been a fan of we're going to rush at you, see what's going to happen. Like this situation where Beastmasters just casually hitting some creeps on mid and they show up. Like they don't want to start a team fight, but all the events coming to that and suddenly, bam, 10 heroes in the mid lane. I just love these two teams, watching them play,
Yeah, they just mirror their aggression so well because you look at the way that Nigma were playing that, they were always entering these early fights, and there was like a window between 14 and 18 minutes where the Void actually caught up with the Spectre farm. The Spectre that was farming all these stacks as well, and it was due to that aggression and non-stop fighting. I think the big sad point, I think everyone in Twitch chat would have seen, and also us, it's the fact that Weeha, unfortunately, he wasn't able to continue scaling like the rest of his team to some degree, where he only had like 10k net worth at the very end, below everyone on OG. Like it was a pretty rough game, especially from him. But it does kind of go into the philosophy of how he plays with Nigma for sure.
I mean, this is sometimes the risk of going for Quaswex Invoker, though. He doesn't do the most damage. He's very much about control. And when the game starts to fall apart, maybe you get picked on a little bit. You don't have that Midas that Invokers used to be able to rely on to recover or be ahead in experience and gold. So it was a tough one. But onward to this game. We've got two amazing combos picked up to start with this. Wisp Spectre for Nigma. great classic opener, and then a Magnus PA on the other side for OG. So had to see these bans get switched around a little bit, and finally that busted Snapfire taken out in the first banning phase here. I really think this hero is super
It's
broken,
broken.
to echo
Yeah,
what
it is.
Sumail said earlier.
Once you get that Aghanim Scepter, and she's super tanky in the laning stage. Like, you get a Bracer, you get a Soul Ring, one bottle, the amount of damage that she dishes. Like, she can also show up to a lane where you have a hero that has no, like, escape, no blink, nothing, and just straight up kill him without even seeing where he's standing. It's pretty absurd. And right now, it's all about the stacks. You know, big brain play is not the stack for yourself and your own team, but try to steal the enemy stack. So we might have a situation where both teams stop stacking and try to invade enemy stacks, and then while they're in the jungle, they find none. Like, this is how trust me, this is how game's gonna develop. At one point, you're gonna have no one stacking.
Just because of all those invasions,
Yeah,
for sure.
exactly.
Yeah. And it very much is unlocked by what position 4 you have. If you have that like Task or Clockwork, that hero that naturally wants to move through that enemy jungle to find that gank as well, that kind of plays well. Some lineups won't obviously have that potential, but for sure I can see the invasions being a lot more kind of supported as well.
All right. Well, now the Slardar is banned out, and actually the Invoker gets removed by Nigma, so not going to let OG play it. And also that Morphling was removed earlier as well.
They remove Invoker because of Alacrity, how he can buff up Phantom Assassin on top of Mag. Usually in this case, he builds a Solar Crest as well, which opens up the earlier
Question
Roche.
the cost. So
Yes.
we've seen that mega buff on the carry, right, on the last couple of days. How come we're not seeing Ogre as part of that? Is Bloodlust just what? Is it cost too much mana now? I mean, what's going on? Why aren't we Bloodlusting and empowering our PA?
Good question. I find Ogre very strong position 5 right now, and like in era of carries, like
All right,
it's
well
all you need.
then T-Gov, how come we're not seeing Ogre right now? Can you answer the questions?
We have seen it a couple of times with Muggolems. They have kind of picked it quite late in their draft though. And I think it mainly is, it's hard to slot into your draft with confidence, because even though it can secure some lanes, it can also be very, useless in other lanes. And sure, in practice in the mid game, it does great, but you'd rather have more reliable kind of meta heroes right now.
Is Ogre 4 just completely crazy? Is that unthinkable? Okay.
Unthinkable, yeah.
Unthinkable.
Even like, if you said Ogre off lane, I could maybe have said...
Fine.
I was going to maybe an on it for a little bit, but...
I could see Zai playing Ogre. There's a certain players that, maybe in the right context that could pop out, but Monkey King banned out by Nigma. That's interesting. Have not seen any Monkey King love so far in this group stage.
Well, I think the main reason is when they have Spectre IO, they're locking themselves into a more neutral kind of laning phase where they are going to be reliant on playing off the stacks, and they don't want to have these heroes just branching out of mid and running straight into them. So I can see why they're banning out these heroes for sure.
Okay, so now they need a position 4 who can do things around, because you want to leave Timbersaw alone. IO Spectre, also pretty static until you get the levels on the heroes. I think Earth Spirit would be a great pickup for Nigma, where you are threatening the kills on the mid lane, and just in general, a good hero that goes in and creates a lot of chaos.
But for OG right now, their lineup, it looks so scary because it is exactly what OG loves to play. And when we look at their previous series, they've just dominated in the first 30 minutes of every game pretty much.
Nice Death Prophet here. This is a pretty nasty pick that ties this team fight together.
Yeah.
A lot of physical damage.
I think Earth Spirit is at least no-brainer for me. You need a Spirit Vessel carrier against that Prophet. Who else can do it from position 5? The same thing that, Earth Spirit can do. Tusk is picked by OG. He's my other pick.
My concern right now is outside of the position 4 pickets, even if you have this amazing vessel buyer, how are you going to get to the point where you farm that vessel? Look at the greediness. Like, the reason why Nigma were able to keep themselves in that game, in game 1, is because all these early fights that they kind of entered and had skirmishing spells. Right now, they don't have any of that, and they're relying on surviving through the lanes and just being like tanky enough to survive an onslaught. But
they might be thinking about. Sorry, Lina is still in the pool. Like you need some burst against the Dead Prophet, but also she's very vulnerable on the other hand against like the Tusk rotations. Like just one shards and Spirit Siphon tag team, she's dead.
This is a tough pick to call, though. I'm having trouble coming up with a good Spirit Vessel carrier. Okay, that's not your Vessel carrier, but Storm looks okay here. Not a terrible Storm game.
He's not going to go 119. That's my prediction. That's it. Okay.
I hope not. I sincerely hope not. That game.
No, I also do. Yeah.
That game got a little sad to watch at a certain point. So I'm really pulling for we here to have a big Storm performance.
And this is a game where he has to. Like with these picks right now, like the team doesn't really do anything early on. They are just big, tanky side laners. And it does give that window of if that over aggression comes in on the side lane, a TP Storm Spirit coming in with full mana, for example, will be very devastating. And that's maybe how Nigma are going to play this. Let OG run at them, and the Storm Spirit +1 comes in after. Could be good.
They have no stuns on Nigma.
Yep.
Like
that's also very true.
Yeah, this is Vortex. That's it.
It needs to be a deep dive, all right, Lacoste. I meant deep dive, like tier 2 situation, deep in the tree line at tier 1s.
Well, but what's so scary is that Nigma need a support with their last pick. So kind of no matter what it is, I mean, it's not going to really change this dynamic. They're going to be light on control no matter what. I mean, unless they pick like Rasta or Lion or something like that, but those are both pretty dumpy heroes. I mean, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, what are the options here?
It just sounds too greedy. Like Storm's okay, but if you shut down Storm Spirit, you play away from Timbersaw. Like, it's a super greedy lineup from Nigma. What they just picked.
Do you go? Is CM? So, like I'm struggling here, man.
So the other thing as well we have to look at is the DPV Storm. DP also has a very good time there. And if you are having Nigma's early aggression from Storm rotating, if the DP is present in that kind of big 4-5 man rotation at Catapult Wave, that silence can also be just devastating as well, right?
Okay.
So there's a lot of pressure.
I'll take a +1
already
on
knows
that.
what's
All
up.
right, my man, let's go.
I think Nigma might consider the Ancient Apparition here, actually. Pretty good against Death Prophet. We know Kuro likes it.
They have no stuns. They have no setup. It's just like shooting yourself in the foot.
What's the big brain play here?
Earth Spirit. I just don't see.
You still
the
think
other
it's
hero.
Earth Spirit? Okay. I think that's a good suggestion. Bane. How about Bane?
No.
Rubik, maybe.
Yeah.
You know,
the question is, are they putting the IO in that 4 or 5 role as they pick up a hero now?
It's Rubik.
Cool.
Okay.
Rubik is fine in terms of you can mitigate some of that early damage with the Fade Bolt. You have that annoying, but I still feel the lineup is so built around Timbersaw having to be such a dominant force in that side lane. But we've seen No-Tail abuse offlaners with this skewer, and if he has a bad game, suddenly Nigma can't make any moves.
And they don't push. They have no stuns, and they don't really have any push. So
yeah.
Those are two big weaknesses. So OG, what are they looking for here? Probably a position 3, but some flexibility there, of course.
Yeah, it could easily be a DP offlane, right? Especially with that Tusk. It could easily be a thing. Yeah.
So this could be a Topson hero that we're looking for. As he said in the interview yesterday, I think, sometimes you just want to disrupt some people. So this could be some sort of really interesting pick that we won't see coming.
Yeah, I don't think he'll go SD again, knowing the Storm Spirit.
No, not in this
devastating game.
But like I've seen Topson play position 2 Venge a couple of times and make it look weirdly good. It could be something like that.
Right now, they don't have the best hero against the Timbersaw, so they might swap things around and just get a better hero against the Timber.
Ember. Okay, cool.
Okay, that's fine.
That's decent. You know, not like this best counter, but
it is a Topson
magical
Ember.
Damage. You have a root mechanic. Possibly,
it's less about the Timber though, in my opinion. It's more like how many times have we seen Timber play well, but then they fall off a cliff at like minute 25, right? It's that empower mid laner. He can itemize if he wants to deal with Timber. He can also just go pure annoyance build, and that overall 5-man behind this DP is going to be devastating. And you have to ask yourself, how does Nigma survive their static laning phase? It's so much pressure on WeHeart. Like, he has to be the most active Storm we've ever seen.
And not in terms of deaths. Like, we're talking about being active, not dying.
The first column, the K column, the killing column needs to be big number. The death column, not so big, all right? And the main thing is rune control. That's so critical for Storm Spirit. But with Rubik and Aya as your supports, how often do they really want to leave the lane and go double check and secure that rune? Compared to a Tusk and even a Magnus, they happily will leave their lanes quite early on. So yeah, this is going to be a hard one for sure for Nigma.
It is. I think this might be like a 25-minute game for OG where they just ran them over because they're very limited on the lockdown, on the stuns, why Ember Spirit seems like such a good pick. And he can, go for Spirit Vessel if needed against the Timbersaw, against IO, or he can leave that to Tusk, see how the game's developing. And once again, it's Mag PA. It's just too strong of a combination of heroes right now.
Yeah, we've seen this PA over and over again now, and she has popped off in a number of games with and without the Divine Rapier. She's got some flexibility in item builds, and we're going to get to see it again here in game number 2. Could be the final game of the day. Will OG take this 2-0, or will we go to a game 3? Let's find out. Lyrical, Trent, you guys are up. Tag Team Dota. Let's see it, buddy.
Let's see it. Tag Team Dota indeed. Man, Trent, speaking of tag team, I woke up this morning, I was thinking, like, is Mag PA just the best thing ever? Does everybody just, like, take that now? And it looks like, yeah, that's the answer. That's what you gotta do.
It's pretty good. It's especially good when you have that nice flexibility of putting it into the support role, and that is something that No Tail is particularly good at, right? Hitting those early skewers, trying to punish you with the tower. Unfortunately, it doesn't really seem like the best game for it, assuming they are able to force the Timber into that lane.
Yeah, like not one of the heroes that necessarily is going to get completely demolished by that. Also, if like things get wary, he can Timber Chain out. Although oftentimes you're like going Whirling Death and just like armor early on. Can we get tips back already? Seb putting out a petition. Everybody make sure you go sign the petition. I'm sure it's on reddit.com right now. Go check it out if you want. See if we can get some tips back.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is there. I guess they can't use the Dota Plus ones in the lobbies anymore or something.
That must be what it is. Yeah. I'm curious, like, people talk about certain patches favoring a team. Is that a patch that would just like explicitly favor OG? You know what I mean?
Tips return, OG win rate goes up. It's like checking all your little heroes to see how they've changed after the patch happens. Yeah.
Well, regardless, we'll see how this one goes. Yeah, the lane setup that they've got though of GH playing with mind control. This is also going to be a little bit more effective, I guess, as well. You've got like extra regen. This
is the way to do it for sure. There's not really much point having the Rubik up here with the way that MC is going to be forced to play around like the Magnus and everything. And then it gives a little bit more freedom to GH, I feel. Because he can like come up here and maybe mess around for a little bit and then make his way back down bottom. Very speedy little guy with the tethering in between the lanes too.
I know that in the past when we've seen GH play IO, he's done really good stuff with like stacking up multiple camps simultaneously with the spirits. But nowadays, what we've been seeing much more often out of IOs is like the 1-0-2 build, which would take a while before he would get into those stacking things. I kind of wonder if he goes for a little bit of a different build and takes the spirits at the early levels.
Yeah, I think it was Viking GG that did that, and I was surprised to see the spirits again. And also, I kind of noticed why we don't take them, because outside of stacking, man, those things they don't seem to do a whole lot for you anymore. They just don't feel that impactful damage-wise.
No, they're pretty garbo. As the early pressure is going to come on out here, and Saksa in the area with Weehaw, they're going to be able to push him back. So depending upon how good Miracle is with his fingers down here, Nigma will get 2 bounty runes. Easy peasy. Think of that play over here as well. No Tail setting up the Observer Ward to be denied, just in case they happen to drop down a sentry.
Ah, yes. Smart.
Pretty cool. So
looks like they're going to go for a first blood, maybe. Just trying to keep Kuro up here before he goes to the TP back down the bottom lane. Or perhaps GH will actually end up TPing. I don't know. I kind of felt like the IO would be a better way to utilize the Timber here, but we'll see what they want to try. Just don't get skewered, right? That's the key. That's kind of why I like the IO, because like, how are you ever going to skewer punish Rubik?
True. Yeah, that's going to be the big thing to watch for.
Kuro's just walking because Miracle's like,
oh my god, they got him with the
man.
tether. What? Dude, they actually got him as he was tethering over. What a freaking play, No Tail. You absolute god.
Oh, he wants it so bad. He's like, it's like, yeah, I got a lot of punish, but I wanted that kill.
Damn. That would have been amazing if he would have been able to finish that one off, but, you know, It kind of sucks just sitting around here as the IO now anyways.
Yeah, and he can't really afford a lot of regen because he has to go for that sentry too, because he needs that camp to pull, right, to make this lane work for MC.
Mind control. Also being able to... They're sort of keeping him off the wave here. It's got to be super careful. Dude, how does he get so much done out of this hero?
He knows when to punish. Like, level 1 is the most important time for him, right? Because level 2, obviously, there's a chance for both the reactive armor as well as the timber chain, and that's when things get a lot worse for you. So do as much as you can right now. I love his little plays with the shockwave, too, where he gets those into the skewer. He's trying to wrap GH again. Can't even look away up here.
Yeah, it could happen in a moment's notice, definitely. Granted, it does have the tether back up again, so that would be a tough one. But yeah, back towards mid, we were looking at it there. WeeHa actually is going to go for a little bit more pressure onto this one now. He went for 1-1 build at level 2 and needs a hit. Won't be able to get enough for the damage for the kill, but did get his bottle deleted and having a much better time of it already in mid lane for WeeHa as opposed to Topson. 11-2 right now versus the 8-0.
Yeah, the Ember pick was really interesting. A classic Topson hero for sure, but not one that we see as often anymore, right? Ember has definitely fallen off across the board, and it's not really a particularly, like, Ember counterpick style game either. He's got Flame Guard in 1.
Oh, got him! Damn, what a play. WeeHa did that perfectly. Yeah, he's trying to silence the haters here today. He's got something to prove.
Yeah, that one really hurts for Topson. You have a solo kill to a Storm Spirit when we already know how pivotal the Storm's going to be for the side of Nigma this match.
Right. Well, meanwhile, lane that we haven't talked about that much, Seb playing on the DP off lane. Haven't seen a lot of that. There was a period of time where it felt like it was sort of making a pretty consistent role in the position 3 area, but...
Yeah, it was when auras were super broken, because then you just had like an aura builder that could siege buildings. So it really let you snowball the games.
Kuro in some trouble. Shards are going to catch him there. Tries to bring him down with the tag team punches, and they'll have it.
And they can't go for Miracle, right? Because he can just dagger into the shards. So it just makes Kuro a very easy target. Because there's also no punish for Miracle. He like throws a dagger and is just like, good luck.
Can't help you here, buddy. As again, down bottom, they are still getting some pretty decent farm on Miracle at the very least. It's not like he's having a bad time.
WeeHa's pushing his advantage here too.
Really?
Man, I hate Dota sometimes. The guy's winning his lane, and this Rubik dies, and TV's in and refills his bottle.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's gonna die here. I think Topson is. Maybe not. No, the rotation comes in. They don't want to dive it anyways.
It will keep him off that rune still, though.
Yeah, and Mind Control finds the kill on the no-tail. So they just ran him down with the Whirling Death.
That might have all been him still trying to protect that camp as well. I'm not sure. I think he was doing some ward plays.
Mid 1. Gonna go for the jump away here, but the beatdown's coming out, and good skewer away. It's gonna make sure that mid 1 does not have to worry that much, but Kuro making the big rotation now.
Yeah,
and
he's
heading into
one
the
more.
trees. It's dangerous. Dangerous in the street. Oh my god, the blur! Walking away with the salve, skewer, rather the shockwave to pull him back, and the salve is going to get the full value. Damn.
Meanwhile, mid lane, WeeHa's close to doubling up on Topson in terms of net worth right now. Between the deaths and the consumables he's needing to ferry out, this is getting pretty devastating.
They use the glyph right there to deny.
Yeah, that was cute. Then he just does another one. It's like, okay, cool.
Freaking play. Oh, he's level 6. WeeHa gets the pullback on the mid lane, trying to bring down Topson. Does have the zip in as Miracle is just going to die to Seb on the other side. I'll take the blame for that one, cameraman. I was directing your attention.
Yeah, we got it. They're timber chaining under the tower. Oh, back in the mid.
And the big story, it feels like, is Mind Control being able to keep this tower pressured on and keep the catapult alive.
They really can't do this Timbersaw's game in lane, right? Because their picks kind of got a little bit weird. Like, no...
Right. to get some extra damage there onto the tower. Ghosts aren't hitting it right now. Just step a little closer, Seb. Come on, get in there. Apparently not.
Pop up and feel the wrath.
Oh, snowball away. Haunt in afterwards. Bring down Saksa and Seb in trouble. Good shards. Placed on down. Kuro dies on the other side of the map, but nobody cares about that one.
Sir, those are their shards.
Oh, that's not good.
Not good.
Not good shards.
Not good shards.
I want to believe the best in everybody, Trent.
I know, you're a little too positive sometimes.
Surely they're the best shards. Oh, that's why you're here, Trent. You're the best.
I gotta keep it balanced.
I appreciate it.
Mid one's out of that top lane. That Timber Saw is getting a little bit too handsy. And No Tail trying to keep his paws off him because, he's slicing and dicing him.
Skewer back, but I mean, you're still close to the man.
This is painful. It's just a slow death.
Well, they knew that this was going to happen with mind control eventually, as he has had a heck of a game. And, well, Seb, not able to get the full Spirit Siphon out. They're just going to retreat away again as mid lane. Find him. Saksa going to be brought down. Yeah, he doesn't really have a counterplay, does he?
No. Now, the main problem, though, with Timbers, we say MC has to have a good game. The question is, like, how do you actually transition that into good kills? But with the IO, that should help a lot, right? They have global relocation along with the Haunt, so typically it can be difficult to, like, make use of the Timber because you have to, like, bring him to team fights, whereas he wants to be playing by himself, so we might be able to see them utilize, like, a big zip, a relocation in, and a Haunt to try and get everyone on top of wherever the Timber wants to be playing in the game, right? Instead of forcing him to rotate out of the area he's trying to punish. And right now they're going to try and go for a zip kill on Seb up top. How much? He's got Arcanes in 3 seconds, so this should be okay. But they have the ward by the tower, so we have spotted.
Yeah, Seb recognizing a danger, and he's just going to back out of there. So they're playing it good.
That's kind of like the ward is really good, but at the same time, this rotation's fine. Like, it stinks for Weehaw that he made and he didn't get the kill, but him simply TPing here gave them this tower.
Right. Yeah, and there's no way that you can come back in there and try and contest it. He is going to be sort of forced out of the jungle a little bit here, as DP just going to farm away a little bit. Yeah, I think that, you know, losing that tower at this point, you're still probably feeling pretty good about that as OG. Like, that tower sometimes goes down at like 5 minutes. Oh, big jump mid. The lift back and immediately remnants away.
Man, I thought he was going to have a regen with that. That was a pretty long one.
Yeah. Oh my God. He's going in again. Relocate, as you talked about, pulls Miracle into the fight. Topson pulled back in. They get the kill onto Weehaw.
And they're close to MC now, too, who Sev is still chasing.
Can they get him?
Does anyone stay behind after this relocate? Yeah, they're leaving Miracle.
Okay. But they can't really chase. A little bit too scary.
That's just the GH play, so he gets the lane down bottom.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Smart guy. It's like, oh no, Spectre, I'm so sorry.
In the meantime, mid one sneaks that rune away from Storm Spirit. Always frustrating to deal with. Weeha's just going to go back to farming a little bit more here. 2,000 gold lead already. Not bad.
This is definitely what they need. If they're coming out behind in the laning stage, the game's going to look really rough for Nigma. So, if you're OG, you're probably just thinking, like, what can we do with an exorcism? Because we're struggling to really get any pressure onto these towers. They're all at pretty high HP levels at the moment. And even No Tail now struggling. Only has 1 point to skewer, and he just gets pulled right in the middle of it.
Well played.
Mid lane, Topson has 2 remnants, so he's probably fine.
Everywhere you go. I mean, I think that this is what the panel, you know, you just needs to be that constant pressure, kind of from both teams in a way, right? Like DP wants to play fast too. Granted, with the lack of stuns and control on Nigma, it feels like as the game goes later, they're going to have more options just to be able to outplay Nigma in some ways.
Yeah, it feels like there's like a big curve where eventually it'll come all the way back to Nigma.
Right.
But that's a long ways away.
And mind control going to be pulled back in. Silence wears off, though. A chain away. Big shot from through. But there's no chance. The man goes down.
Not really getting many favorable trades during this either. A bit of pressure on the bottom lane.
Oh, mid one. Is he living? Gets the heal up. Jumps through and actually able to turn this one. Weeha is low on mana right now. Tries to jump away, but
he's on mid one.
Chased down. Miracle wants to kill desperately. So many dodges, but eventually does die. I think that was the dispersion that killed him. So Tally ends up being the Spectre for, oh my god, what? RPUs? Pulls him back in. Can they keep him alive? Weeha living through it. GH trying to keep his buddy out of there. He's actually surviving. Unreal, coming through with the mech on the timber saw and now chasing down for Seb. Nigma makes something out of nothing.
I was so confused. I clicked on GH and I was like, what? He doesn't have mech yet. So MC's got the mech on timber. So yeah, GH just changed his item, but like, oh.
I don't want it anymore.
he had mech queued. It's like, oh, I see how it is. Fine. I guess I'll go ghost. Whatever.
God. That's amazing.
Well, the value's still there. It's fine. Oh, Saksa. That's actually not okay. Oh, he's good. Nice shards.
There we go. So Rubik ends up going down, and mind control looks like he's going to be able to get out of here.
Yeah, Topson still doesn't have the bolas.
Right.
It's just level 9.
So Nigma, after a disappointing game number 1, looking much better here in this game number 2. And I'm not sure, like, what's sort of the turning point here for OG? Like, I guess just getting PA really, really farmed is probably your game plan.
Yeah, pretty much. And then trying to punish with good RPs.
Right.
But obviously he's not going to get a blink on the earlier end for no tails. So that comes down to the chaos that they can get. Maybe some weird snowball play or something.
Okay.
Like send in no tail and then Saksa gets the snowball save to reset and force the RP. Or get a good RP, rather.
Does have chains again. Gonna catch there onto 2. No tail moving into position. Can't get up close. Doesn't have RP for 30. Topson trying to beat them down slowly as a lot of empower hits coming out from Topson to sleight of fist.
Yeah, I was really curious what his item build was going to be. I've been trying to see what he wanted, like Yules or Manta, right?
Not enough heal that time, and they're gonna bring. No, the snowball catches everybody. Oh, the turnaround, sick stuff. And now mind control being brought down very, very low. Timber chains through all of them. Miracle trying to get away. Who did they decide to go for? They got their eyes set on Miracle. They want him instead. The root is going to be there, but then they need him down in time. Oh, the save coming from IO. GH, the player.
That was so rough because the RP was like 5 seconds away when they had that giant clump and no-tail could have. That's a nice snag for them. Uh-oh. Saksa? Topson's here, though.
Oh my god. Are they going to bring him down? No.
Topson just goes for the rune.
Kuro just fade bolts and walks away afterwards. All right.
So eventual take on the tower. GH getting the last hit there.
As you mentioned, though, that was all 4, right? For OG in terms of the bounty runes?
Yes. Yeah, mid one was up top, and he got 2.
Okay.
Topson got both bottom.
Wow. Well, after a little bit of craziness and everything kind of looking Nigma's way, OG are starting to pull themselves back into this one a little bit better. And IO actually has that 1,300 gold. Like you said, since there's the mech already done on Timber, it does feel like there's an opening for him to start to get some of these other items.
Yeah, Ghost is definitely the way to go. It's like the mech, it's just too much lost purpose with the double switch because like the odds of Timber not getting to pop his mech are just so low that kind of stinks. But you're gonna still have to go for the Ghost. I wouldn't have minded the Locket maybe, but I guess we don't have the mech. The Locket's that much worse. How unfortunate.
Yeah.
So they'll just go Ghost Glimmer. Okay.
Cool. Stick's always nice too along the way. I was wondering if maybe somebody was going to go Earn. It would have been decent for IO maybe, but regardless.
Spirit Vessel would have been pretty good for Dire, but they couldn't fit it in because Topson, as he goes down, needs a silence dispel. So that's why he's going Manta. He is a mag, so he's going that over the Yules.
Right. And that was a reveal there of the Orchid by Weehaw. So he is in a pretty good position to try and just sort of control the map now. All of these heroes are pretty susceptible to just getting blown up by that. With maybe the exception being like PA if she can dodge a lot of, right clicks coming through or what have you. But
I was really into the OG draft. Like I thought that this looked really, really hard for Nigma. But then the more I think about like Mid-1's game, and I mean, perhaps it's just the fact that he's not like snowballing like crazy, but it's actually kind of hard for him to kill a lot of these heroes. Like the Timber, the Spectre, and even the Storm, right?
Yeah.
Like they have some lockdown, sure, on OG. So if they get the perfect chain, it can be done. But I mean, even Storm's no slouch for the armor. Like at least he's sitting on 10.
Right.
Maybe someone can get like an aura too from the Timber to help him out. I mean, we're gonna have the Greaves, so I already have that.
Imagine at some point you might get a Shivas as well too.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of a lot of armor, it is going to be the Timber Saw. Mind Control trying to make his way out of there.
All right, he's still flying pretty fast. All right, never mind. We're good. Game's okay. That was mostly Topson, but we'll take it.
Kuro able to give a little sidestep there, but that should open up the tier 1 towers. They pop exorcism for this one.
Is this tier 1 and Roche? Is that the goal of this? Because that was a very aggressive exorcism.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
I think the glyph was just too much, though.
Yeah, it's hard to do that now. Instead, maybe it could just be a fight. They jump in, silence there, on to the PA, trying to kill her off in time, but the snowball is going to be there for the save. The RP afterwards, they destroy them.
All right.
Unreal. And now Miracle caught for the moment. OG fighting back in a big way. They're going to try and force them all down. Mind Control doing what he can to try and stop this, but they kill off Miracle. Mind Control wanting to bring down Mid-1. They're trying to protect their carry if possible, but Mind Control secures the finish. And that might save Roche from going the way of OG.
Meanwhile, Topson's not done, though. Finishes off Kuro, too, for the triple. Can he get the Ultra? Unlikely. MC's out of there.
He's away, yeah. But, I mean, that's a big kill, though, right? Like,
900 gold Roche for Topson.
Wow.
Yeah, that combined with that Orchid timing from Weehaw, that's huge for Topson. That just kind of saved his game. Because if he died, like, he very easily could have died, like, twice more to Orchid. But they're just getting a 900 gold injection right there.
Not meant to be.
Right, and having that Manta done so soon here now.
Hey, guys. That Saksa guy is, like, really good. Again, by the way. How many snowball saves this game? We're talking about how, like, I'm not going to get off good RPs. It's going to be after a snowball save. Somehow that's happened, like, twice.
Yeah.
It's, again, another jump to Mid-1.
They're going to try and move into position. Oh, my God. Mid-1's living. How?
I see you,
that time
No-Tail.
it was
I see you.
Is they're going to bring down Weehaw.
Look at these garbage-saving melee supports. How are they making this look so good? I mean, Tusk, sure, he's got the snowball, but No-Tail's saving with skewers. That's not even the first time he's done that this game.
Yeah, and they don't have, like, any mobility items either. Like, Tranquils. That's what they're working with here. And they're making it happen. Unreal. And, I mean, I guess part of it, too, is, like, the sort of lack of the follow-up stuns that we were talking about, right? Like, you're going in with Storm, sure, you've got Pole, you've got Orchid, but then when you're bringing in the IO afterwards, like, it's kind of hard to get that lockdown that you need out of one of these other heroes.
Pretty sweet stuff from No-Tail. That's why he's the only person in this game with a mango.
Right.
He's the GOAT.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what? The mangoes,
Exactly.
the goats eat mangoes? Is that what's going on?
Oh, Lear, you disappoint me. All right. Carry on, OG, to victory.
So we've got 1,000 gold into their favor now. After the good early game that came from the Timber Saw, things have started to fall by the wayside. Blade Mail done on DP, trying to get towards the Yule Scepter, has the hood as well. And they're going to run right into the Roche. So they're trying to get a little bit testy here. See if they can make a move. This Radiance being done.
Oh, Topson. Clear this wave pretty fast. It's a slow Roche. No Manta on the Spectre yet, so we don't have any, like, Desolate really helping them.
It's very slow.
Saksa's like,
What's going on in here?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, God, no. And yeah, there's no way. So that's a big win there for Nigma. They needed that one. That kind of evened things up a little bit. Oh, he's going. They used Haunt on that too. They're like, this guy keeps on stopping us from killing people. Take him out of the game.
Look at the vision coverage they had too, right? That
Yeah.
whole top jungle was covered in wards as Nigma went for that. So mid one will just narrowly escape as they try to relocate, attempt to cancel the TP.
Regen rune too. Weehaw just used his whole mana pool. Now he's got a regen. So
Is that spotted at all? They don't know about this. That could be
the
pretty bad
regen?
for Seb. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He's going to retreat. I mean, they're probably just going to play back anyway because the Aegis is there. And the MC's trying to bait a fight basically by stealing this Ancient Sec, I think.
Okay. Do they go on him? Seb.
I don't think you want to be in here.
He just got his dual scepter done at least. They have a snowball save nearby just in case things get dicey. Not going to pop that RP right now. They blow him up at the start. Now the jump in, they take down Saksa as well. Both supports gone. Now mid one completely under control is going to get isolated and finished off. Topson tries to jump away, but Seb looks like he's going to be the one left behind here as he gets chased down and killed off. And yes, MC.
That's bait,
really
baby.
good
That was like
performance.
bait. Like, they should have known better.
Chase
I guess,
down.
Like, Haunt was down, right? And the relocate, I think, was still down as well. So,
Dude, they're just
maybe that's
camping
why
his
they felt
remnant.
like they could do it.
Topson can't do this. He's got to get away. He's got to go for the TP. He barely finished it. Oh my god. He couldn't have remnant it. They were just camping it.
Oh, that's a pretty big fight loss. It's like almost a 3K gold swing now in favor of Nigma. And they still have the Ancients there if they want to go back for them. But they're more focused on getting the lanes fully pushed out. Spectre goes up top, and Weehaw's in.
Again, low mana. Do they have anything to bring him back up afterwards? Trying to kill him off. Weehaw
No tail.
gets the zip away.
No tell RP'd the duo in the back when they relocated in. They're not there to help. Weehaw's down.
Oh my god.
He RP skewered them into the tier 3.
And now with nothing less, this fight's gotten incredibly chaotic. They've got him rooted for the moment by Kuro, but Kuro's going to fall. Seb on the other side trying to bring down Miracle. He still has his Blade Mail available as well as Aegis. So he is going to fall, but coming back in just a moment. They have buyback on Storm if they want to use it, but this fight, again, getting very chaotic. Io trying to heal everybody back up. The good save coming out, and the Ghost Scepter is going to keep him alive. Now trying to bring down mid one. They almost have it. Is it quite going to be there? He jumps to the side. Able to escape. Now the root onto 2. Mid one living. Oh, he's trying to life steal off of it. Haunt afterwards. He jumps away. Able to get out of there from the Haunt. Oh! The snowball afterwards. And then they have to jump out. Topson is going to get chased. Able to escape. Yo, mid one is an assassin, but eventually the mechanical monster brings him down.
I'm glad for their mental state that he eventually died. Because that's not how you want a game to go down. Amazing plays, but eventually it just became whack-a-mole. And OG were more focused on just trying to keep mid one alive than actually finishing off that engagement.
Oh.
That wound up being kind of even in the end. Perhaps the best thing is that they didn't lose anything significant with the Aegis expiring on the Spectre.
My god. Well, they blow up No Tail again. And meanwhile, on the other side, Miracle just trying to do what he can. This Blade Mail doing a ridiculous amount of damage. Can they kill the rest of OG off afterwards? Mind Control playing cleanup duty along with Weehaw. Punches him down. Topson will fall. Seb, though, now trying to play cleanup duty of his own. He's got the silence onto Weehaw, but the heal coming in from GH, and they get the relocate out.
All right, he's good. Oh, they might bring mangoes.
Yo, all these players are so freaking amazing at Dota. It's
Are we going in? We? Like a play where he TVs to the outpost or anything because they still had the Yules on the DP. So good call by Weehaw. Just go firm.
I'm just hoping that Nigma win. I want 3 games.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I'm willing to go full bias on this one. It has been very fun, Dota. I mean, game 1 was a complete brawl fest, nonstop, back and forth. I don't know if these guys are both just like so into this style right now. They just want to keep it going. It kind of feels like it's a little unnecessary at times, but I love it.
Totally. What more could you want? So, God, where are we even at now? Because I guess next Roche is probably what we're waiting for at this point. Manta almost there for Miracle. What about the PA. She has Satanic still a ways away. Actually, only about 600 gold if she disassembles the Mask of Madness.
Satanic PA is quite the beast.
Hmm.
Do they have anything to reduce it this game? They don't have a Vestal, right?
No.
And I mean the Shivas eventually, perhaps, from MC.
Right. I was wondering if Storm was going to go for that instead, maybe.
Could be a nice tool for
him.
sure, yeah.
Like extra armor too to deal with like just all the burst that comes out. Ooh, telescope. Nice. All right. The slowdown, the relocate in, finds themselves Seb. Bunch of heroes coming in to try and save a life. RP afterwards as they come out of it. Can they blow them up in time? Where's the burst? They don't have it. OG going to be brought down very mid one, trying to go on to Weeha. It's not going to happen. Look at them come through. Unreal.
Dude, MC sick. I don't know how he managed to use mid one in the middle of that, but that saved them. They were all RP'd, and he could have hit huge cleave crits. But Topson, mop and bucket, gets Weeha.
Nice little jump through there in mind control. Finding himself a target. The Chakram is going to be thrown, and he is going to fall. 3 dead, no buyback.
Pushing that into a 5K lead as we have a minute 20 left until the next potential Roche.
And Saksa, this whole time, he was hiding out in this area and was able to dodge out of the air, out of the line of sight, and then cuts the wave. So they will still lose the tier 2, but tier 3 unavailable.
Certainly something needed here in this one. A lot of momentum being lost on this PA right now. I mean, he just got the Satanic, so that was kind of like that big fight that you're hoping for, you know?
Right.
And to be shut down like that's pretty painful. But at least there's no, again, as you said, real punish, thanks to the fact that they cut that wave and the Roche isn't up yet. So still a decent window here for OG, but Nigma really making this draft work despite the lack of control that we've seen. Rubik in power is pretty cool.
That is definitely a nice little accoutrement for Mr. Miracle.
IO with the repair kit too, nice.
Oh, Miracle has the repair kit. Are
Yeah,
they going to keep it for him?
IO.
Yeah, he didn't need the broom handle anymore.
No. His time has passed.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. 8,000 gold lead. Roche, we're going to see what the timer is in 10 seconds. And they have eyes on Seb. Dagger's going to land. Invis Saksa nearby. They have vision. Snowball is there. Oh, the silence, though. Doesn't have an answer for that one. And now Seb, in a world of hurt, he's going to fall mid one, trying to do what he can. Can they bring him down at all?
I don't know. No tail.
All of them RP. Going to land mid one. Do you have enough damage? The right click needs the crit. Stolen RP. Never mind. Turn it around. And just like that, Nigma take 4 down.
You could tell it just wasn't going to work out, but he went for it anyway because, I mean, either way, his cores are dead, so he might as well try. But right from the get-go, it was just coming off cooldown. It didn't look quite right, but forced to go PRP. Excellent counterplay there from Kuro. Always waiting, and of course, having the telescope makes it that much better.
The captain. And with 4 dead, they are going to assault this high ground, try and bring it down as quickly as possible. They don't hit very fast, but GH will help with that now. Popping the overcharge. And Topson alone just can't stop this. God. Yeah, now you need a... God, I don't even know what you need for Saksa. I guess like a Lotus or something to try and take off the silence?
Yeah, he's a ways away from that, though.
Well, Snowball...
I think he just needs to not get orchided. Much easier said than done. But that's his only option right now.
Yeah. So they take the melee racks, and it looks like they're going to retreat as everybody's starting to respawn. Silence immediately purged off. Oh my God, Miracle. Saying, come deal with me then. Let's battle it out. Has he gone a bit too far, though? Oh no, Miracle trying to escape. He thought he could do it, but the relocate is going to be there. Never in doubt. GH saving his buddy's hide.
Oh, they're smoking. They want him. Do they have the chains?
What? Oh my God. That was really close.
Back.
GH is going to get pulled back the other direction, and they should be able to bring him down here.
Yeah.
And Roche, 50 seconds away, so that's enough time for Nigma to reset themselves.
Topson has been, GH has been incredible on the relocates this game. I don't think I've seen him really miss one. And they haven't been those like early panic ones either. They're like last moment. They have just wasted a ton of spells on my guy. Let's get him out of here. Kind of relocates.
Oh, totally. Yeah, the perfect timing on it. And I think like the offensive relocates haven't quite worked out as well, but I think that's again just a symptom of the problems that exist in the draft.
Yeah, having the RP being there too is just like, No Tail is always trying to get there the second he sees it on the minimap. He's waiting to try and catch them.
Well, where are we at next? Roche going to be back up. Hard to go and scout this one right now. Need to be sort of the courier ritualistic suicide, I think. Lotus for MC. And they will scout it out now. Manta's done. Miracle can take it really quickly, but they want to go up high ground and take out this outpost first. Or just find a target. Jump on. No tail. Right at the start. No buyback. Used it last fight. Now looking for more. Hits the dagger onto both Midone and Seb. Pops the blade mail. Mind control running through all of them. Look at that damage. Snowball, though, RP going to be used afterwards onto one. And Ember falling oh so low. He manages to get the remnant out, but they take down Midone. They're going to take down Seb. A triple kill for Weehaw, as he also brings down the poor old Tusk. Topson, the only one to survive, as Nigma looking to try and end this game.
Yes, so far it is mission accomplished on the having many kills and not many deaths on Weehaw. Having an excellent game today. 14, 6, and 20, and they smell blood in the water. They're going for the towers.
That's right. Buyback on the Tusk. They also have buyback on the PA. With the mag, I think that they're going to need to go all at once right now. Buyback onto everybody, RP, but they're just getting completely dismantled. The damage coming out from MC. Pops his blade mail, the ultimate answer to the PA. She does manage to get the blink away from there. The buyback came from the Storm. So they want to try and finish this one off, I guess. Or are they going to back out? A little bit of hesitation.
I think they were just hoping for bad buybacks. But yeah, the Weehaw one. A little bit pricey.
Lift up. Who do they jump? They got him. Midone. Big kill if they can make it happen. And, oh! Lifesteal, though. Okay. Topson. He's in pretty deep as well. They're still holding on here. DP's back up in one. The root is there, onto two. Skewer does not connect. Midone backing away. They're going to pop Exorcism, slowing everybody down. Midone smelling a little bit of that blood in the water, like you're saying. GH is going to get chased down and killed. Can they find any more? Miracle would be a huge kill if they could manage to get it. He's got Manta, though. He's so far away and incredibly fast. And it looks like they're going to have to give up their chase. But could go now into Roche if they want. They got to go for a Hail Mary play.
Yeah, they really do. RP still not for another minute, though. Oh, maybe another pickup on the Kuro here. They have a Yule.
Buyback? Io? The Exorcism's wearing off. Okay. This fight's getting a little bit weird now. Lotus on the Miracle. I mean, the chase down's coming. They got to be careful. Midone down to half HP, but he has Satanic back up again. Miracle turned upon the jump in coming from Weehaw, trying to kill them off in time. They bring down Midone. That's the big kill they needed. Seb doesn't have nearly enough damage here. Topson hoping to back away. No Tail able to escape for the moment, but the dagger finishes him off as Nigma going to continue this unrelenting assault. Trying to bring down OG. Weehaw very, very low. Will not be killed. And now the chase down. The last little remnants of hope as Seb is going to be killed by mind control here. Miracle chasing him down as well. And the eventual finish with 4 dead. And wants to finish him? No, it's not going to happen. It was a cute attempt. But in the end, with 4 heroes dead, I think that they're going to be able to run down this lane and try and end it. Nigma looking amazing in this game number 2.
Yeah, really are. A draft that is easy to doubt with how greedy it looks and the lack of control coming from some of these heroes, but I think Mind Control just played a fantastic game from start to finish on this Timbersaw alongside Weehaw. Honestly, everyone played really well on Nigma. You can point to moments from where pretty much they all made some sort of a fight-winning or game-saving play that really helped propel them to this victory, but I think that that Timbersaw play where he baited that fight while they had the Aegis at the Ancients was brutal. That was the last chance I think OG had in this one.
It was crazy. And I think I'm trying to decide to me who was the bigger factor in this, Mind Control or GH. They both had like amazing plays. The saves I felt like were some of the things that really like tilted the game, you know, like you're talking about those baits and you know, what enables that is the IO performance as well.
Yeah, just way too good. And of course we got our wish. We got a third
right.
game, Lyrical.
That's
I think
right.
that's what everyone out there wanted as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a quick break, but when we get back, we are going to go to that final game. We're going the distance. Nigma versus OG right after this.
Game of the day, Nigma, OG, the decider. We've got Lacoste, we got T-Governor, and we got a draft. T-Gov, what's going on, man? Apparently you don't need stuns to win a game of Dota 2. Nigma just proved that.
Those team fights. I think everyone can agree that we're all kind of happy it's going to game 3 just because every single time these guys want to fight, it's all the small things in it that are really changing it. And the best thing, my boy Weeha, thank God he had a game, you know. He died a couple times earlier. It doesn't matter, but the early moves, great from him. And then, of course, Mind Control just dominating with Timbersaw. Yeah, it was just such an enjoyable game to watch.
So, Lacoste, how's that 25-minute OG victory looking for you?
I never said that.
Okay.
Just kidding. No. I think Midone, you know, he needed like half an item. Every single fight, I felt like he just needed that half an item to finish it, just for them to be that guy that doesn't die every single time. But, it was a beautiful Dota to watch. Don't care who wins. Just want to see the game 3 if they keep playing like this. I do not want to see stacking. We're going to be in the jungle. It's constant skirmishing, constant fighting. So, yeah.
This is like UFC and Dota 2 combined. It's a bloodbath in there, and you don't know who's going to come out the victor until the very end. Couple of healers, though, to get things started. This prized Oracle, we've seen him banned out a lot today. Finally going to get him picked up by OG, and there we go. Some more team fight for Nigma. Phoenix, Spectre out of the gate.
Yeah, already it's a difficult position, I feel like, if you're the Oracle, because, again, it's the idea once you go later into the game, you never feel too confident playing into the Spectre. There are obviously times where you can go for, I was seeing, I think, again, in a Div 2 game, they go for a Blink Dagger to be able to disconnect from the Haunt, but again, they go straight for an Alchemist. And when OG picks Spectre, they're actually banning out the Alchemist because they know about that early kind of window of the game where Alk is just way too fat with his itemization.
Okay, talking about the stacks. This is the greatest time to make them. You know, you have the best hero in the game. But yeah, I think you said it well. Alchemist comes online much faster than Spectre, where he just feels much more dominant and puts so much pressure. So we're going to see how that's going to develop. They might try to go and get some heroes that can possibly invade the jungle 6 to 8-9 minutes in and just put some pressure on the Alchemist, try to invade and kill the stacks. Like Phoenix is okay-ish, but they might need one extra hero to move around with them. Something with some heavy burst, heavy nuke damage. Is Lina available? Yes, she is.
Yep. So question about the Alchemist. I don't think we've seen him yet in this group stage. Is he usually mid or safe lane? I know Battle Fury.
Play, so maybe they'll be looking at them this game, but I feel like it was hard to slot some of these heroes into the draft with a Phoenix and Spectre already. It does feel a little bit clunky, especially like an AA, for example, right?
Yeah.
You sound smart, Thiga, but I know you just checked that, and you know how?
Yeah,
because lightning is changing when you click. Yeah, there we go.
No, you're seeing the notes. Yeah, well, that's the thing, Mr. Lacoste. I've got my notes prepared. That's the key thing. Preparation here. It's not wrong to look at your notes. If this was an event, I'd have my notepad. This is clearly not a notepad, but imagine it was. You know.
What is that?
Is that a calculator? A
It's
Ukrainian
a box
calculator?
It's from your headphones.
It's an abacus, so I can so I can put my microphone on it, which I forgot to do actually. Thanks for reminding me. There you go.
Oh,
look at that.
Oh, great. Glad we could do that live at the last match of the day. Perfect. So final ban here for OG.
So
in this
much
phase.
about you being prepared, huh?
All right, Lacoste, hit me with some Dota analysis. That's what you're here for. Stop rinsing me.
Dota analysis. All right, let's go. I see Nyx Assassin ban. I'm kind of like, what's going on? But there's a break ability on this hero. A lot of uncontrollable damage with the Spectre, possibly with the Radiance and the Phoenix, of course. So easy to set things up. I think this OG and maybe a few other teams are just playing this hero. So I think it's a good ban here. Kind of hard to execute. To apply the break because you need to actually hit a hero. Like you can't just, it's not a Viper where he just throws it on the ground and here you go, AoE break.
I'm curious what they pair with the Alchemist. The Oracle is a great start. Some natural synergy between those two. So you've already got the save, but
Tough.
now we need some space creators maybe, and Willow. Okay, so some similarities to the Tusk, maybe a little more damage focused. I like it.
Nigma banned out in that second game, and I didn't actually read that one up, Lacoste, by the way. I was just saying. I was going to see if they picked this Willow before the Alchemist.
I'm not doing research right now.
Oh, there we go. Bit of nice light show. Hold on. So it's all about that aggressive side lane, and it's about being able to have that early aggression and non-stop kind of go. And Nigma go for the Shadow Demon, a really good save, especially against the Willow, because you can dodge out the Curse Crown and quite a lot of damage. And it plays into the fact that they accept that OG will want to run at them, and they need to be able to mirror save for save. Oracle save, Shadow Demon save. They're now 1 for 1.
Yeah, it's not going to be as efficient as it was before when Alchemist was building up Radiance, but you still had time during Disruption to turn it off. Sometimes it didn't happen, if you're not fast enough, but still, if you want to make Illusion. We saw yesterday or the day before when we had Nigma playing Luna into Shadow Demon, Shadow Demon just completely dominated because it's a really bad matchup, and you're just gonna use their strength against them.
Yeah, the Centaur now for OG, pretty good for Alchemist. He definitely has trouble closing gaps sometimes, wants to get right on top of people, and does give him some extra control and damage.
I'd love to see this Shadow Demon make a lot of stacks, like Lacoste said, and then just this Alchemist taunting his way into the jungle, because they can't tip, of course, right? But then, I just really want to see that.
Shadow Demon's a master stacker, that's for sure.
He is. He's one of the better ones besides Venge. I'm making a prediction. Shadow Demon with the illusions, Spectre Mantis style, Illusion Escape is going to drop in this game if it comes to that. Tier 4 items.
All right, bold prediction. Write that down. Production, write that down. Illusion Escape on Nigma.
As a second item being dropped, okay.
Yeah. Imagine if that was actually a part of betting. If they actually had that for a game. Rather than betting on the game, you're like, what neutral items are going to drop, Oh, wow.
What
the
a
lens
great
people
prop
go
bet.
to.
Hey, finally, the Underlord. We've seen this guy banned. He's been talked about, not played too much, and now he's going to make an appearance here in Game 3. Some more good team fight. AoE creep clear, pretty nice. Percent-based damage as well for the Alchemist, also a good thing.
Yeah, they're basically allowing OG to want to run at them and then to completely punish with that ability to defend their towers. And that's the key thing. They're going to be able to prolong that defense of the Underlord and then have that amazing counter initiation. Again, they're missing stuns, right? It's all going to be about WeeHa. He did actually play a mid-Phoenix, actually, WeeHa recently. It didn't go well. It was probably worse than the 9k net worth Invoker we saw today. But, it's on the cards, right? It could be a thing. Do we want to see it? Probably not this game.
Yeah, not in the third game, that's for sure. But, Nigma lacking stuns. The only kind of stun they have is a root mechanic coming out from Underlord. So possibly one of the spirits, good game for... Is Void Spirit available? I believe he is.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I think they just need one guy that can move around on OG, just create space for Alchemist, be annoying on the sides, and this is what Topson does the best.
What about Mirana for Topson?
I feel like you'll be pretty upset with that because you don't do enough early on. And it will just kind of fall victim to the hero itself. Especially when you're looking at an Underlord and a Spectre as cores. You're like, how do I kill you at 4 items?
If someone else said it, I would just say it's a complete bullshit. But Zayori, he's been on point with some, last predictions, some crystal
I will eat my bow
maidens.
tight. If they pick Mirana, we're both just taking off these and just munching them down right now. If they pick Mirana.
There's just enough setup. You got to get into the head of Topson, you see. You can't think regular heroes. You got to think, what would Topson want to style with? This is a guy that last picked Shadow Demon in recent memory.
I'm so scared now. I'm so scared.
All right, there's the Void Spirit. So you guys are right so
Void
far.
Spirit.
The safe call, but a good one nonetheless.
No shenanigans with WeeHa trying to play the Phoenix.
All right, so any other suggestions? I threw out my bold prediction.
Okay, there we go. The guy was like, "What the fuck is that? That's Mirana."
That's
from
Mirana.
Dota
No,
1 days.
I'm not eating my bow tie, mate. Is it not just an Ember just to force out the classic Void Spirit v Ember Spirit type matchup? You get to run at them a bit.
Could also be like Storm or something.
Storm is currently
Oh, Storm's
banned
banned.
out,
Whoops,
yeah.
whoops.
The issue is like a lot of these mid laners that can fare well against the Void Spirit, they eventually just don't do any damage to Spectre and Underlord.
Lena made it through somehow.
Yeah. I don't think that's good again. Maybe it depends what type of game they want to play around this Alchemist. Is he going to be the carry, or are they going to?
It's the Ember. Plays it safe.
bow tie.
Oh, my God. Close one. All right. Well, you miss all the shots you don't take. So there you go. I do like the Ember Spirit though. Safe, well-rounded, nice space creator for the Alch. It's so cold now. Your camera's freezing.
Yeah, dude, I don't know.
So what do we like, guys? Who's taking this Game 3 decider? Interesting drafts on both sides. Mid 1 Alchemist.
It really depends. Like Alchemist, how much farm he can get. Will they invade the stacks? I think both drafts are fine. Nigma showed in the previous game that they can play even without like some real lockdown, real stuns. But just by seeing these two drafts, I'd slightly head over to the OG side. I'd say like 56%.
I kind of prefer Nigmas just for the idea that items will always scale to the point where they counter, like the Alchemist. But for OG, they don't ever buy these earlier enough items to deal with the Spectre later on. Sure, on Ember Spirit, he likes to go Mantis Guardi to deal with Spectre, but it's all about this Alchemist early on. And do they really hit buildings that easily? Not really. So Nigma's like high ground defense will be pretty strong. Who hits the egg as well? I don't see any innate egg hitter outside of the support. So I think Nigma, it could be rough early on, but they're just going to be devastating if Miracle gets the farm.
I mean, if Saksa plays this game like he played game number 1 on that clockwork, I think OG might actually be able to do this. So I'm going to lean in favor of OG, but not by much.
Laugh at me. Don't you do that. Man, we got our final game. We wished for it and it happened. We just manifested it into the world. Trent, how you feeling?
A little disappointed it wasn't Marana, first off. I was definitely looking forward to that show. So unfortunately, that's one content piece we won't be getting. But yeah, the Ember once again. So was a pretty good Ember game last time for Topson, right? I feel like he was doing a decent job, getting some damage out there, but still didn't quite click into like any of the real combos happening there. But maybe now he feels like he can be a bit more aggressive with the help of his Centaur and his Dark Willow. But yeah, I'm kind of like Enigma's draft overall. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I think the Shadow Demon was a really, really good pick against the Oracle Alchemist, right? Like all of a sudden, any Purifying Flames that you throw into him is going to give you no heal for the Alch, even in the duration, because it just all gets purged off, and it's great. It's amazing. Everybody loves it. I also want to run this by you, because I have a theory about what we've been seeing here today.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay. So we've been seeing a lot of battling, a lot of back and forth, constant run at you Dota from these two teams. Mm-hmm. My theory is that they've been playing nonstop Dire Tide, and that's all they know anymore. They can't go back anymore.
30 seconds to battle.
No, we don't have the Dire Tide broken heroes though.
That's true. Well,
although Willow's pretty nice, actually. Yeah, Underlord. Okay,
Underlord, look at
there's
it.
a couple heroes here. Yeah.
Shadow Demon's even pretty good too as well. But I don't know. That just, it's stuck out of my head. It's like you get used to playing aggressive nonstop action Dota, you can't go back.
Well, I'll tell you what I thought you were going to mention actually was that Nigma have done a great job of focusing down stacks and trying to go after that part of the economy of OG in the series. And in this game, they have an Alchemist. So we already saw how much value they were getting before. If Nigma don't stop those stacks once more, mid one's going to get completely out of control. And that's partially why I think the Underlord's really good here, is that invasion and just like holding that territory and just like forcing down those stacks on the earlier end. And even Shadow Demon, we've seen a couple of teams use this where you kind of roam in there and you're like, oh, hey, it's like the Lena, right? Where you can really help clear out those stacks on the earlier part of the game.
Yeah, literally all of the heroes on Nigma to some extent can do it. As you can see heading up here, they're getting set up to try and go for a first blood, which surprises nobody. This is literally all that we see people do nowadays. Snowtail's going to throw out the root onto GH. And Banishment. Can they get the block in? They're trying to block him. No, they can't. No block.
I think Kuro was just focusing on the range creep.
That's fair.
He was just like, yeah, I don't want to deal with this Alchemist right now.
You do a lot of damage to him, which is kind of annoying. But they'll throw out another one of the Firestorms. That's going to be some early pressure on there. So yeah, interesting one to watch up there. Shouldn't be too much kill potential, I wouldn't imagine, unless people get a little bit too many stacks on him. Mid lane, we've seen this lane a billion times, and it ends up usually relatively even.
Yeah, brother on brother. Again, Ember kind of fallen off a bit lately. Don't see him as often, so this matchup hasn't been as common. But yeah, I look forward to seeing how the mid game goes for them. Of course, it kind of turns into a bit of a Yule's battle sometimes. Miracle takes quite a bit of damage down bottom while we on Topson duke it out.
Yeah, there was a stomp there when Miracle got a little bit too close. Trading hits a couple of times. And GH playing with Miracle, a little bit of a departure since they wanted to stick the Shadow Demon up top, I guess. Just ensure they stop him from farming whenever possible. But there's some pretty good pressure that can come out. And then also later on, the heals, obviously, comboed together to try and keep that Spectre alive. It's going to be pretty important. So we're set up for a good one here today. I think that the real story that you're talking about there is like the stacks, and specifically OG just getting mid one farmed and then getting to this like impossible to deal with state. And how do Nigma deal with that? How do they stop it from happening?
Yeah, part of that comes to that hard camp up top as well, like keeping that blocked off so Underlord can't get the pull. So they're not able to just like shove the wave, pull it back, shove the wave, pull it back sort of a deal. Crow didn't bring up another sentry, so he's not going to have any way of releasing that camp right now from No Tail.
Yeah, he is going to at least be able to get the pull through here onto this round of camps, but it will be underneath the tower, pretty close to it.
And this is a good moment where No Tail could have been stacking too, right? But part of that comes down to this ward that you see Nigma has placed inside the dire jungle, keeping an eye on No Tail going in and trying to do exactly that.
Yeah. So stack control, understanding where it is from happening. Well, they're still blocking the camp. That small camp gets blocked as mind control was heading through right at that 3-minute mark. So double duty there.
Good. That should secure things right by the tower now for quite a while.
Down bottom. Quick and easy blow up there as Seb was able to find it with Saksa. Nice catch.
It's okay. This is more interesting anyway. Creeps, guys. Creeps. Look, while you went to watch that kill, mid one manages to pull the wave off, gets his back to the tower, and they've fixed the issue that just occurred from the small camp block and the pull through. It's like, why would you want to watch heroes die? You know, we got all game to worry about people dying.
Unimportant.
This is lane mechanics.
Dude, you know what we just saw mid? GH
lane mechanics.
GH TP'd in, did Icarus dive, passed the bottle off, and it refilled the bottle to Weehaw, who was like in the middle of the river.
Whoa.
That was gnarly. Yeah. Rotation coming over, though, to try and secure the rune as the 4-minute mark is going to come around. Weehaw's in better position to get it from Topson, and he's going to get a haste. Okay. Not bad at all. Oh, doesn't quite find a little remnant there. Does pull him back in afterwards now. Topson forced to use the little sleight of fist. Oh, good route there. And maybe going to find the kill on a GH. Trying to juke in there. Can they find this finish? On to Topson. A couple more punches. Bottling up. He's taking so many tower shots. He can't get him.
I think the only reason he lived is that he didn't actually get hit by the burn trail of the dive.
Wow.
Well, up top, they've just been chasing mid one, and that eventually leads to the death of No Tail as he's trying to just help him survive through this.
Right.
And Saksa still hasn't finished on GH, but he lets him go.
Yeah, it's not really a great chance for him. I guess he needs to come on back into this
Miracle
lane.
Going for a bounty rune?
Yeah, he realizes that's not going to work. Although he might still be in some trouble. Gonna be able to find that route, chase down Seb, double edge. Can't get the stomp though. Yeah, this like double ring of Tarrasque lane that we've been seeing. So Centaur has one, and then also Spectre has one. It's just like sort of a battle of slow, steady regen coming in.
Yeah, of what support's actually going to come and hit spells, pretty
right.
much. Otherwise, we're just hanging out for a while.
Nice.
I think we're still stackless over here on OG.
How big of a concern do you think that is for him?
Pretty sizable one.
Yeah.
I mean, you can fix it pretty quick, right? Like, let's say like 7 and 8 minutes, 2 supports do stacks, then It'll probably be all right.
Okay. And these heroes can kind of do it. You know, Purifying Flames is a decent range as they're going to dive in. Get that damage on the Topson with the slowdown this time, but no Haster to play around with it. They do manage to find the taunt pullback. He's diving in for this one, and they find the kill. Okay.
Yeah. And now part of that problem, though, is that if they were to make stacks now, like let's say there actually were a couple stacks, this Void Spirit is farmed enough that he can start jumping through that jungle and lead the Underlord in there very easily alongside potential haunt plays. So,
right.
You know, being behind and not having that stuff already like being farmed and worked on is a bit of an issue.
Mm-hmm. Nice play there to disrupt those last hits as well. This is the classic, though, of course. You know, one of the heroes gets level 6 before the other, and they're able to find that kill with the rotations mid. As down bottom, you can see trying to get the pressure onto GH, but can't really do all that much. 2 points up already in the Fire Spirits, and this is because Spectres decided to leave the lane.
Kuro is, he was coming back. He's thinking about coming and just warding because they already have Saksa in here going for the double stack at the 7-minute mark. And Kuro has his obs. You know he wants one up here, so for his sake, I hope he doesn't go up there now, or else Saksa's gonna know.
Right.
He already tried to zone back No-Tail. I'm sure No-Tail has seen that ward, so they're going to be keeping an eye on that.
Mid one's in trouble. They rotated in. This is a huge kill for him. And it was super easy.
Yeah. And that's an Underlord, right? That bonus damage starts stacking up, clears this wave. His own creeps are coming through. That's going to be a lot of tower damage.
Yeah. That is pretty important. He's actually going to rotate.
He's going in. They want the stacks.
Damn, dude. All right.
And they're on it.
It's happening. That's way better than taking the tower.
Yep. Oh, boy. Great picks here from Nigma. The plan has come together.
Dude,
I can't wait to find my creeps.
Oh, mid one. Poor guy.
I like how he just drops that ward down.
Yeah. It's like, well, I'm going to see them taking it. Topson made the rotation. Doesn't have any chains, though.
Oh, no. His career just gets slapped by MC as he TPs out with the ulti.
Eye control going all the way back home.
Down
Stampede
bottom.
going to be used. Trying to find it. They kill him. GH not quite level 6 yet, so he will fall. Saksa gets the kill. Rooted now. Trying to chase down onto Seb. Doesn't have any points in the Pit of Malice. Going for the 3-2-0-2 build.
Yeah. That'll be all right then. Arcane's even still up for MC here too, so we can spam out this camp and wave and just keep the train rolling. There's also a backstab from Weehaw. 2 low heroes here. I don't think MC noticed, or perhaps he just didn't want to tip it off there, but that'll be a free pick for Wee.
Well played. Yeah, I think this is a really interesting type of game, right? Because, you know, a couple of things. They're like committing skill build, right? It's just it was aimed at just shutting down the, well, they're gonna pull back in Seb now. 4 point step in Firestorm, that's more than enough.
And 102 damage.
Right.
The Underlord.
Yeah.
And pretty good there. But yeah, it was just all about the stacks. And mission was completely accomplished. Now mid one is just, his jungle is barren.
Yeah, he did get the best item in the game though for an alchemist. Trusty
true.
shovel. Dude, if he just starts pulling bounty runes, can you imagine?
If he just pulled like 10 in a row,
That'd be pretty good.
that would help a lot, actually.
It's Weehaw. Dives back down bottom. They kill off the Dark Willow. Cutting out these supporting heroes, making their lives miserable. Whatever they can do.
Well, you know, T-Gov pointed out that Weehaw did play a Phoenix game recently, but truly now he's actually rising from the ashes. After a rather disastrous couple of games, Weehaw now 4-0-1.
Dude, he's killing it. And they get the root down now afterwards. Stampede tries to juke away. Weehaw still could chase. 70 more astral steps.
Don't die now. Okay, let's go.
Mid one, meanwhile, caught in the jungle. They're going to pop the egg right on top of him, trying to bring it down in time. The haunt afterwards, disruption couldn't save him. Mid one, going to get saved there, though. And Kuro, having already popped his ulti, all this heal's going to be coming through. Have they overextended? Meanwhile, Mind Control tries to connect onto all. Can they do the damage that they need to? WeeHa has an astral step up in a second. Is going to jump through, try and find the kill onto No-Tail here. Beatdown is complete. WeeHa pulls him back in. Going to jump away, dissimulate out of there. And TP away. Not going to happen. OG finding answers.
All right, cherry on top, mid one. Dig up a bounty rune. Let me see it. Gotta get the stack first. Good call. Oh, it's GG. It's over. He gets one bounty and he just sends that thing home.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, now someone else go. Back in the game.
Yeah. They do get the shovel here on the Miracle as well. The relocate jump in. Okay. He's going to run it away on Topson.
And Mind Control is making his plans very well known.
Yeah, he is. As the dive wants to punch him down. It's a little too scary. Interesting. Saksa now has the Bramble Maze, not going to use it.
The nice part is that if MC wants, he could just TP into one of these other side lanes now, right? With all these rotations coming through after using his ulti. Those are the gameplays that we see a little bit more often now, I think, from the Underlord players.
Right.
They tend to try and use this ult to like split the defense of the enemy team.
Rune is actually going to spawn bottom, but they're going to jump in on mind control. Gets the Firestorm off first. There's a lot of damage onto him, but he will die. Now,
Man,
Miracle. Blade Mail. He's in the midst of all of them. Gets down super low, but barely able to escape. The Urn Charge is taking him down, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
That was pretty sick.
With that, WeeHa still trying to cause havoc. Can't quite get him. The disruption to keep him from running away. I don't know if they have enough here. He doesn't have any more astral steps. Yeah, WeeHa looks like he'll be able to do it.
A little insane by Miracle to like run in there with popping his blade mail, just trying to punish all the damage they were throwing on top of his Underlord.
Yeah. Well, they're actually diving here still. I am going to stay here. This is my happy place.
It feels like WeeHa was just trying to force the ulti.
Is he in trouble now? Oh, he used to simulate, so he's going to get stunned. Oh my god. Blows up the Willow, though, before he goes down. Now Topson.
Level 9. Again, there's no bolas still.
Remnant pulls him in. Kuro's nearby also. They have a disruption to keep him alive if they need to. They also have Demonic Purge in just a little bit. So they can't really dive. Makes so much space.
WeeHa? All right. I guess, again, still no punish. Looks a little scary going that close to an Ember, but nothing to worry about. Still level 9. Well, how's mid one's game then? Is that a finished Battle Fury?
It looks like it. 13 minutes.
Not bad considering his lane. Not, nothing to write home about. Not a record or anything, but MC. Oh no! Not enough time.
Man, getting that first double edge out there and then No-Tail coming into play, they're able to do it in time.
Wow, that's pretty rare to see. I guess they just have a lot of burst damage now from the Willow, like relative to the enemy HPs at the moment.
Yeah, level 1 is also so long on the Dark Rift, 6 seconds. As Topson gonna get Demonic Purge here, has the Remnant back behind. Burrow trying to beat him down. He's gonna get over to the rune. They keep on chasing here. Purge yet again, the Supernova, and then the taunt! The combo! Is it gonna be enough? Will he get stunned? Jump through afterwards.
No, the terrorize?
Makes it happen. Topson is going to fall. Now the dive forward for more. Can they find another? He's taking no damage right here. Fate's Edict is really good.
I'm really surprised Saksa canceled that Terrorize. I guess he just felt like he was already dead or something.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to get saved for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, mid one, his game, it's pretty clear what he needs to do now. And he's just sort of AFK farming.
Makes the ultimate sacrifice.
Hit creeps.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Good kill by Sav taking down that courier. That's a lot of the aggressive potential from WeeHa now gone with the Yules.
Eye control. Right in on top of him. Mid one. They don't have the Pit of Malice.
We were watching the fight up
is
top.
going to die, yeah.
Just got chased down. They killed WeeHa's courier, and they just ran into Spectre and just walked at her.
That's it. Constant run at Dota. WeeHa now trying to bring down Seb. Nah.
Yeah. Just as a threaten to stomp and force the dissimulate.
Where are we going next? Everywhere
Yeah,
you look,
seriously.
it feels like it's just there's another thing happening.
Another 19 kills in 15 minutes, pretty much the same as the past 2 matches.
Yeah.
Despite an Alchemist lineup keeping us entertained, now he's charging the stun under an OBS, unfortunately, for mid one.
That was ill-advised, but no way to punish that one at all. Yeah, it feels like right now the plan for Nigma is like maybe they think that they've slowed down mid one enough, and they just want to try and like kill the rest of these heroes and make it all about the Alk. I'm not sure.
Oh, Seb is really fired. I see this constantly in his Centaur games, where he manages to stay so relevant on net worth.
Yeah. It's just sort of spamming double edge, I guess. Oh, is Miracle dead?
He's staying on lanes, too.
Stonk? He gets there in time. In trouble. Oh, good disruption, though. That was what was needed. Seb gonna be safe for the moment. Miracle trying to get away, and he does. Unreal. Safe. Is he gonna be there in time? So many heals coming through. Miracle gonna live. Now remnanting away. Topson gonna get chased down by Weeha. No bash from Roche.
He's out of mana.
He doesn't have anything else left in the tank, though. There's a stun on the other side. Mind Control trying to be brought down by the rest of the heroes, and he'll be able to escape. Going to the top lane instead.
That catapult, though, through all the carnage. Hitting that tower. Topson not able to get the deny as the enemy moves forward.
And they'll stampede again. Root now on to 2. Jump in from Seb. Good stun, but the disruption saved. And now the egg. And everybody's just going to run away from each other.
Not necessarily the blink reveal they were looking for, but they're going to smoke up and they're going to try again. They need more mana on Seb, though. Yeah, feed me some mangoes, would you? No tail? Somebody? Oh, yeah, he popped them both off.
Nice. Good play. No disruption save that time. The Haunt is still out, though.
Do they have damage?
You know, the Cursed Crown. They're on to both of them. They don't. They separated. Seb's alone now. Pulls him back in. Damn, that angle with those creeps right nearby. But mid one, looking for the stun. Hits it there. Disruption comes out right at the last second. Dual Scepter lift up. Miracle running away. A lot of battling. No killing. Okay.
In and out once more. Seb perhaps considering it again as he has the blink back, and there's still a couple low HP heroes lingering nearby, but lack of vision onto that radiant part of the map. This is all just dark right now for OG, so hard to continue that aggression.
Well, and I think Nigma's doing a good job of like sort of keeping them involved and like all 5 heroes there. The whole time that was going on, Mind Control has pushed out the top lane, and he has greed. So, like, you kind of have this tri-core working with Nigma, whereas the Ember's fallen a little bit behind, it feels like.
Although, they also still have lost stacks for mid one, so even though he was there for that fight the whole time, he comes back, he hops on some stacks, and he's double the next highest, like, Radiant hero.
Right. Yeah, Alchemist Gaming. Seb.
I mean, it's an Alk, so sure, we have to put a little asterisk next to that, but still, GKB nearly done here after this AC.
And Seb gonna go down. They're able to make it happen with both Mind Control and Weeha, who has just been on a tear this game, trying to chase down how Saksa misses the Remnant. So they have to settle for just getting the tower, it looks like. If even that.
Meanwhile, mid, Kuro, low HP, salving up here. Topson on the prowl. It looks like Kuro's going to be okay. In fact, Kuro wants some revenge.
Yeah, he's ready for it.
No one wants the TP for the setup yet. They're just committing to the tower with the damage on Underlord, currently in 91.
Yeah, they're playing pretty far in there. But they do have the movement coming from Topson. Terrace, good Yules.
He's got Greaves ulti on MC.
Well played. Do they decide to go in? Ah, yeah, they're just going to get out of there. And those two will make their way right on back home. But this whole time again, Miracle left alone up on the top lane.
And they're
AFK
smoking
farming.
in. Seb wants the initiation. They also didn't deny that tower. So that might kind of tip them off that they're going for an aggressive play.
Right.
So you would think that would have been a pretty fast priority versus an Underlord.
I keep on seeing, like, you know, OG just playing in this area with the Alchemist, getting him farmed, and then it feels like this whole top side of the map is being claimed by Nigma.
Yeah. Only 2K or 3K up with an Alchemist doubling people is not a great sign.
Right.
Alk's huge. It's just that supporting cast that you have to worry about a bit.
Battle for the bounty runes. Taunt pulls in, sneaks it away. No, wasn't able to get it. Meanwhile, Supernova down. Seb, they got it available. Stun is going to come out from mid one. It's a long duration, but they disrupt it afterwards. Right up on top of that cliff. Will they be able to find the long duration stun on the mid one? They do. Haunted afterwards. No tail. Look, great disruption. Oh, but then Miracle ends up being able to get him. All right, Shadow Demon's gone. Miracle trying to chase down all the rest of these supports and kill off Saksa, but Seb saving his position for This is the BKB reveal from mid one. Can they bring down Miracle? Kuro comes back in. He has disruption again in 1 second if he needs it. He's gonna banish there on the Alk, and they bring him down afterwards. They have anything else left in the tank? Weeha's off to the side, tries to get the remnant out. It's not gonna connect. First
Greaves
Crown
up
is
on
gonna
MC.
stun him up. Greaves, he pops it. Okay, and that's enough to survive. They have Pit of Malice available if they want to go now. Catching on to 2. Weeha, though, is in, and Weeha is dead.
He got the kill on Saksa, well, with the help of Kuro, but they couldn't get the finish, and that's going to help them dive to MC.
Oh, no, he stunned himself. Oh, Pit of Malice down. Mind control saved yet again. They're all underneath this tower, too, so getting that extra regen and everything else. They're going to lose Kuro now, and everybody else from Nigma needs to get the heck out of here. So the Dark Rift is going to bring them away. Wow.
Battle Dota! Constant carnage!
That's all that's happening.
All right, I don't know who's winning any of these fights. I don't know what winning or losing even is at this point. There's so many people just dying and blinking back and forth and hopping up and down. No one's hitting creeps. It's beautiful. Really, the neutrals are the real victors. This is the most peaceful life they've had this series compared to every other game in this tournament.
Like homesteading, trying to build a
complete
life.
massacres before. Kids are going off to college. There's satyrs like graduating to big satyrs.
I like it. That's amazing. I'm pretty sure that like this area of the map's just been left alone.
Yeah, totally ditched.
All right. So a 5,000 gold lead for OG after all is said and done in that battle. And like every little bit of time that's just left alone, it feels like mid one's going to be getting some good farm on as they pull back in the Ember. But there is no follow-up afterwards.
I think, as our observer, so MLP is pointing out, the experience is an excellent indicator of what's happening, though.
Right.
Because OG did get a pretty big boon out of that last fight. And as much as we can like talk about the gold not mattering so much, depending on the heroes in your team, the fact that the XP is that high in OG's favor does speak to some good things for them.
Right.
4K is pretty decent at 22 minutes.
And they need to keep up that energy, I feel like, because Miracle right now, he's getting towards this Radiance, and he's going to be found off to the side. Shadow Demon's there. Can't disrupt in time. Good. Brambles laid down. Got the root onto Kuro. But
That
yeah.
is a painful kill. I don't think they can... All right, no, he's got the Bastard on too. Okay, yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
Roche is good. I was wondering if they want to versus the Egg and not knowing if there's a Haunt or not, but they're not worried about the buyback Haunt. I mean, we know they can do it, but...
Well, no, he doesn't have buyback.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what we know.
Right.
They don't know.
Yeah.
That.
I gotcha. He's going to dive in a little bit. Threatening. Tempting fate. God. Yeah, this one's a definitely... It hurts. Pulling in. Hits onto Roche there. Supernova's actually down, so they do have Hong when they come back up.
Bad timing.
And they get it. No, mid one gets the Aegis. And the fear, the terrorize comes out at the perfect time. Mind Control says, get me the hell out of here. I don't want to be here anymore.
Oh.
Does manage to escape just barely, but they left one behind. The captain, poor old Kuro, is going to be in the grave.
I can't believe mid one managed that with 2 heroes in there. Thankfully, the BKB helped him out. And that is an Essence Ring of BKB Aegis Alchemist. This guy is... Has Dota Plus given up on Spectre yet? Because they've been riding pretty high on Nigma this whole game, yeah? It's over 70% right up until that last engagement.
Yeah. Well, Radiance is going to be delivered now, but it feels like you need that one more item at this point. We'll see how it works. Abyssal Blade just now done for mid one. That is scary. And the Aegis. Miracle has to be careful. Thinking about going for that backline. Hiding, doesn't want to get hit by the stun. A lot of damage onto the Ember, though. Topson in trouble, gets the Remnant away. And now finding one. Sev there for the Stomp. Banishment afterwards. On to mid one. Can his illusions do enough? I don't think so. Underlord is going to fall by the wayside. And OG, as we mentioned, time and again, hitting this moment where they are significantly stronger than the Spectre.
Yeah, and not diving for anything too crazy after that, right? They all just like focus down the Shadow Demon and the Underlord. took their happy kills, got the tower right after. Now they're trying to cement a serious advantage at the moment. Okay, well, I say that's mid one. Careful now. Careful now.
He's got Aegis. He's got BKB.
I guess with those Shadow Demon, there's really not much to worry about.
Right. Well, they'll dive forward, try and stop the rain of pain that's coming through from OG. As they will slowly but steadily take this tower, pop an ulti now. The glyph comes out, and there's the disruption, but Seb, seeing his moment, gonna jump out there, finds him, Abyssal Blade for the kill. Seb almost goes down, but no tail, saving his save for the last possible second as the Supernova's gonna go down now. Can they bring out any of these other heroes? Pull back in one, Topson, they jump through onto both of them. Weeha able to dodge, is gonna be able to go for the Astral Step away, but the stun follows him. Topson gets rooted, that's a great pit, kills off Topson. Can they find any more? Haunt chasing, trying to bring down Saksa. They have stun back up in 4 seconds. No Tail trying to TP out of there. Will they get him? They bring down one. Mid one, TPing away. He missed the remnant, but he get him. They get the kill. That is so important. If they can finish off this is huge. They didn't even get the tier 3 tower. Seb's nearby though, waiting for the jump. Looking for the jump. They got him controlled. Haunt is out there. Abyssal Blade and then the runaway. But the stomp's going to land, but it's not onto enough heroes. And now they might just lose another, but mid one, he has his ulti back. Is he going to live through this? Surely not. Now they pull him down, and now Seb, another one going to bite the dust. OG may have overextended. Nigma very gratefully are going to bear the fruit as they take down another. What a freaking turnaround.
We've all hit the greed before, haven't we? As they instantly go over that bottom lane TP. Gotta love that from the Underlord. Transition it directly into a tower. He has 168 bonus damage right now. Towers beware, but yeah, I mean, they wanted to force a fight. I get it, because you have the Aegis, right? It feels like a good situation for you, but Spectre just dishing it out in such close quarters around the ramp like that. The Radiance is just hitting everyone the entire time, and that catch on the Topson. Still no defensive item, right? So if he gets there, gets caught, he's just dead.
True. And now getting this next set of Ancients here. Spectre getting closer to Mantis, still a ways away. Yeah, this is turning into a little bit of an interesting one. Like the XP still very much, actually it's getting back to almost even.
Yeah, after that fight, the XP is definitely going to be. That was painful. It's about a 3K gap now.
Unreal. And the swing back, I mean, I guess that this kind of feels like now we're getting down to the next Roche. Is what they're going to have to battle through. Is there any other big item that like really changes the game?
I think the Scotty might start to factor in as the BKB wears down on mid one, right?
Right.
But, I mean, again, that's still just going to depend on the Demonic Purges from Kuro and how much they're stacking up versus the False Promises.
Jump in. You can find these type of pickoffs. This makes all the difference in the world. Topson just dies.
Yeah, actually, Scotty sounds kind of insane. When we combo the fact that now you'll get rid of like some of the Alks healing from the Oracle too, or from like his regen and everything too. It's pretty nice.
Countdown Scotty and Miracle going to be farming significantly faster over the next couple of minutes with that Radiance completed. It's going to be an interesting couple of minutes here. Cannot afford to lose heroes on OG, and for Nigma, it's kind of just buying enough time and making sure to have good vision around the Roche pit, I guess.
Well, mid one by the Silver Edge.
Ooh. Do you like it?
Yeah, he's going into it. I mean, it's the Spectre, right? It certainly makes sense. It would be nice to have a better initiation tool other than just completely relying on Seb. He's done a great job in the OG classic of the Aghanim Scepter on this hero, so that they used a great effective TI before.
Oh my god. Kuro just gets found randomly. But that was a smoke gank, I think, as well, being used for that. So they're going to Shadow Blade in now. And GH and Miracle just hiding off to the side. Oh, mid one. Oh my god, he's going through the trees. He's going to find him. Abyssal Blade right there at the start. GH is nearby, though. Might need to pop the egg to try and keep him alive. The Sunray coming out. So much heals. This is actually great. Look at the freaking turnaround here. If they're not careful, they got to run away. They're going to try and bring down that egg. Meanwhile, they bring down Topson. Kill him off. Dude, GH being off to the side there literally saved that fight for them. The Yule Scepter lift up onto Alchemist. Weeha's jumping through, trying to kill him. Mind Control has another pit back up in a second, and the Firestorm damage. It's really hard to deal with this. But can they get away? They bought back on the Oracle.
And the Ember, too. So they don't want to commit too hard here.
Chase down, has stick charges, but it's a lot of damage onto Mind Control.
Let him go, Kuro.
Yeah,
Let
just
him
get away.
go.
There's no way. And Kuro will be another one to fall here. But they kept their Spectre alive and forced some buybacks.
I think Midone played that fight really well. The fact that it was so tempting to try to just stick on that Spectre there, but he ditched and went right for the Phoenix because he knew that if he didn't like chain CC luckily through bashes or something, then there's no way that she's not just gonna like haunt out like she did. So just goes right for the Phoenix instead. Ensures that at least he won't be turned on.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, how many people there would have just stuck on the Spectre? Like,
yeah, and just like pray to RNG.
Yeah.
But potential Roche in 10 seconds here as Spectre jacks up another 400 HP.
Well, Silver Edge done now.
And 2 minutes. Oh, that's a long Roche.
Yeah. Not enough time to get the Scotty, I don't think, for Miracle. But still going to be a pretty good timing if they can sort of wait it out to take the fight with that Scotty. And it's not necessarily easy for Mid-One to like get the Silver Edge hit onto Spectre.
Yeah, without a blink and doing like some shenanigans like that, right? Although they have Stampede with Egg, so that does make it easier than usual.
Oh, walking up the hill. Finds him right at the start. Kuro able to live. That initial initiation. Look at the damage on a Mid-One. He's falling apart. He's getting destroyed. Mid-One, he's just going to die. And now looking for more. No-Tail is down. This has been a catastrophe for OG. They're all going to fall here. Topson goes down. No-Tail had to save himself. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, he just got rooted into the self-stun and absolutely obliterated. He took 720 pure damage from Desolate because of the Manta.
Wow.
Yeah, being alone versus Spectre is some scary stuff.
And that sets us up for a really bad scenario for OG. Nigma taking that fight perfectly. And man, MC, or who was it with the Yules actually? Who was the...
I guess Weeha has one.
Okay, so it was the Weeha Yules that kept Kuro alive there.
Yeah.
When they jumped. Maybe if you would have BKB'd there at that point, you could have made it work, but nonetheless... That sets us up for a scary situation for OG as Roche is going to be back up in 30 seconds. They will be alive then, but they're going to lose this tier 2 tower and probably, I would imagine they go for the outpost, right? Maybe not.
Yeah, it kind of feels like one of those moments where they're going to be forced to head to the Roche pit as well. There will be an egg, but there might not be a haunt depending on how quick that fight starts.
Yeah. Well, they have the Remnant down in the pit to scout out when this is going on.
How much of that Seb gets his career? Oh, Seb, no.
You got the other one.
Seb?
Do it.
He's hunting.
Oh, they see him, though, because of that, right? Yeah.
He
He doesn't know. I think they see him on it, though, don't they? Maybe not.
I wasn't sure if he was trying to do that thing where you like walk next to the cliff to get the vision, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Man, I will say, as they're going to get this D ward here, it feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity there by Nigma to not get the outposts when everybody was dead. Regardless, they're now going to have this battle about, well, Mid-One walking up the hill. They reveal him, throws the dagger
No rush
out.
for Nigma. 20 seconds till haunt. No rush.
Yeah.
No fight.
Away.
Bad.
Get away. GH is going to run. Doesn't want to get stomped by Seb. Stomp is going to be off the mark. Weeha's there. Finding GH. There's the stun. He needs to make sure he gets it off this time around. Danger, danger. We'll get it. The root is there. Disruption afterwards. The Supernova's already down. Can they bring him down time? Yeah, that egg is mega dead. He's going to buy back afterwards. Mind Control taking a lot of damage, but they won't bring him down as of yet. Meanwhile, Miracle tries to walk away for the moment. Weeha also backing away from Mid-One, who got caught by that heal.
Yeah,
already
he's
too
dead.
dead. This is dangerous. Oh, Taunt pulls back in. That's a self-stun. The turnaround. They got him. Oh my god, they killed him. What a freaking play by Weeha to catch him with that Remnant free-handed. And that opens up Roche.
OG could feel it, though, that if they just let it go passively and the Haunt comes back, like,
Yeah.
I agree with the decision to try and go for that. But that's one of those, like, all or nothing sort of plays where it kind of feels like you've lost a lot of the control you had now.
Man. And just like that, Roche number 2 gonna go towards Nigma. It's still a 10,000 gold lead for OG, but that felt like it was a turning point.
Remember that time they went high ground? That feels like a really long time ago now when they were ahead.
You're not wrong. Game is hard.
Yeah.
Still though, 9,000 gold lead. Alk is super farmed. He had an Aghanims queued up, but looks like he's going back for Satanic next.
Need to figure out how to win these fights because they don't look very coordinated. It doesn't look like they really have a plan. They're kind of just like stampeding in.
Well, Stampede for the damage reduction, and is going to be able to control into Weeha. There is some heals coming out afterwards once the Demonic Purge wears off. And Topson, meantime, is just going to push down this bottom lane as Seb is found. Yeah, they're looking pretty good right now. It's still potentially deadly, but Miracle has the Scotty done, going for the Abyssal Blade next.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoke up and cover the retreat here. Or perhaps Smoke can just stay around a little while.
Scanning for enemies.
Yeah.
Seb has 3,000 HP as he walks into them.
Okay. Well,
But they actually scan the rest of them, so they know that he's not completely alone.
Okay. Sunray's out there. Hard to go for counter initiation, but Terrorize is going to be there. Fear jumping to all Haunt afterwards. Can they bring him down in time? They kill off the Phoenix. No egg this time.
They got
Silence
Oracle.
on to everybody, though. And there's going to be the Stampede. Damage reduction comes out. Miracle still trying to live through this one. Has the Aegis. Saksa going to be isolated and killed. Triple kill for mid one, though. Only 2 left alive. There's no buybacks on these heroes. Oh, my God.
How to win the fight.
The jump in. The chase down. Seb needs to back away. He can't afford to die right now. But if they can bring down Miracle, this would be huge. And Kuro's nearby. Has the disruption for the save. But it's going to have to wait till afterwards. Round 2 of this one.
Yeah,
They're
they
using
wanna
it
get out.
defensively. Pull back in now. Catching on to mid one. Takes it off afterwards. Silence onto everybody. Long duration. Gets the kill. Mid one is taken down. And now they're looking for more. Steal the DD away. Beat the crap out of Topson. And then try and see if they can find themselves another couple towers.
So good for them, but then just going for that final one, not quite the best. Will eventually just become a golden XP. Essentially, everyone just went up 10,000 XP and 2,000 gold. Like slight edges to Nigma, but pretty much just enhanced the entire game at this point.
Yeah, what's the buyback status? That's, I guess, the other big thing here. Nobody on Radiant has it. They have 3 buybacks on Dire. As the lift up is going to come through. Can they bring it down Seb, though? Miracle's there.
So is Lotus. He should be okay.
Yeah.
The advantages here, though, is that they forced the fight and killed the Aegis on the Radiant side of the river. And with the Underlord and even just like the Spectre's damage right now, there was definitely some pretty serious chance of getting huge objectives if they were to take that same kind of fight like directly by the Dire base, right? And could have actually forced some buybacks here. So they've now ditched that Aegis. Unfortunately, the cheese still remains, and they'll have to contend with that in the next one, alongside a likely Abyssal Blade being done by Miracle at that point.
Right. And the other thing that he's got is this Shaco, right? So 4,500 HP as they'll bring down Mind Control. Weeha looking for a little bit of retribution here. We'll be able to find it, dissimulate. Is it enough damage, though? The silence afterwards.
Okay,
The glimmer.
That was a complete solo kill. How much did he just get for that?
I won't lie. That was unexpected.
A lot. That's 2,500 XP just about.
Yeah.
And, 700 gold.
2,500 magic damage. Has the Nether Shawl.
Yeah, that's silly.
And a Veil. Yeah, all stacked together plus 32 Bedlam damage. That is a lot to work with there from Saksa. Continuing to make huge plays today in this series. Oh my god, that feels like so long ago when we were talking about Saksa and other heroes.
I know.
This has been a long one.
We've been going the distance. This is exactly what we want out of this type of series between these two teams, though. This is absolutely beautiful Dota being played today. Illusionist Cape.
The guarantee comes through. I don't remember who said it on the panel, but they guaranteed an Illusionist Cape, and there it is. I believe they wanted one on each team, though. So, Nigma to the jungle. Head in there.
Let's make it happen. Shaco's pretty good, though, for the Spectre. Like,
it's got a lot of value add with Blade Mail Dispersion.
Right.
Scanning for enemies.
We sort of talked about it, but we haven't really seen that Silver Edge hit onto Spectre yet. Like, the fights just become so chaotic.
Yeah, it's true.
Really hard. Level 25s on the Spectre, the extra dispersion damage. We've got it on the Centaur for the longer stun. And then we've got it for the Chemical Rage regen on the Alk. Obviously mitigated heavily by that Scotty now done on Miracle.
So our last fight where things went pretty well for OG, they managed to go even at the very least, came because they managed to kill GH instantly, right? He got hit by a terrorized long range and they took him down during that fear. Question is, can they actually do that again? And after they take down GH, they kind of worked all around and look, guaranteed, guys. Look at that. Illusionist K picked up. You knew it was going to happen. Yeah. So they, I think that's the new plan, right? Fight around the Spectre. It's frustrating, especially when it's the Radiance build, because she's still going to be doing a lot of passive damage.
Right.
But they can't. I mean, the odds of blowing up Miracle are so low without the break.
Phoenix just got a magic lamp. Seb jumps in for the stomp. Miracle's alone here. He's going to haunt. Jumps around. Who do they find? Up here on the top side. Trying to bring him down. It's a long duration stun. Can they kill him? The Sun Ray. It's so much heal. And there's the disruption from Kuro to save his life. Magic Lamp. Dual Scepter lift up. Has the Supernova afterwards. Going to pop it mid one. Getting brought down super low. They're going to kill off the egg, but they're going to lose their out. He does have buyback, forced to use it immediately. Topson now trying to get away, but there's the Yule Scepter lift up, the Remnant as he lands, and the beatdown. Oh, but a good save there. Coming again from No Tail, able to keep him alive. They're all trying to get out now, and the Ober will keep him safely away back to the base.
OG? All right. Expensive buyback, obviously, but hey, if there's one thing Alchemist has, it's spare gold. So not the worst if it secures you a serious map advantage. Oh, they're pinging that tier 3. They want some vengeance. They say the supports are down. I'm coming for it. Again, it looks like a pretty even exchange all around. We're just buffing the XP on some heroes. Not what I meant.
They got the tower. They got the tower, Trent.
Wrong. That's the most accurate, I think.
I like that too. Miracle popped the Abyssal Blade onto the Lotus, and then the illusions were able to kill him off at the end.
Boom.
Like, because it pulled him back into it. That was nice. Well,
he got the tier 3. There was no Roche.
Yeah.
I don't know. Silver linings.
This game is crazy. I think that's what I've learned. Miracle.
He really thought he was going to be like a bandit there or something. Just to get the thing and get out.
Miracle.
Miracle feeling kind of similarly almost.
Well, and mid one going to stun himself here, but no vision in the area right now. Means he'll get away. Ooh, Miracle's nearby. God, that's scary. This hero does so much damage when you're just left alone, one-on-one.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
All right, well, 43 minutes. Dota Plus has no idea what's going on.
They're not sure.
It's like Spectre, I guess. I don't care. The Dota's too good. Who wants to make predictions like that? We want to see how it plays out.
What's interesting here is both teams have the same tier 4 items, except they've got a Spell Prism on OG and then the Ninja Gear on Radiant.
Miracle? SG still.
Deep.
Don't get too cocky, that's for sure.
Yeah, they don't feel comfortable like trying to start this fight. He has Abyssal still. Is going to jump. Woo! We almost got him. But they actually used the False Promise.
Yeah, that was the only way to get him out of there. The strong Dispel. Seb with this Octarine core, by the way, 45 seconds on the Stampede.
What a cool build.
He also has 3.6. Okay, he almost has a 50% uptime Stomp. That's kind of cool.
Damn.
Stomp for 3.6, cooldown of 7.8 with the Quickening Charm.
Yeah, that's really nice. It does sort of feel a little bit weird because he almost exclusively needs to get it. I guess you can use Stampede to get in there with it, but like once your Blink's used, you're kind of like in, you know?
Well, you just keep on stomping.
Just never stop, stomp.
Yeah.
All right. Mid lane, they're going to push this one out. Still smoking up. They break the smoke on Topson, but it doesn't look like they're going to quite get into range. RodjER is back up again now. Who they jumping on? Topson gets the dagger on him. There's an Aghanim Scepter in RodjER. Haunt going to be used.
Oh, that's aggressive.
Who are they going on? They find the backline Oracle. They got him. And now Topson is nearby as well. They're jumping forward for him. Yule's Scepter lift up, and he just doesn't have an answer to this. He gets destroyed. It's too easy. Mid one, trying to get away. They're got their eyes on the prize, trying to hunt him down. Weeha. Oh, they didn't quite get vision there, and they won't find anybody else. They buy back on the Ember.
Saksa just thinking, all right, how do I do it? What's my positioning? Where do I jump from?
Yeah, this is dangerous.
What do we have? We have the Aghanims rather on this RodjER.
Hmm.
Oh, Saksa, this is so scary. He is an obs though, so he can kind of play around with their vision.
Yeah. They know that this is happening, and no haunt available. Seb, they have Stampede with Aghanims around the RodjER pit. How many times have we seen this? But they're going to take the fight to him. And again, they catch the Ember. Abyssal Blade, not going to work though. Topson should be able to get out of there. BKB, but nobody got that. Light of Fist, mid one taking a lot of damage now as well. He's in a ton of trouble. They kill off mid one. No buyback for him. 2 minutes dead. And Nigma might have finally done it. As they take down both of those cores and going to immediately go for the reality on up to the top side of the map. The Dark Rift takes them through. Tier 3 tower going to be assaulted, and I have a feeling that they're going for more.
Yeah, Saksa tried there because he jumped right onto GH and just tried to force the Sunray off, but of course the egg gets popped and he's got the talent, so it didn't even matter between the lamp. Now Saksa's trying to delay things with his buyback.
I buy back again there. Seb is going to be jumped on. Taunted pulled back in with the ulti coming from that Oracle. Everything that they can possibly do to try and stop this onslaught of damage. Another stomp in a second would be good, but Seb is going to fall. He's going to buy back as well. They still need 70 seconds out of this one as they're going to jump forward, find No Tail, never give up, never surrender. But right now, OG is hurting, as Nigma might have finally solved the problem and been able to come up with an answer. As they chase down Seb, gonna beat him to death yet again. The stomp's actually pretty annoying. Hard to deal with, but they'll just jump on him, kill him, and GG is called as Nigma take the series 2-1.
Great job factoring in the Oracle this game, I think. Just like made No Tail's life really hard. There were so many team fights where he just wasn't able to focus on the Alchemist like he wanted to. And at the most important part of the game, especially like that infamous going high ground with the Alchemist, and it's like, oh, this is kind of risky. They're respawning, but at the same time, OG recognized that their time was narrowing down. Like the window that they had to achieve something big enough to lower the economy of Nigma was shrinking. So they go all in for this push. Doesn't really turn out very well in their favor. And from there, the game just slowly turned more and more towards Nigma.
Yeah, really impressive showing, I think, from the whole team. OG played phenomenally as well. I think that this game could have gone either way, and it's just a couple of those decision-making points, a couple of things that have to do with execution, and suddenly we got a different game on our hands. But as it stands, Nigma take this series 2-1, and I think we have a wonderful cast of crew at the panel that are willing to break this all down and maybe even get an interview. So let's head on back to them, hear what they thought about that great series to end the day.
All right, Nigma turn that game around and take the series, their first series win here in the group stage of Epic League. And Lacoste, it's got to be because that Illusionist Cape did come out. Too many illusions. Too many.
Yeah, I may have failed to predict who's gonna win this game, but you know, I got the prediction correct, the one that mattered. Like, look at Tiga, he's all smiling, he got the prediction correct. Dude, it's 50-50 in your case, you know, but there's 11 tier 4 neutral items.
That's true. That, you know, your prediction was masterclass. You know, I don't think anyone else could pull that out. But again, the game is kind of hard coded that if you get a Spectre, you always get a Cape. I think that is just everyone feels it right now. So.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, Shaka wasn't too bad. Like, Spectre
it wasn't too
5,000 HP. It was really good, you know.
Yeah, it was a big boy.
But another intense game, right? Another action-packed bloodbath. I couldn't help but realize how good of a Shadow Demon game this was. I was DMing T-Gub throughout that thing like, this isn't just a good Shadow Demon game. This is an amazing Shadow Demon game. He's a hard counter to the Oracle. He's great against Alchemist. He's really good against Ember. He's got the Dispel to get rid of the Flame Guard. He's just kind of the whole package, not to mention the reset if somebody gets caught with the Dispersion. It's an amazing save as well as an amazing setup. Go Shadow Demon, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Top lad, honestly.
Well, let you guys break the game down further after we get into this interview. Just got word that we've got Kuroky coming in here momentarily. Kuroky, hello.
Hey. Hello.
Hey, how you feeling, man? Congratulations on the big win. That was an intense series.
Yeah, thanks. Feel pretty good, obviously. It was a nice series for us.
Yeah, so talk to us a little bit about how it feels to be back after so much time off. We all watched your video. We were excited that you're returning. I imagine that you were feeling fresh and ready to get back to it, huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to play again. I was a bit bored not playing. I watched a lot. It was a different kind of feeling for me to actually watch my team live. And so I'm happy with everything. I'm grateful for everything. So I just want to play and have a good time.
Do you feel like having all that time to watch without the stress of playing changed your perspective at all, or gave you any kind of different insight you didn't see before?
The way I felt about it is that confirmed some things that I had some thoughts about, and it was an interesting experience. I think the coolest thing was just being excited to watch my team play. It was really fun to watch them play because there were some really insane games. There was like some arc bubble going on, and we had a couple of these games, like we always do. And so it gave me like I said, it confirmed some thoughts, it made it easier for me to understand some things, and yeah.
Awesome. Lacoste, T-Gub, you want to anything for Kuroky here?
Yeah, I was waiting for Lacoste to go, my dude.
I was waiting for you, Were you ever worried in the last game that you're not gonna win it? Were you ever worried that things are not going your way? It's an Alchemist lineup. They're almost 15k gold ahead of you.
No, I think last game was maybe the easiest game from all the games we played. I mean, first of all, the Alch net worth is anyway inflated, as you guys know, so it doesn't really matter. And furthermore, Alch is, I think, just not that good of a hero this patch, even though OG is trying to make it work in their timing, and they nearly had it. It's close every single time they do it. But there's these natural items that block them off too well. There's Skadi and Shivas, and it's a little bit hidden, right? It just removes the region and stuff like that. So he's just a bit weak, and everyone is kind of just waiting for a new patch too.
Turns out Destiny is pretty darn good.
Yeah, what do you expect from new patch? What kind of things, some new things added? What would you like to see?
I mean, it's hard to expect anything because suddenly neutral items. Did anyone ever expect that?
No, not really.
And it's that time of the year too, right? Usually around this time, huge patch hits. So it's gonna be changes. Changes are good. Keeps the game healthy. Keeps it fresh for all of us. So whatever it is, I mean, I'm playing this game for a decade. So whatever it is, it's gonna be fun anyway.
And to be clear, do you want them after Epic League ends so that you don't have to deal with the patch, maybe in between groups and playoffs?
I mean, obviously. I mean, it's even sad that we even have to talk about it, right?
I know, that's the thing. Just, I keep asking the question to make sure, they're aware that don't drop it yet. Wait, just to make sure.
I mean, well, their own ways. It did happen in some tournaments. There was a very famous incident DAC, suddenly Pangolier was added in the pool during the group stage. But I think it stopped happening recently, and so if the tournament ends, I think it's a fantastic time that the patch comes. It's probably gonna happen around that time.
Yeah, exactly. Another quick question then. Obviously, with your extended break, do you feel like you now have a higher regard towards just that balance between being able to play the game and also look towards yourself and also your players, and factoring that into the team, allowing making sure the players have enough time for personal time in relaxation, that type of?
Yeah, I mean, I told my guys like they don't have to play when I initially took the break, and they were fine playing anyway. They did a great job over the month. So I mean, I can only talk like personally, like these online tournaments, they're fun and all, but they just don't give me the same energy at the end of the day. And I'm not the only player, that's for sure. And so even though like personally I missed like 5 months of playing, I felt like nothing really happened anyway. Because in the end it's gonna be all about TI. You know, Secret wins 8 tournaments and then Liquid wins the next tournament, and now Secret is burnt and we just like nobody cares about them anymore. That's how fast it goes. And it's pretty much because the sport of Dota is there's so many tournaments. We have to ask ourselves like where's the meaningfulness in all of this? There's no ranking. There's nothing. It's prize money. And that's pretty much it. So that's how I feel about it. My guys feel like okay. They feel fresh, but they're definitely hitting the time that they need to break. Like other teams, like I think Secret is an obvious example. So yeah, that's how I see it.
No, that's some great insight, Kuro. Thanks a lot for sharing all that with us. We'll let you get to it. I know it's pretty late over there. Thank you so much for giving us some of your time, and hopefully you guys win a few more, and maybe we get to chat with you again before this group stage is done.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a good one.
All right, take care.
You too. Thank you, Kuro. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, another epic day of Dota. We kind of rushed right into that interview. Anything else you guys wanted to say about that last game or that series? Since, I mean, a lot happened, almost more than we have time to break down here.
Just the simple beauty of this like tier 1 Dota. You have a draft come out, you talk about it, you watch it, you have your opinion, and then somehow the team just find ways to, execute it to that extra level. The team fights are amazing, and it is enjoyable to watch. Even though we have had so many online tournaments, it is still good to see the team just excelling at what they do best.
Yeah, I mean, he talked about how, he's been playing Dota for over a decade. And I've been thinking like an hour ago how like after this series is done, I'm just going to play some Dota, wake up in the morning, practice Rubik. I don't know. I just love the game. And I think every one of us here pretty much, is going to do the same because the love for the game is just too strong.
Yeah, 4 days, 12 hours of watching Dota. I'm in the mood to play a couple pubs myself. I couldn't agree more, Lacoste. So
yeah, it's like, you see a kid licking ice cream for 12 hours. Like, you want to get the ice cream after, right?
All right, but to be clear, guys, you have to start with like the correct ice cream, i.e. don't go straight to ranked after a long period of not playing Dota. So maybe start with an unranked. Don't have like an influx of 30,000 people jumping into ranked and ruining it. So, start with like a vanilla ice cream.
No, start with the wooden stick. And
okay.
Then get the ice cream.
Get the motion. Okay, that's a good idea. All right, smart.
Gotcha. Yeah, you got to break off the rust a little bit.
Exactly.
Get warmed up before you dive right into the good stuff. Great advice, fellas. On that note, let's wrap it up. We're going to be offline here for Division 1 for the next 4 days, but same place, same time for Division 2. Of course, that's the second tier of this whole thing. Top teams move up, bottom teams move down from Division 1 at the end of this season. So stuff worth watching. Division 1 resumes in 4 days, and then we've got more best of threes coming at you, 3 more per day, and can't wait to bring you all that coverage. But until then, take care of yourselves. We'll be back next time.